Hello. Hello. What's up, guys? What are we up to today? Yeah, trying a 3 o'clock start again. Just see how it goes. Just thought I'd give it a whirl. I don't know if it's making any difference, but hey, it's worth a go, right? I'm gonna do some more 428 Shibuya Scramble today. I don't know if I'm not gonna promise any second games today, because that was pretty hellish last night. no, it wasn't. No, that's not true. It wasn't hellish. But yeah, doing like 8.5 hours without my dinner was pretty hard going. I'm a growing lad. I need my food. I don't really have anything else to say today, so I think we're going to get straight into it. Can't remember which one I used now. Was it? Oh, it was that one. Yeah, because this is you know what? Like that. It's just really weird how much longer that one chapter took compared to the other one. I don't mind. I'm having fun with it, but goddamn, it seems like it's going to get really, really like difficult, and I'm kind of worried about that. So I just got to straighten out the cables here. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about that. I think it's going to get like ridiculously complicated as time goes on. So this is what we're doing 1 till 2 o'clock, I think. And I think 4 till 5 is the last hour in the game. So with any luck, we'll get it finished by... Oh, I just realised the game sound's off. Hang on a sec, that would have been bad. Everything else is alright. Yeah, I need to get the this done by, well, next. Like, it will be done by then. But yeah, I need to get it done by next Friday, because that's when Fist of the North Star and Forza Horizon are out. So yeah, I want to be ready for those. I really, really want to play those. Then actually, October's quite quiet for me as far as new releases goes. Not a lot. So I think we might go with the original plan of maybe doing some horror games. Well, put up some votes on the Discord and see what people want anyway. Could do that. A few people have been clamouring for me to play through a new Zelda game, so yeah, maybe I'll do that. All sorts of stuff we can do. But yes, let me swap over to the TV here. Turn that shit off. I can't see where this game's going to go. Like, plot-wise. I really can't. Now, who should we start with? I'm going to say... Let's start with Kano this time. Oh yeah, we're with the... I forget his name now, but yeah, the US Embassy guy or whatever it is. Following Kano's directions, Stanley drove toward the crime syndicate's hangout. There was a good chance that this was where Maria was being held. Traffic was practically non-existent, and they made good time. They cruised down... oh god. I think I had problems with this one yesterday. Mia Masuzaka, then past the train station toward Dogenzaka. All the while, the two men stared out the windshield, neither inclined to make conversation. They arrived at the Shinsensho intersection. "Take a right here," Kano said. "You nervous?" Stanley asked as he made the turn. His own tone was calm and level. Kano gave no reply. If this syndicate really was holding Maria hostage up ahead, he and Stanley might wind up putting her in danger by showing up there. If it came down to it, Kano wondered, could he count on the man next to him taking the hostage's safety into account? He doubted it, but there was nothing he could do about that now. They arrived at the syndicate's hangout sooner than Kano had anticipated. It was a multi-tenant building in Tomigaya, southwest of Yoyogi Park. The ratty building looked like it might come crashing down at any minute. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. "I'll take point," Stanley said. "You back me up." He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. Right, so this is a Glock. The Glock looks very plastic, doesn't it? Or maybe that is a fake one. Glock 17, a semi-automatic pistol developed in Austria for police and military use. Notable for its incorporation of large amounts of polymer, plastic, well, there you go, in its design. A certain Hollywood film included a line of dialogue claiming that the Glock would not show up on airport x-ray machines, but since the gun barrel itself is made of metal, this is assuredly not true. Federal Bureau of Investigation, an American investigative bureau established by the US Department of Justice in 1908, has authority in matters involving crimes that cross state lines as well as threats to public order, such as espionage and terrorism. Generally speaking, the FBI conducts its activities within the United States. And Central Intelligence Agency, one of the principal agencies of the US intelligence community, reporting to the Director of National Intelligence. Possessing considerable budgetary resources and a vast network of highly trained personnel, the CIA carries out intelligence gathering and covert operations primarily overseas. In recent years, the organisation has been devoting major efforts to counter-terrorism. Kano drew his own gun and the two cautiously made their way inside. They immediately heard some sort of ruckus from beyond a wooden door at the far end of the hall. "Please don't let this be what I think it is," Kano thought to himself. Sweat beaded on his hands as he gripped his gun tighter. He heard the sound of glass shattering. Then came the sound of something heavy falling to the floor. "Maria!" Ignoring Stanley's previous order, Kano rushed ahead, kicked down the door and stepped inside. Kano's a bit of an idiot, isn't he? He walked right into a massacre. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. He thought he recognised them all, the men who'd participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Had these guys all turned on each other? No, that couldn't have been the case. None of the victims was holding a knife, which meant that whoever killed them must still be hiding nearby. No sooner had Kano come to this conclusion than he heard a muffled cry behind him. "Stanley!" The American was sprawled on the floor, face down. Kano rushed over and knelt beside him. Stanley was dead, stabbed through the back. How? Without an instant's hesitation, Kano stood up again, gun at the ready. He scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of the killer. But that was impossible. Stanley had been killed mere moments ago. Someone had to be here somewhere. Out of nowhere, he felt someone press the tip of a knife into his neck from behind, right at the base of his skull. How? He hadn't noticed anyone coming up on him. There wasn't even anyone else around. Nobody but the corpses scattered across the floor. Wait. The corpses? Kano hadn't checked them. Hadn't checked to make sure they were dead. Sorry, all really dead. I was trying to keep up with that. It wasn't going quite quick enough for me. With his last thought, he realised that... with his last thought, he realised that had been his fatal mistake. That looked like a woman. Bad end. That's a really... It seems like Kano is the only one that's getting killed here. Alas, there's nothing to be done for poor Kano now. He wasn't prepared for whoever is wielding that knife. Sometimes it's best not to rush things. Kano and Stanley might not have had their run-in with the killer if they turned up a bit later. There's someone who can cause a traffic jam at 1:10 past 1? Yeah, 1:10 past 1. Which should keep these two from meeting such a grisly end. Okay, good. I'm not sure you could stab someone and them not make a noise of any kind. Let's just go around clockwise, shall we? Yeah, let's see what H's up to. Oh yeah. The man with the cane crooked his finger on the trigger. H.E. stepped in front of Hitomi, shielding her with his body. If you want to shoot her, you have to shoot me too. Suddenly, the assassin's head jerked forward. He pitched face first onto the pavement and lay still, revealing a foreign man standing behind him. It's this guy again. In one hand, the stranger clutched a metal pipe. Hitomi, H.E. asked. You know that guy? Hitomi's eyes went wide. That's the man from the Scramble. The one who told me to go to the van. Wait, one of the kidnappers? Why would he help us? I'm not sure. The newcomer fixed his eyes on H.E. Hey man, H.E. approached the stranger. I'm not sure what's going on here, but thanks for the assist. Whoa! The man took a sudden swing with his pipe. H.E. barely managed to dodge out of the way. What the hell? Once again, H.E. made sure Hitomi was safely behind him. Guess I gotta let my fists do the talking. H.E. quickly adopted a fighting stance. Be careful, Hitomi warned, her voice trembling. Don't worry, it's just a pipe. I'll just snatch it away from him and make him tell us where your sister is. H.E. judged the distance between them carefully as he stared his opponent down. The metal pipe gave this thug considerable reach. Well, yeah, I mean, actually, what was it, the best weapon in Streets of Rage? It was most powerful. I don't know if it was the best. I think the sword might be the best. Metal pipe gave this thug considerable reach. One solid hit from that thing and H.E. wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to end this in one punch. One punch! The crook sized him up for a few moments, then lunged forward to attack. Now! H.E. sidestepped to avoid the incoming blow, then delivered a vicious left hook to his adversary's jaw. The man went down hard. H.E. gazed at his fallen foe, flexing his knuckles. The thing about guys who bring weapons to fights is they always let themselves get too cocky. He looked the guy over. The man had a tattoo peeking from one of his ratty sleeves. Come on, buddy. You can't clock out just yet, H.E. said. Get up. I've got a few questions for you. He knelt down to grab the man by his collar. Halfway to his feet, the man pulled a gun from his breast pocket. Whoa! Didn't know you were packing heat. H took a quick step backward. The man's eyes brimmed with rage. He looked ready to pull the trigger at any moment. But he didn't get the chance. Oh my god. The man with the cane had regained consciousness. Back on his feet, he trained his own gun on the foreigner. The foreigner quickly shifted his attention to the other gunman. Oh no, you don't. H darted forward and kicked the kidnapper in the hand as hard as he could. The gun went flying from his grasp. With a low snarl, the man took up the metal pipe again. Rather than go for Aichi, however, he charged the man with a cane. What the... Aichi watched in astonishment as the two men grappled. Now's our chance. Grabbing Hitomi by the hand, Aichi broke into a run. It's a very, very, very confusing fight here. Seems like there's two different groups, maybe? 2 or 3, maybe? They ran for a long time, finally stopping to rest in a quiet municipal park. As they sat catching their breath, Aichi sensed a new tension in Hitomi. She hadn't said a word since their latest escape. She has to die, Aichi. It's for your own good. In his mind, Aichi replayed what the man with the cane had said. So, Hitomi... Aichi hesitated. About what happened back there? Yeah? She sounded like she'd been far gone in her own thoughts. You gotta believe me, I have no idea who that guy was. Never seen him before in my life. He must have been saying that stuff to confuse us, to trip us up. Yeah? Hitomi said again. Is that what's been bothering you? Huh? Now it was Aichi's turn to get monosyllabic. Monosyllabic? Jesus. Why is it I can't speak English words anymore? Well, Aichi, you're kind of famous around Shibuya, right? I don't know about that. Way back when, he'd been the leader of SOS. Nowadays, he was just some guy who picked up trash. That was nothing to brag about. When someone's famous, it's not unusual for someone else to recognise them and know their name. So yeah, I was surprised back there, but no matter what the man may have said, I trust you. I mean, look at how many times you've put yourself in danger to protect me. Hitomi sounded pretty resolute. Aichi was glad that she believed him, but that raised another question. So then, how come you've been so quiet? I've just been thinking about things. Like, what that man from the Scramble might be after. It was true that his actions didn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, he seemed more interested in taking out the man with the cane than going after you. I reckon... Oh, I don't know. I reckon A, probably. Unless someone in chat wants to say otherwise, I think it's A. Mistaken identity. Yeah, I think it'd be bad blood. Let's give that one a go. Maybe there's bad blood between them. Aichi let out a little chuckle. If we're lucky, maybe they'll take each other out for us. He felt a rush of relief, reassured that Hitomi didn't doubt his motives. Regardless, though, we have to track down that blue van. The sound of a child's cry came from behind them. Oh, God. Turning to look, they saw the kidnapper rushing toward them. He'd knocked over a little girl who was in his way. No rest for the weary, Aichi sighed. Yet again, he and Hitomi sprinted away. Do you think he took out the guy with the cane? Hitomi's words came between panting huffs. Maybe. Aichi glanced back at their pursuer. What? There was someone else with him. Now they were being chased down by 2 foreigners? I liked this bet when we were just running from one guy with a cane. In a one-on-one fight, Aichi was confident he could keep Hitomi safe. 1-on-2 though, that was a different story. One guy might get a hold of her while he was facing off against the other. He had to make sure they lost these creeps no matter what. Okay. How much time passed there? That was... Hang on. Oh, it's not letting me actually check the other... Oh no, there we go. So that was only... Oh geez, that was only like 5 past 1. Yeah, we'll keep going around counterclockwise. Oh yeah, it's all the burning hammers being destroyed. Bottles of burning hammer litter the pavement, shattered into tiny bits of glass. Even if the recycling guy was really careless with the boxes, it shouldn't have caused this much of a mess. It looks like someone came along and actually threw them all over the place. The heck with this thing. Sorry, the heck with this thing. I toss away the miracle stone, which had clearly brought me only bad luck. We can't have a product demo without a product, which in turn means I won't be getting paid for this whole fiasco. Okay, we can do this. We can figure something out. I try to give myself a pep talk, but I hear the doubt in my own voice. I try to brainstorm anyway. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I rack my mind for the best course of action, and at long last I arrive at a conclusion. Somehow or another, I'm going to have to sell some burning hammer, or I'll just have to find something else to sell. Let's go for this one. Somehow or another, I'm going to have to sell some burning hammer. The flyers have already been handed out. People have come to the demo expecting to get burning hammer. I may have to put it into some new bottles, and possibly water it down some. But getting this stuff sold is my only option. My eyes alight on one of the cardboard boxes, and I notice an odd mark that's stamped on it. Wait a sec. I've seen this before. I recall something Cheery said earlier. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. Ah. The mark on the box is the same one I saw at the shop that's selling the necklace. That's it! I can see if there's more at the knick-knack shop. Guided by this ray of hope, I head for the knick-knack shop as fast as I can run. A glimmer, a sliver, the ever-dwindling light in the distance. Point is, there's not much. As soon as I reach the main road, I crash right into someone. It's Cheery. Oh hey, you find it? She asks. She makes it sound like it's not really her problem. Not yet, but I think we can stock up at the 100 yen shop. The words are hard to get out when I'm panting as hard as I am. For now, just stay calm and go let the boss know. Got it. Leave it to me. Cheery nods and I break back into a run. I'm practically praying as I rush into the knick-knack shop, where I immediately spot the cardboard boxes I saw earlier, still stacked up. Yes! I'm in luck! I dive into one of the boxes to check what's inside. It's packed with tiny bottles. There's no mistaking the noxious red liquid inside. That's burning hammer, alright. There's 50 bottles per box, and there are 4 boxes total. Assuming each bottle is 100 yen including tax, I can buy the whole lot with 20,000 I've got in my wallet. Mr. Yanagashita said he was selling the bottles at the demo for 15,000 yen a piece. That way, if we sell all 200 bottles, he'll be able to pay back his debts no problem. Whoa, what's the deal with you? The sales clerk's eyes go wide when he sees my get-up. This stuff. I'd like your entire stock. I point at the burning hammer and the clerk makes an awkward face. I'm afraid that's already been sold. Oh, it's this guy. This junk guy. What? You mean like all of it? Nobody in her right mind could possibly want all of this. Yes, all of it, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not going to roll over that easily. Whether I earn that 20,000, sorry, that extra 20,000 or not, hinges on whether I can get this stuff. Please, you've got to help me out. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. And could you get in touch with the buyer? Tell them I'm willing to negotiate. I suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but... Actually, would you mind waiting for just a moment? She said she'd be by ASAP. After 5 minutes of waiting, the buyer still hasn't shown up. I don't think she's coming, I say. That's odd, the sales clerk murmurs. She said on the phone she'd come by just after 1 o'clock to pick them up. I really need this right away. I understand that, but... Please. It's out of my hands. By now the sales demo had already started. If I come back empty-handed, what was the point of all this effort? Gimme. I've already said I can't do that. Gimme. Would you please wait a moment? Why did I spend all that time trying to hand out samples? Why did I put this stupid costume on? Why did I miss out on lunch? Why? It was for that stupid necklace. What was it all for? Eek! Look over there. It's the chupacabra. Huh? Yoink! Seizing the moment, I snatch up the boxes of burning hammer and make a run for it. Hey, hold it right there, miss. The sales clerk is quick to bar my path. Woof! I barrel my way right past him. I bump him harder than intended as I race by. He loses his balance and goes crashing through the display case at the front of his shop. At the same time, I hear something else topple over with a thud and a gurgle. Some sort of liquid begins to gush from a red polythene container. Uh-oh. Sales clerk's eyes go wide. His stare fixed on something on the sidewalk nearby. Oh shit. It's a cigarette. The burning butt ignites the liquid in a sudden massive blaze. And now for today's news. Shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon, there was an explosion at a variety store in Udegawacho in Shibuya, the cause of which remains unknown. Eyewitnesses report seeing an individual wearing a full-body cat costume fleeing the scene in the aftermath of the explosion. Police consider this individual a person of interest and have not ruled out the possibility that this bombing was a terrorist act. Several hours after the incident, the cat remains at large. That's a bad end. Fled the country. Oh, okay, that's why it was a plane. Tama wound up as a prime suspect in an apparent terrorist bombing. If the buyer had shown up earlier, Tama's argument with the sales clerk might never have happened, to say nothing of the rest. As a matter of fact, the buyer was just outside the shop at the critical moment. She was held up when she happened to run into someone. Someone's actions at 1:05 are the key to changing Tama's fate. Oh god, we're going to get so many of these now, aren't we? It said there's like 50 bad endings or something in this game. Alright, well, let's keep going. See what's going on with the sour. I don't deserve to be forgiven for what I've done. We may have both done the same thing, but my motives, those were different, and so I don't regret what I did. And yet, if someone were to ask if there was some small part of me that wanted to see the results of my research, I could not deny it. Asawa grabbed his shoes from the entryway and then headed for the back door. He didn't want the detectives in his living room to know he was going to meet with Makino. That pest Kajiwara was nowhere in sight. Now was his chance to slip away. Gotcha. Oh my god. Speak of the devil. Kajiwara had snuck up behind him. Are you going out? The detective asked. No. I was just... Sawa felt something inside his shoe. Glancing down, he saw a rubber duck stuffed inside it. Is this your doing? I laid a booby trap, or rather, a ducky trap. Originally a type of lethal trap used during wartime to catch clumsy or unwary soldiers. Boobies. In modern parlance, however, the term frequently signifies a harmless prank, such as setting a blackboard eraser atop a classroom door so that it falls on top of the head of whoever opens the door. God, do they even have blackboard erasers now? I suppose they do, because they still use. Do they still use pens even? I think they use like virtual whiteboards now, don't they? Kajiwara beamed with self-satisfaction. You know, you act like a grade schooler, Asawa said. Indeed, sir. I'm a grown man with a youthful heart. Leave it to Kajiwara to yet again miss the point entirely. With a sigh, Asawa tossed the duck at him. Kajiwara caught it nimbly in one hand, then stuffed it right into his pocket. I won't tell you that you aren't allowed to leave, sir. All I ask is that you tell me where you've been, and where you plan on going. My work is highly confidential. I'm not at liberty to discuss just anything about... Please try to work me in this, sir, Kajiwara interrupted. He leaned in uncomfortably close. Do you recall what I said before? About how I'd appreciate if you didn't keep secrets from me? Asawa hesitated, inwardly debating how much he should share. Oh god, he decided to tell the truth. Alright, I'll tell you, just leave me in peace. You need to keep this secret, it doesn't concern you. I'm just gonna go buy some cigarettes, he lied. Oh god, this one looks like it could get quite complicated. Let's just tell him the truth. I think although he's creepy and like suspect, I think it's just to try and throw us off into not telling him the truth. He decided to tell the truth. Alright, I'll tell you. Just leave me in peace. One of my colleagues is waiting for me outside. Who is it? I'm sorry, that's all I can say. Could you tell me a bit about what you'll be discussing? Kajiwara leaned in even closer. His eyes twinkled with suspicion. I can't share corporate secrets, Detective. Like how you don't tell me anything about the state of your investigation. It goes both ways. It might have been childish reasoning, but it worked on Kajiwara. What did you say? I missed it. I've said quite a lot. Solid. What did you miss specifically? How's it going, man, by the way? I was kind of getting the impression I was going to be talking to myself for 6 hours at the rate this was going. Alright. Oh, sorry, here we go. I was talking to the camera. I don't know. I actually don't know. Like 2 seconds ago. I'm really not sure. Oh my god, my memory's getting worse. It can't have been that important, was it? Oh shit, sorry, my phone's not muted. I had it on headphones, but didn't have my headphones on. It's probably not important, don't worry, Ben. How are you doing though, dude? You alright? Been up to much today? Right, alright, the detective said. In that case, I have just one condition. Please take this with you. He produced something that looked like a small transceiver from inside his coat. What's this? It's a bug tracker, sir. It'll beep in response to a nearby listening device. I'm just going to meet someone from work. I don't need this. He pushed Kajiwara's hand aside and the bug tracker fell to the floor. Mr. Asawa, you mustn't underestimate the lengths to which these kidnappers might go. For once, the detective's face was all seriousness. Alright, fine. Asawa snatched up the device and headed out the door. Got to work today. What time are you going, dude? You got a bit of time to spend here? Makino's car was parked out front. A driver stood alongside it. Asawa exchanged a wordless greeting with him, then got into the back. He found Makino reclining in one of the luxurious leather seats. Have we seen Makino yet? No, I don't think we have. 3 hours or so. Oh, cool. Okay, man. Well, I'm hoping this chapter will be done quicker today, so we can play another game. But I'm not promising things. It seems like this one might be longer than the last one. Now then, Makino said, what did you want to ask me about? Lighting a cigar, he glanced sidelong at Asawa. I was hoping you could explain the situation to me, sir. Which situation would that be? So he's still going to beat around the bush, even now. Asawa suppressed an urge to shout at him. Dude, I am really enjoying it, yeah. I just don't think it's a very good game to stream, necessarily. I don't think it's particularly interesting to watch for like 99% of people. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. Are you the one who let the antiviral out of the lab, sir? Yes, that was me. Makino didn't bat an eyelid. So why had he been so coy a few moments earlier? But how? The fingerprint authentication system is almost unbreakable. Getting access to the storage area would... He trailed off as a thought suddenly occurred to him. It was not strictly true that fingerprint authentication was the only means of entry. Masaru and Tanaka had both set up passwords as a failsafe in case an injured fingertip somehow prevented them from operating the scanner properly. But these passwords were 10-character alphanumeric strings. No one could just haphazardly fumble their way in. Could Makino have sent a request to the electronic locks manufacturer and asked them to unlock it then? No, that requires the approval of 6 board members. Nasawa was one of those 6 people. There really seemed to be no way of getting in without leaving any trace. You're absolutely right, of course, Makino said with a grin, as if reading his thought. I couldn't gain access to the lab without you and Tanaka. But I didn't have to. He exhaled a large plume of smoke. You remember when we released the samples for animal testing? No, it couldn't be. Sal broke out in a sweat. Ah, but it could, Makino said. I had them divert some of the samples intended for animal testing. Naturally, that didn't leave any record of anything being taken from the lab. Sal bit his lip, hard. He couldn't help but feel betrayed by his company. But why? Makino let out a nasal, one-note chuckle. You don't seem to grasp just how valuable this thing really is. What do you mean by that, sir? Makino lowered his voice. There's a major world power out there that has already weaponized the Ua virus. For a moment, Asawa thought this was just a sick joke, but the look on Makino's face told him otherwise. I've been informed that it was recently used on a military installation in the Middle East. Within 12 hours of dispersal, there are at least 800 casualties. If you include civilians, the number jumps up to over 2,000. Any evidence of the disease agent and the bomb that delivered it has, of course, been covered up. Asawa listened in amazement. His outrage that any government would commit such an atrocity not quite suppressing his excitement at discovering that the virus could be propagated by explosive means. He felt a flush of guilt at his own fascination. The antiviral you created, Asawa, has the potential to render this weapon useless. Right now, Akoshi Pharmaceutical possesses the sole means to combat Ua. Makino's lips curled into a boastful grin. Any number of countries would love to get their hands on it. The major power in question has offered an unprecedented sum. That's hardly a surprise. Having a monopoly on the antiviral makes the weapon itself that much more valuable. To Sawa, this was a glimpse into another terrifying world, one he had barely imagined previously. And so you wanted to get human testing over with as soon as possible, is that it? He spat. Makino shrugged. I explained full well to the locals what the risks of experimentation were, and they were paid in accordance with said risks. They willingly consented to infection with the Ua virus. Sophistry, Osawa huffed, nothing more. He used money to deceive a bunch of poor farmers. Come on, Osawa. Who's being disingenuous now? Makino eyed him with contempt and let out another puff of smoke. I know you, Osawa, and I know you're not really concerned for some bunch of hick farmers. All you care about is your research. The thing that's really nagging you right now is that someone went ahead and did the final clinicals without you. Oh, spare me the ridicule, sir. As a virologist, is it virologist? It'd be virologist, wouldn't it? As a virologist, I have a moral duty to... To what? Makino barked. Go to the media with this? Do you have any idea how much money the company has thrown at your lab to keep it up and running? Sao's lab has incurred expenses of roughly 30 billion yen in developing the antiviral medication. Koshi Pharmaceutical spends approximately 200 billion yen per year on research and development, and Asawa's work is the single most costly element of that budget. Asawa gaped. I do appreciate all the company has done for me, sir. He spoke so quietly that his voice was nearly inaudible. In any event, Makino said, now that you know about the human testing, I can't let you go to America. How do you know about that? He'd insisted that I keep his planned relocation a secret, but apparently she told her father regardless. If you insist on making the move anyway, I'll use any means necessary to stop you. Makino regarded Asawa with a bloodshot gaze. Any means necessary? Asawa swallowed the lump in his throat. Sir, you don't mean that my daughter's kidnapping was... Don't be ridiculous, Makino said before Asawa could finish. Of course that wasn't me. Nevertheless, I'll do what I must to keep you in line. Remember that. Understood, sir. I'll turn down the US job offer. Asawa heard his own voice like the thin drone of a tiny insect. He felt utterly powerless. I can't simply take your word on that, Makino said. Do it now. I want to hear you do it myself. He jutted his jaw toward the phone in the backseat console. Right, so we've got another choice here. What do you think about the situation? Wrong, or did they do the right thing? Sacrifice sometimes can benefit humankind. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like it's all about the money, though, doesn't it? This is definitely all about the money. They don't care about helping people at all. I mean, yeah, fair enough. They put a lot of money into it, but still, it's not really the right reason to do it, is it? Yeah, I don't agree with it. But if someone weaponizes the virus, yeah, no, that's true. I mean, they're clearly the worst party here, like the people that are weaponizing it. I just I feel like having to pay for the cure is still kind of evil in itself, don't you think? Regardless of, you know, money being spent. Like if it's people's lives on the line. But then that's where like hospitals and stuff come into play, don't they? Because how do they get paid for? Well, over here it's taxes, but yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? You have to pay for a polio shot. No, we don't have to pay for any necessary injections over here. Not that I know of, anyway. I don't think we had to pay for them. But yeah, we get most of those. Get most of those for free. Because you got to think, like, I think like those should be free, because it'd be cheaper to cure it now than it would be to treat all of the people that get the disease later on. So I'm just gonna. One thing, I'm getting a slight crackling noise in my headset, and I don't know where it's coming from. I'm just going to clean up the contacts quickly because it's doing my head in. Let's see if that did it. Might be my headset. Yeah, I think it might be. Hang on a sec. Let's just clean that up. Could also be the connection of the mic. What do I think? Alright, Asawa said. He had no choice but to fall in line. Hang on. Let's see if that sorted it out. Yeah, I think that did the trick. Or did it? I don't think it did, actually. Hang on. I'm going to take the mic out for a sec. Just going to swap over. Just make sure this turns back on. Let's see if that's done it. I don't. You could probably barely hear it, but I can hear it really well, and it's really annoying. Oh, it's still there. Fuck it. Whatever. I don't know. I feel like we don't have a choice here. I feel like if we say no, we're gonna just get a bad end. What do you reckon, Solid? A or B? Are you getting Fallout 76? Yeah, I am gonna get it. Well, I'm gonna rent it. Solid. I'm hoping someone's gonna have an Xbox so I can do some multiplayer with them. Because that'd be, I think that'd be more fun with some more people involved. Don't you think? No, it's there's a slight, like, there's a little crackling noise, just every, like, it's like every sort of 10 or 15 seconds. You got PC, yeah. I think that's the problem. Everyone's either got PC or they got PS4. And they said yesterday they're not going to be able to. Well, they're not planning to do crossplay anytime soon. So, you think A? Okay, we'll go for A. All right, Sauer said. He had no choice but to fall in line. It would be around 10 PM local time for the American firm. He decided to call his contact's personal phone. The headhunter was shocked to hear that Asawa wanted to decline the position. When he pressed for the reasons behind the decision, Asawa hung up. Visibly relieved, Makino lit up a fresh cigar. Sir, there's one thing I don't understand. And what's that? Asawa's head was feeling fuzzy. The smoke inside the vehicle had gotten extremely thick. If someone has this top secret information, why wouldn't they threaten the company as a whole? Why send those emails to me personally? I'm not sure. There's an internal investigation already underway. We'll find the source of the leak soon enough. At this point, though, Asawa wasn't sure knowing who originally leaked the info mattered much at all to him. If you'll beg my pardon then, sir, Asawa said. He put his hand on the door handle. A sudden high-pitched chirp sounded from his pocket. The bug tracker Kajiwara had given him had picked up a signal. Is that your cell? Makino asked. Ah. Oh yes. That's mine. He hurriedly hopped out of the car and reached into his pocket. Is everything alright, sir? The driver was still waiting outside the car. He leaned towards Asawa, looking concerned. Was it you? Asawa stepped close to the driver. Hmm? Did you send me those emails? What? What are you talking about, sir? Don't play dumb with me, Asawa said. You're the only person who could have planted a listening device on a company car. A listening device? The driver raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you after? Sir, what are you talking about? Who told you to do it? Tell me. The driver fled back into the car. Asawa clutched the bug tracker hard as he watched the vehicle pull away. Oh, it's this bitch again. He went back to his house, still gripped by confusion, to find Ai waiting in the entryway. She must have gotten home while he was out. You were with my father, weren't you? She sneered at Asawa as he slipped off his shoes. Yes, I was, he replied. And it's over. What's over? She knows damn well what. He struggled to contain his irritation. America. I'm not going, he huffed. Oh, really? Well, that is good news. She sounded sincerely pleased. Maybe a little more pleased than Asawa cared for. I need to go finish up some work things, he mumbled. He hurried to his study up on the second floor. He threw himself down in front of his computer. There hadn't been any progress on the investigation, as usual. Just how long was this all going to go on for? Were all kidnapping cases this drawn out? A specialised victim support team belonging to the Special Criminal Investigation Unit has been deployed at Asawa's house. The members of this team are all specialists who have received training in such skills as negotiation, high-speed motorcycle and automobile driving, running phone traces, special communications and phone records acquisition. Asawa was growing more and more uneasy. He could barely contain himself at this point. Wasn't there anything that he could do? He glanced over at his monitor. That's an idea. He could look up kidnapping investigations on the internet. That might give him some insight into the current situation. Kidnapping, police investigations, hostages. He typed the 3 keywords into the search field. The engine pulled up over 100,000 hits. He scanned the beginning of the list for anything that might be useful. One of the site's links caught his eye. How the police do it. It looked like a page containing information on various types of police cases. He clicked on the link for kidnapping cases and began to read. Even if the hostage wound up safe in the end, the site informed him, the police lost face if the culprit got away. And if the hostage were killed and the kidnapper evaded capture, the media would have a field day. This made apprehending the suspect an absolute necessity. Even if a person's life was on the line, when it came to a kidnapping case, the police prioritised making the arrest. Taking his hand off the mouse, Asawa sat back in thought. He wasn't going to be able to relax until he heard Maria's voice again. But if police prioritised arresting the suspect, why were they just letting things stay in limbo now? Didn't they have the crooks under surveillance? He couldn't wrap his head around that. The internet hadn't been able to give him the info he'd hoped for after all. Unable to do anything for Maria but wait, he turned his thoughts to how his opportunity to transfer to the US had passed him by. The research facilities in America would have been top tier. Some part of him still couldn't quite accept what had happened. He stole a quick look back at the door and surfed to the Ayakamiki fan community for people 40 and over. Whenever something was weighing on his mind, posting on these forums seemed to turn his mood back around. He knew that now wasn't really the time to be doing this, but he needed to do something to calm and quiet his mind. He started a new forum topic. In the title field he wrote, Ayakamiki expanding into the US. With Ayakamiki still at the height of her popularity, does anyone else think it would be exciting if she ventured into the American market? I know I would. She's not the sort of artist who deserves to be confined to Japan. She should be recording at an American studio staffed by the industry's best. I'd love to see her career really take off over there. He wound up getting into a little back and forth with himself. Hopefully he'd get a response from someone else soon. A sudden shrill noise startled him so much that he nearly cried out. His heart fluttered like that of a young child who'd been caught in some prank. Realising that the sound was coming from the bug tracker, he pulled it from his pocket and took a few breaths to steady himself. Evidently someone had bugged his study as well. Tracker in hand, he walked towards the centre of the room. What direction was the signal coming from? He tried heading over towards the window. Here maybe? Next he headed over to his desk. Here too? Is the tracker on? It can't be on him, can it? The bug tracker was picking up signals from all over the room. Had there been that many listening devices planted in here? It's that pitch. I don't know. I don't trust her. I don't trust her as far as I could fucking throw her. Mr. Asawa? It's Kajiwara. Ah, perfect timing. Asawa hurried to let the detective into the study. The bug tracker's picking up signals. Oh? Yes, from all over the room. What should I do? Mr. Asawa, please calm down. As if that's even possible right now. Feels like there must be 10, no, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Kajiwara didn't miss a beat. Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is broken. Ah, for fuck's sake. What? Asawa was dumbfounded. Broken? But this is the one I got from you, right? Well, yes. But mine isn't detecting anything. Kajiwara produced an identical bug tracker from his pocket. And as he'd said, it wasn't getting any signal. As I recall, Mr. Asawa, that one was dropped on the floor when I was trying to hand it to you. Ah, yes, that's right. That must have been when it broke, sir. The strength ebbed from Asawa's body. He didn't even have the mental energy to be angry anymore. He gave the tracker a whack with the palm of his hand, and the bleeping stopped. Right, he said. What can I do for you? Kajiwara clapped his hands together as if he'd just remembered something. He is married to a Solid. It seems like it was a marriage of... it was like a political marriage. Like, the guy we were talking to in the car... that's her father, and I think they married. It was due to like some kind of political reason to make sure. I think it was to make sure that he stayed at the company. Ah, right. We have a big problem. The toilet again? Sour side? Nah, it's not that. It's something worse. Kajiwara's face turned grim. Something worse? Oh, here we go. Those her daughters? No, they're Asawa's daughters are from his first marriage, but his wife died. So yeah, they're her stepdaughters. Something happened to Maria. He needs to hear the detective out. There was no way it could be that important. Asawa didn't need to listen to this clown. Yeah, let's listen to him. I think you're right, Solid. Did something happen to Maria? He needed to hear the detective out. What is it? Asawa asked. Go on, tell me. He did his best to remain composed. Well, you see, we ordered lunches for everyone. It looked like there were 2 still left over, so I wound up eating them. There was an awkward pause. You know what I feel like is going to happen here? So far, we've now been caught out twice because of his stupid shit. And I bet you, like, the 3rd time, it will actually be serious. And they'll try and get us to, like, think, no, you've caught us out twice. It's not happening again. And Sour didn't have the foggiest idea of how to respond. My deepest apologies, sir. I ate the lunches intended for you and your wife. Kajiwara bowed profusely. And I really do need to apologise. They were tonkatsu bento boxes and they were delicious. The meat was so tender and the batter so crisp. With each and every bite, the rich flavour just filled my mouth more and more. Sour felt a blood vessel burst in his skull. Oh, that's a horrible noise. Listen, you. Get your goddamn act together, or... He didn't get to finish that thought. A pathetic little gurgle sounded from his stomach. Ah, see? Kajiwara said. You are hungry. He fussed sheepishly with his hair. At the talk of food, Asawa realised abruptly that he hadn't eaten anything since the night before. Shall I make something for you? The detective asked. This is all my fault, after all. You can cook? Asawa wasn't sure how thrilled he was with the idea of Kajiwara helping him. You mustn't judge people based on outward appearances, Mr. Asawa. Alright, fine. Go right ahead then. His newfound hunger was making it hard for him to think. It would certainly behoove him to eat something. He led Kajiwara to the kitchen. What the fuck? What's with that get-up? Wearing an apron in the kitchen is a must, sir. Alas, it isn't while I'm naked. The cartoon character printed on the apron Kajiwara is wearing is one of his own design. It is modelled after the MPD's mascot. His name is Pinpo-kun.
Wow.
Wow. Wow indeed. What the fuck is going on? Naked? Oh, you're not familiar with the concept of the naked apron? I could demonstrate if you like. The state of being entirely naked save for an apron, a form of cosplay. The views from the front, rear and sides all offer a certain appeal, but caution must be advised, as it may be difficult to stop arguing about which presents the loveliest sight once the topic is raised. There are similar, more sexualized naked styles as well, such as the naked sock, the naked shoe, naked necktie, naked ribbon, naked scarf, naked collar, and so forth. Is this asshole high? I don't know. I don't know if he's actually like a... I don't know. Well, they say like geniuses are kind of like a bit messed up, aren't they? So maybe he's a genius. No, that's quite alright. Where'd you get that apron anyway? It's mine, sir. Have you had it with you this whole time? Yes, in here. With a smile, Kajiwara pointed to his pocket. Of course. Asawa eased himself into a chair. His hunger was making him feel weak, and Kajiwara was making him feel like he was losing his mind. How the fuck did he put it in that pocket? Oh, this is bad, the detective said. I need to whip something up for you fast. Something's definitely wrong if you don't even have a comeback. Sarah felt his anxiety mounting. Just what sort of food was this insufferable oaf going to make anyway? Probably nothing worth eating was his bet. Oh god. For now, he'd just have to pray he wound up with something edible. B, maybe it was better to ask Tanaka to make him lunch instead. Or C, since Ai's lunch was gone as well, he should probably ask her to make something. I really don't. I reckon we should probably follow this all the way through, and go with Kajiwara's cooking. What do you reckon? Now that they're talking about food, I'm hungry, so I'm going to have a biscuit. A or C? I don't think C, because I think C, I's just going to turn around and go like, oh, fucking make it yourself. Or something along those lines, because she's a horrible bitch. Yeah, I think A. For now, he'd just have to pray he wound up with something edible. Kajiwara peered into the refrigerator. Goodness, you are remarkably understocked, he said. Let's see, could you please put these in the dinger, Mr. Osawa? What's a dinger? Okay, now I need an explanation for this. Oh, dinger. Name to the sound a microwave oven makes when it has finished heating your food. The microwave in my house doesn't really go ding when the timer reaches 0, though. It's more just a beep. It doesn't make sense to call a microwave a beeper when that's already a word that refers to something else. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. The detective handed Osawa some frozen lumps of rice. The dinger? What the heck is a dinger? The microwave oven, sir. Osawa stepped in front of the microwave. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to work the controls. You should thaw that rice out as soon as possible, Kajiwara told him. I'm actually not sure how to operate this thing. What? The detective gasped. You don't know how to use a microwave? I was just thinking the same thing. Osawa could only nod in silent shame. It should be just as simple as turning the dial. Wait, which one? That one, sir. The one on the right. Osawa turned the dial, then crossed his arms with a satisfied grin. Mr. Osawa, you need to put the rice in first before you do that. Well then, why didn't you say that? Osawa snapped. What? How the fuck does he not know how to use it? There's like two buttons he can possibly use on that thing. I've never worked in a kitchen in my life. Don't ask me to do things that are this difficult. Very well. I'll handle this from here. Why don't you get out the bowls and the chopsticks then, sir? I have no idea where the hell those are. Those are kept. Like, what the fuck? How did he just get his fucking wife to make food for him? Or does he have like a servant or something? That's ridiculous. Even I know how to cook a little bit. And I'm terrible at cooking. Kajiwara let out a heavy sigh. Alright then, please just sit and wait, sir, he said. And here, take this. Kajiwara pulled out a sheet of bubble wrap from his pocket. Use your fingers to pop the bubbles. That should help you calm down. What? How deep are these pockets that he's got?
Wow.
Too drained to argue, Osawa did as prompted, starting to pop his way along the sheet. I do like those, they are satisfying. Rather than calm him down though, it was making him incredibly cross. This felt more like a sort of ridiculous punishment. They say you can learn a lot about a household by looking in the fridge, you know. Kajiwara was cooking something in a frying pan. And? Osawa asked. Just what have you learned about mine? I'd better not say, sir. You might take offence. Osawa snapped another bubble between his fingers. Ah, the rice is finished thawing. Kajiwara topped the steaming bowl of rice with the fried egg he'd whipped up in his pan. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added some pickled vegetables. I don't like the idea of pickled vegetables. Here you are, sir. Your fried egg on rice is complete. Kajiwara grinned from ear to ear. One of Kajiwara's simple recipes. Others include his white spaghetti, which is simply spaghetti that's been flavoured with butter, salt and pepper after it's been boiled. Both are a bit too basic to be properly called cuisine. But it does take a certain skill to bring the best flavour out of the ingredients with such simple seasonings. We don't know about adding butter to spaghetti. That doesn't sound right either. Go ahead and eat it while it's still warm. Asawa received the bowl with a dubious look. You aren't very good at cooking, are you? He said. All you had in your refrigerator were eggs and pickled vegetables, sir. I assure you it's quite delicious. I recommend breaking the yolk and mixing it all together. Reluctantly, Asawa brought a bite to his mouth. That's good. Words came out almost unbidden. Isn't it just? Egg yolk and pickled vegetables pair quite well. Asawa couldn't help but stuff his face, slipping into a rapturous daze as he did. The more he ate, the more it stirred his appetite. I had no idea fried eggs could be this delicious. I know you probably have a long ordeal still ahead of you, sir. Please keep your chin up and hang in there. Kajiwara gave Asawa an amiable smile. Ah, that's right, he continued. And for dessert, we have bananas. No. Thank you. Where is he keeping these bananas? I don't want to know. Kajiwara grimaced as Asawa held up a hand in refusal. Right then, when you finish eating, would you please wash the bowl? Me? Wash dishes? Asawa exclaimed in surprise, sounding like a petulant child. If someone else cooks for you, you should do the cleaning up. It's only polite. That is true. Fine, okay. While Asawa was doing the dishes, the bug detector went off again. Director, if you have a moment. Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Wait, does Tanaka have a bug on him? Oh, okay. Oh. Because that wasn't from Asawa's tracker, was it? That was from Kajiwara's tracker by the looks of it. Unless Kajiwara's trying to throw us off the scent by like making it go off. Tanaka just poked his head into the kitchen, Solid, and the tracker just went off. Now, Tanaka is his partner, like his research partner. So could be that he's got a bug on him. Right, we're going to go for Minamikawa. That's the last one. We haven't started Minamikawa yet. Right. Left. Minamikawa sprinted down Centre Guide, dodging between oncoming pedestrians. Oh yeah, so he's... Minamikawa, just in case you missed it yesterday, he's trying to get to the burning, what do you call it, conference in time. Out of my way. Can't you people see I'm in a hurry? Burning Hammer, that was it. He stole a glimpse at his watch as he ran. It was just after 1 o'clock. The Burning Hammer sales demo would be getting underway any moment now. He could probably get an interview even if he showed up late. Still, he wanted to get to the venue ASAP to get a feel for things before they got started. The best time to scope out an event was before it started and after it ended. There was something he'd learned from Toyama. Everything he knew about journalism the publisher had taught him. It had been a combative education. Minamikawa learning despite himself as the two men constantly butted heads. Oh, give me a break. What's wrong with my article? Minamikawa shouted. His voice was loud enough to carry throughout the editing department. Shut up. I told you to rewrite it, so rewrite it. Toyama sticking to his guns. Minamikawa recalled the scene from the days when the two men had worked at the same newspaper and Toyama was his boss. At the time, Toyama was the copy editor for local news, known as the Red Pen Gatekeeper. He would go around checking young reporters' copy like mad. Due to his vigorous efforts, a great many articles never made it to the page. Get me something on Spider-Man! That's all I can think of right now. What's wrong with it? Show me what's wrong. All of it. How can it be all of it? Co-workers stared, keeping their distance as the pair screamed themselves red in the face. These arguments had become a regular occurrence, regular enough that everyone had learned not to try to intervene. I poured my heart and soul into this piece. Go back and read it again. I could read it over and over and it'd still be the same thing. A load of self-important claptrap. Now go calm down and write me a more neutral piece. Taking neither of the two opposing sides, the media typically seeks to adopt a neutral stance in reporting the news. Really? I don't think a lot of them do. Frequently, however, biased reporting still results in one-sided thinking taking hold amongst the general public. In the end, it is up to the individual to make an objective assessment of any news event. Calm down? You must be joking. I write what I feel in my heart. That's the one thing I refuse to back down on. Then it's the one thing that will keep getting your copy rejected. Aren't you the one who told me to be bold and daring with my writing? Yeah, I did. But I don't remember telling you to write me garbage. By now, Minorikawa and Toyama were practically at each other's throats. Still, despite these almost daily shouting matches, Minorikawa never resented Toyama. Not really. How could he write a piece in a way that would shut Toyama up? Trying to figure that out was how he had developed his skills as a reporter. Up until he quit his position at the newspaper to start his own publishing company, Toyama had been a stubborn old man in the finest sense of the term. Stubborn old men, now a dying breed in Japan, the sort who'd be inclined to use knuckles before words to remedy a child's bad behaviour. Inflexible but still emotionally brittle. Their signature move is to drive a wayward kid out of the house with the exclamation, "You fool, you're no son of mine, I disown you," only to wait a while, go find the son who's crying down by the dry riverbed, and calmly murmur, "Come on, your supper is getting cold." But then, in order to keep his company afloat, at some point he had abandoned all his ideas and principles. It was disgraceful. Just disgraceful. Thinking about it made Minorikawa's blood boil. It rankled? I've never heard that term before. It rankled him to know that such a pathetic remnant of a man had been such an influence on him. He reminded himself once again that he needed to wrap up his current job as soon as possible. By now, Minorikawa was getting close to the demo site. He increased his speed. He wound up barreling right into someone who was walking into a knick-knack shop. Ah, so this is the woman that's trying to buy the burning hammer, I guess. A newly opened general variety store. The place is primarily a second-hand shop, posted inside proclaiming things like, "We'll take what you don't need, and we buy computers at top prices." What the fuck is going on with that statue at the side there? The torso is a hand, but the legs are normal. Rankle, cause of annoyance or resentment. Thanks, Solid. I'm never going to remember to use that in the future, but it's some kinky shit. You know, someone's got a that's someone's fetish, isn't it? Like, oh, you know what I really like? I like someone's torso to be a giant hand, but still the lower half to be normal. You had to look it up. Yeah, well, that's fair, dude. I don't think many people probably knew what that term meant. It was a girl about high school age. She jumped to her feet, then snatched Minorikawa by the collar. "Hey, watch where you're going," she snapped. Her upper body strength was impressive, to say the least. The chokehold she had on his neck made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had to do something fast. Sorry, he bowed his head in apology. Or, take this. He drove a punch right into the girl's flank. Oh my god, we're actually just going to punch women? Well, it's not even women, it's a fucking school kid. You won't be, Solid. I won't. I'll assume that doesn't mean you would do the same. You just have to use it within 7 days and should be able to remember that. You reckon? Is that a proven thing? If you use a word within 7 days, you'll remember it. Alright then, we'll go for B then. Take this! He drove a punch right into the girl's flank. To his amazement, the girl shrugged off the blow as if it were nothing, her grip on his collar tightening further. Oh, you want to throw down, huh? She sneered. Shifting position, suddenly she snatched Minorikawa by the hair and dragged him out onto the road. Or into the road. Whoa! Before he could process the trouble he was in, it was already too late. He cowered away from her, shielding his face with his arms, only to feel the impact of a rain of punches and kicks on his exposed back and sides. Pain shot through his body as each blow landed with a perversely satisfying thump. Then the pain continued to intensify. Oh crap, I'm going to die here, aren't I? Never thought my life would end so soon. Oh dear. Can you please clip that? That was really good, Solid. That was super good. Huh? His assailant paused. Wait, don't I know you? She stared down into his face. Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa. Shocked to hear his own name, Minorikawa peered up at the girl. Miku? Yeah. Wow, so you do remember. So you do remember me. You won't let me clip. Have you clicked a little clipboard? Because even if you just clip that, I'll be able to find it later on. You don't necessarily have to clip it properly. I can go back into it and grab it later. Her tone was bubbly, as if the beating she'd been dishing out was all just fun and games. Sorry, I didn't realise it was you. Man, there's quite a lot of like cute girls in this. She held out a hand to help Minorikawa back to his feet. Wow, how long's it been? She asked. About 5 years, I think, he said cautiously. You still doing your bonsai stuff? Nah, she replied. I gave that up. Miku had been Japan's bonsai champion back when she was in middle school. One day, local delinquents had vandalised dozens of Miku's bonsai pieces. Minorikawa had met her when he interviewed her about the incident. I want to get strong, she had said. I want to be able to beat those guys up. And so, Minorikawa had introduced Miku to an acquaintance of his who ran a martial arts dojo. Man, you sure have gotten strong, Minorikawa said. Oh, that's the sort of girl I am. Miku handed him a flyer. It read, Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub Bride. Present this flyer for a free drink. It's a place where you can watch girls fight in the ring while you have some drinks, Miku said. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Minorikawa could feel himself being pulled in all the wrong directions by the prospect. Hang on, can I... What was the... How do you get rid of the thing again? That, I'm actually going to take a picture of that. Because... that kind of looks like Maximilian dude in the middle. Might have to send that to him on Twitter later. See if he can explain that. It just says it can't process right now. Yeah, that's fair enough, dude. Hopefully it will have made something there, and I can figure out where it is. If not, what, about 1 hour and 20 minutes in should be enough if I remember that. Not a scratch on his face, no. They can't afford makeup in this game. You should come see one of my matches sometime. I'm the current champion there. Miku beamed with pride. Wait, you're the champion? Well, he'd seen firsthand how strong she was. Miku nodded. What are you up to now, she asked. Working? Yeah. Running around trying to get interviews. Right now I'm heading to... What was it again? The Nakane building, that's it. Oh, I can take you there, she said. I can use the exercise. Now, if you'll beg my pardon... Wait, the streamer after you? What do you mean, Solid? Miku casually hefted Minorikawa up onto her back and broke into a jog. Before long, they arrived at the Nakane building. Minorikawa thanked Miku as she set him down on the sidewalk and the two parted ways. At long last, he arrived at the Nakane building where the event was being held. wall by the elevator was plastered with posters about burning hammer. Get it or regret it. As seen in magazines. 100% weight loss guaranteed. This is blatantly false advertising. If it was 100% weight loss, you'd just be nothing. The messaging was kind of a mess. It felt like they'd been thrown together at the last minute. Minorikawa avoided the elevator in favour of the stairs, rushing up to the event site on the 3rd floor. Emerging from the stairwell, he saw more posters on the wall pointing the way to the sales demo. He followed the arrows to a room deeper within the building. Opening the door, he saw about 50 chairs, most of them occupied by female attendees. There was a stage set up at the far end of the room, but nobody was on it. It appeared that the event had yet to begin. Minorikawa quickly looked over the crowd. Roughly half of the women were somewhat elderly. All of them looked like they could stand to lose some weight. But for some of them, at least, that ship had surely sailed some time ago. The crowd gazed at the stage with rapt anticipation. A beverage that allowed you to eat plenty and still lose weight was definitely an appetising proposition. Did something like that really exist, though? Ah well. Minorikawa was just going to have to wait and see. He did his best to get his mind into journalism mode. He is a savage. He doesn't like... I mean, he was thinking it to himself, so... You know, it's not like he's actually saying it to the people. Not yet, at least, anyway. Time passed, but the demo didn't start. The audience began grumbling in frustration. Then a heavy-set young woman took to the stage and gave a little bow. It was the girl from the cafe, the one with the amazing appetite. The audience broke into applause, their patience finally rewarded. But as everyone leaned forward expectantly, the girl on stage began performing magic tricks. She twiddled a silk hat and pulled a bunch of flowers from it. Sparse applause rose up from the crowd. The young woman immediately went on to perform another trick, and then another. Ta-da! A coin in her hand became 3 coins as she spoke her magic words. She's not very good at this, Minorikawa thought. Though whether she was good or bad wasn't really the issue. He had a tight schedule to keep. This was no time to stand around watching silly sleight of hand antics. Scanning the room, he spotted a man who looked like he was probably in charge. Minorikawa headed over to him. Hey, you the one running this thing? Well, yes. When's the actual sales demo going to start? Soon. Very soon. Yep. In how many minutes? You know, soon. I asked for a number. Just, soon. Real soon. This was getting him nowhere. 3 minutes, Minorikawa declared. He held up 3 fingers to emphasise his point. If this thing doesn't start in 3 minutes, if it doesn't start, then what? Oh god, I'm going to be heartbroken, I'm going to start a ruckus, or I'm just going to go home. Oh god. You reckon C? Solid, okay. I'm just going to go home. He kept his tone clipped and cool. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute can't have passed already. 1 minute. Whoa! Just what kind of watch you got there? Tell me why the demo isn't starting. You know, no real reason, really. Man was getting seriously flustered. I just, you know, I wanted folks to get to see a little magic show first. Nope, try again. 30 seconds left. Okay, alright. What happened is, the required merchandise, What happened to the merchandise? Minorikawa demanded. He gave the guy a dagger stare. Well, you know, it's just, Time's up. What? The man's face went pale. Okay, that's actually the right choice, Solid, by the looks of it. I wasn't sure if that was going to be the right choice. We've just got to, I think we've got to progress Tama's story. I think now that Now that we bumped into the girl, the martial arts girl, I think we can progress Tama's. Oh no, maybe not. Kano's still got a bad end. We can't change Kano's one. Yeah, there. I wondered if that might do it. I'm just going to check the other direction here. Oh god, look how many different ways there are to go there, though. I don't think that any of those would affect any of the others, though, would it? Oh, no, I trust you, dude. I didn't think myself. Like, that wasn't the one I was going to go for. I'm going to try changing this decision. Seeing what happens here. Sorry. He bowed his head in apology. He was in too much of a hurry to get caught up in an argument now. But the girl didn't let go. Instead, she tightened her grip. Look. I'm sorry for not looking where I was going. Minorikawa could barely croak out his apology. Oh, fine. I'll let it slide this once, the girl said. She relaxed her hold with a scowl. Wait, hold on, she murmured. She stared good and hard at Minorikawa's face. Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa. Surprised, Minorikawa gave her another look. Miku? Yeah. Wow, so you do remember me. She smiled with delight, apparently forgetting that she'd just been wringing his neck. Wow, how long's it been? She asked. About 5 years, I think. You still doing your bonsai stuff? Nah, she replied. I gave that up. You could be Japan's bonsai champion back when she was in middle school. Is this going to be a different explanation? Oh, it's just telling us what bonsai is. The mention of bonsai likely calls to mind elderly hobbyists, but recently the art is attracting more young people, as are other aspects of Japanese-style interior design. Varieties of cherry and maple, smaller than normal bonsai, are becoming popular with practitioners, as are fruit-bearing trees such as plum leaf apple. There are even spherical balls of soil covered in moss, shaped to look like cute little miniature planets, with plants growing over their surface. One day, local delinquents had vandalised dozens of Miku's bonsai pieces. Minorikawa had met her when he interviewed her about the incident. I want to get strong, she had said, strong enough to beat those guys up. And so Minorikawa had introduced Miku to an acquaintance of his who ran a martial arts dojo. This is all stuff we've seen already, isn't it? Well, you sure gotten strong, alright, Minorikawa said. That's the sort of girl I am. Miku handed a flyer. It read, Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub Brides. Oh yeah, what's the bride mean? A show pub that began as a side venture for a group of female mixed martial arts fighters who were facing financial difficulties. There was an octagonal ring inside the pub, and the rules state that anything goes between the young women who fight inside. Customers are able to take in the fights while enjoying their drinks. I'm going to take a picture of this one as well. I think that might be a better picture. It's a place where you can go watch. Yeah. That sounds pretty fun. Yep. You're the reigning champion. Yep. Yikes! Good thing I apologised when I did. In that case, I'll definitely have to swing by sometime soon. Right now, I'm in sort of a hurry though. Oh sure, Miku said. Catch you later then. She headed into the shop as Minorikawa rushed off towards the sales demo. So I think that is the decision that I wanted to make there. Yeah, because that's going to be the same. Because I think that should... Yeah, see, that's changed Tama's thing now. So we're going to be able to speak to the girl. Because it seems that she's wanting to buy the Burning Hammer. I like the other one better. The other one was funnier. Yeah, definitely. Okay, can I skip to the bit that I need to? I think this will do it. Tom, dude, you're missing out. DQ11 is the most generous game I ever played. It's worth more than $60. Dude, I really want to play it. I do. I've just got the next couple of weeks planned out. That's the only thing. Plus, I'm meant to be doing horror games during October, or at least part of October. Probably later end. I need to do Doki Doki Literature Club for a start. But yeah, I will definitely play DQ11. I will 100% play that. Wait, no? What are you knowing at? What, about Doki Doki? Let's see if I can skip to the bit that I need to here.
Hello!
Hello! No Doki Doki. Why not? Solid. I've had loads of people asking me to do Doki Doki. How's it going? Actually, how's it going, Tron and Marcelo? How you doing today? I could do remake as well, Marcelo. I don't think that's a particularly long game, is it? Remake. That's probably like a 2-stream game, right? So I could fit a couple of like the smaller games in. Right, so this is what we wanted to get to. Even as I'm speaking with a sales clerk, a girl wearing a hoodie comes in. She's got a tiny frame and a doe-eyed face. Hey, I've come to pick up something I reserved, she says. This must be the customer the clerk was talking about. Please pardon my intrusion, but would you be willing to let me have these diet drinks? I bow extra deep and my costume head wobbles all around. Wait, what? I'll pay you double what they're worth. No can do. I've never seen this brand before. I'm super curious about it. Surely you don't need this many, though. I do. I make my living with my body. This is about how much I'll need. Oh, wow, the sales clerk interjects. What sort of work do you do, exactly? I'm a martial artist. I fight at a place called Bride. You might have heard of it. It's one of the more popular hotspots in Shibuya these days. Oh, I know the place, the sales clerk says, brimming with sudden excitement. That pub where they have cosplay martial arts competitions, right? Hold on, what are we talking about now? What's Bride? I've seriously never heard of the place. It's a nightlife spot where ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. I've been wanting to check it out, but they've hit their membership cap, the sales clerk explains. At present, the exclusive Bride has already exceeded its allotted number of members, and is not accepting new ones. Given the buzz about how both the costumes and the fights are really something to see, memberships that are auctioned off online command quite high prices. 15 hours tops. Yeah, I could do that in like 2 or 3 streams then, couldn't I? Maybe 2 if I do 2 8-hour ones. Around 10 if you're good at the puzzles and don't explore every nook and cranny. Well, I do like to explore every nook and cranny. Actually, that sounds dodgy, doesn't it? Yeah, solid. Why do you not want me to play Doki Doki? Is there a particular reason for that? Or are you scared of it? I've heard it's like that's another short game, isn't it? Doki Doki. Like you can do it in 1 or 2 streams. You've seen it like 15 times. Yeah, but you know, I'm kind of intrigued. Plus, you get to see my reactions to it. It's short. Okay, yeah. So I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It's only be like potentially like 1 stream or something. Could cane my way through it. Is it? It's not voice acted, is it? It's just another one that I'm gonna have to read stuff with. So then, you must be pretty strong, huh? He says to the girl. Well, I mean, I may not look it, but I'm the current champion. The girl proudly adopts a fighting stance. Would you accept a challenge from me? I ask. A challenge? If I win, you have to let me have all of this. The girl breaks into a confident smile. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with here? She asks. I intend to find out. Oh wow, the sales clerk exclaims. I have just got to see this. I'm glad to have him egging us on. Well, if you're that set on it, then sure, I accept your challenge. Sweet. We've established our terms. This burning hammer may yet be mine. The girl cracks her knuckles, clearly eager for a fight. I've got to win this. Somehow or another, I have got to. I mean, I've got to be good at something. Facing off against this fighter is going to show me what I'm made of. I address my opponent. And by challenge, I naturally mean... I don't think a straight up fight is a good idea here. Rock, paper, scissors or rhyming game, maybe? I have to read it. Okay. You reckon rock, paper, scissors? Yeah, I think rock, paper, scissors as well. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors? The girl goes slack-jawed in surprise. Yeah. And if I win, you have to let me have those diet drinks. Rock, paper, scissors? Sure, whatever. Okay, I accept. Here we go. I ready my fist. 1, 2, 3, shoot. I've lost. We're doing best out of 3, right? What? 1, 2, 3, shoot. I lose again? And I even tried to change it up by throwing paper twice in a row. So yeah, we're doing first to 3, right? Huh? 1, 2, 3, shoot. Yet again, I lose. My reverse psychology has backfired.
Wow.
Okay, now that we're done warming up, want to do this for real? Sure. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Shoot, 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 shoot. I'm not doing all those. Oh my god. This goes on for a good 30 minutes. We've thrown more times than I can even count, and I haven't won once. Reverse psychology. Reverse psychology. Even reverse psychology. She sees through me every time. I'm terrible at this. Beyond terrible. How? How can someone be this bad at rock, paper, scissors? I want to keep going until I win at least once, but the girl is clearly pretty fed up. This sucks. But I've reached my limit. Time's up. Right around now, there's someone else who's been told that his time is up, and he's in quite a predicament. Yes, it's Junichi Yanagashita. The ruthless ultimatum is issued by none other than Minoru Minorikawa. Does this mean we can go across? It does. Let's see where this takes us. Time's up. Minorikawa had enough. You gather up customers for a product that doesn't even exist, then try to sell them something else. It's a classic con. You've got it all wrong. I am selling Burning Hammer, I swear. Liar. I bet you're even planning on trying to hustle the props for those little magic tricks. What? No, I'm not. You've got to believe me. Oh yeah? Minorikawa sneered. Then just where is this Burning Hammer of yours, huh? Go on, tell me. And the other guy's face is such a weird shape, isn't it? He grabbed Yanagashita by the collar. Hey now, easy there, sir. Tell me. Please just let me go. I said tell me. I'm a pacifist, Yanagashita cried. You're a what now? Minorikawa scowled. A pacifist. I demand 3 million yen in reparations. Yanagashita shook free of Minorikawa's grasp and shoved a hand in his face for a change. Reparations? Minorikawa faltered, baffled by this unexpected counterattack. Yeah, pay up, Yanagashita demanded. 3 million yen in reparations. He seemed to have forgotten his customers entirely in his fury. Don't be absurd. Now I know you're a journalistic muckraker. Only a journalist would stoop so low. Hey everyone, look here. This man just assaulted me. Huh? Wait, hold on, I was just... Right here, folks. Now everyone can bear witness to the true face of the media. It's people like this guy who go around besmirching fine, upstanding citizens with trumped-up hogwash. Hey, wait just a minute here. You're the one who's trying to sell a product that doesn't even exist. Ah! Wah! Yanagashita broke into a sudden fit of wailing. Minorikawa turned to look back at the approaching crowd. Its members glared at him with accusation. Ladies, Yanagashita begged, his voice interspersed with sobs. I am so sorry. I had this amazing diet aid that I was planning to offer to you all at a reasonable price. It turns out I won't be able to sell it after all. This man is going to write a piece about how my product is bogus. My company's reputation is going to take a huge hit. And because of that, I won't even have a product to sell you. And it's all going to be his fault. As he choked out his words, Yanagashita dropped to his knees in defeat. That's when the riot started. Is that a bad end? Minorikawa wasn't sure exactly when he blacked out. When he came to, he was sprawled out on the floor, craning his neck to look around. I think that one's correct. Solid, definitely. Craning his neck to look around, he saw no sign of Yanagashita or his customers. Only tattered flyers and busted chairs strewn about the room. There was a ringing in his ears. The back of his head throbbed painfully. Skitsec, thanks for the Twitch Prime, dude. Super kind of you. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. I really don't. Honestly, I appreciate it, dude. You didn't have to spend. You've only got one Twitch Prime, and you spent it at my little stream. Really, dude, I appreciate it. How are you doing? Just sneaking in the stream there. His arms felt too heavy to lift. It was like his entire body had been transformed into a lump of cement. Finally, he remembered. After Yanagashita's little act, the crowd had descended on Minorikawa from all sides in a frenzied free-for-all. Against an angry mob that size, he hadn't stood a chance. They had worked him over until he was black and blue. In the midst of the fracas? It'd be fracas, wouldn't it? In the midst of the fracas, while the customers were distracted, he caught sight of Yanagashita sneaking out of the room. Clearly the man was no stranger to worming his way out of sticky predicaments. Oh god. Waiting for Forza Horizon tonight. For tonight at midnight. Wait, is it... are you getting it a week early with the Ultimate Edition? Are they doing that again? Because I thought it was out next Friday. I'll be getting that, Skip, by the way. Ultimate Edition gets it 28th. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing that next week. I've got it on. I've got it in my rental queue, so I should get that and Fist of the North Star at the same time. So if you're up for it, we could do some multiplayer if you want. I think it's cross-platform between Xbox and PC, isn't it? Now, as he tried to piece together what had happened next, a mysterious figure loomed into his blurry vision. It sported pointy ears atop its enormous head, along with a big broad mouth. Whatever it wasn't human. Has death come for me at last then? A smile of delight crossed Death's face. No doubt he had indeed come to eject Minorikawa from this mortal coil. If you're here to finish me off, then you're welcome to try, Minorikawa growled. But only if you beat me in a challenge, fair and square. Minorikawa had never been one to give up easily. Even now, he refused to go down without a fight. A challenge, you say? Asked Death. Still, the bright grin on his face remained. That's right. I challenge you. That was all well and good, but Minorikawa's strength was gone. At best, he was only able to move one hand. We're going to have to do some rock, paper, scissors again. Rock, paper, scissors, Minorikawa said. In his current state, that was all he was capable of. Nonetheless, it counted as a challenge. If you beat me, he went on, then I am yours to do with as you please. Reminds me of Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, where they have to play games against death. Yeah, multiplayer's awesome. I never really played Horizon 3 multiplayer with anyone. No one was playing it at the time I played it. So I'd be well up for playing that multiplayer if you want. I've got there's one or two people in the stream, not in the stream at the moment, but a couple of people in the Discord were thinking about playing multiplayer. I've got a mate down the road that wanted to play too. Death really sucks at games. Yeah. Death sucked at games in Bogus Journey, didn't he? For a while, Death was silent, and then he nodded deeply. Alright then, I accept your challenge. And so, Minorikawa and Death held out their hands. Minokawa tried to throw rock, but with several of his fingers broken, he couldn't quite curl them into a proper fist. Death, on the other hand, threw paper. I've lost. All at once, Minokawa's last remaining energy drained from his body. It kind of looked like he threw scissors, though. Ah, no, it is a bad end. Okay. I wonder how the new Bill and Ted movie is going to be. I really, really hope it's good, Skit, because I love Bill and Ted. It's one of my favourite movie series, those two films. They've just got... I watched them quite a lot as a kid. So I've kind of got like a bit of a soft spot for them. A simple complaint about the demo's delayed start turned into an argument with Mr. Yanagashita, and ultimately into an all-out melee. If only there'd been some burning hammer around, this might never have happened. There must be something Tama can do about all this. The smart money's on her. Right, so I don't think we should challenge the girl to a rock, paper, scissors. Actually, should we see out the end of this? See where it goes. You've seen the first one. You've seen Excellent Adventure, Solid. Time's up. Well, thanks for humouring me for so long. Guess those drinks are all yours. I shuffle off, my shoulders slumped in dismay. On shaky legs, I make my way back to the Nakane building. I'm half tempted to just abandon the whole burning hammer disaster, but I know I'd feel guilty afterwards. Besides, after all the effort I put into this, I'd at least like to get paid something. I'm back, I call out casually as I open the door. When I see what's inside, I feel like I've been smacked in the head with a mallet. I can see this from the other point of view. The demo room is completely totaled. Torn flies are scattered all around. Most of the chairs have been knocked over. Someone obviously trashed the place. Who the heck did this? I thought I was alone, but then I spot someone lying in the corner. It's some guy I don't recognise. Ugh. The man groans pitifully. What's going on, I ask. What happened here? I go over to the guy and shake him gently by one shoulder. Has death come for me at last, then? Yeah, third in the making. You know what, though? I mean, I'm going to be interested to see where they go with it. The only thing that I'm a bit bummed out about is that is it Bill Carson? I forget his name now. The guy that played Rufus, he died, didn't he, a couple of years back? Or quite a while ago, wasn't it? Because he was really good as Rufus. I can't really see anyone else replacing him. His voice is a mere murmur. If you're here to finish me off, then you're welcome to try. But only if you beat me in a challenge, fair and square. Huh? I'm not sure what he's on about, but my competitive streak is too strong to let me ignore what I just heard. A challenge, you say? That's right. I challenge you. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors? Again? If you beat me, then I am yours to do with as you please. All the vexation I felt earlier when I lost the girl in the knick-knack shop stirs within me again. I feel like a kettle boiling over. At this point, I don't even care who my opponent is. I need to slay the nagging disappointment inside me. Alright then, I accept your challenge. I hold out my fist. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Shoot. I throw paper. And the man throws scissors. Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like scissors, doesn't it? I've lost. I guess I really am just no good at rock, paper, scissors. Or maybe I should say I'm really good at losing at it. I thought my earlier loss must have been some weird fluke, but apparently it wasn't, after all. I think there was a bit of blood on his mouth last time, wasn't there? Rochamboned? Rochamboned? What the fuck does that mean? Thanks to her epic rock, paper, scissors losing streak, Tama wasn't able to get any burning hammer. Maybe that was to be expected, seeing as she only ever throws paper. She'd probably do better with some other form of challenge. Right, here we go. So, I guess we got to try the rhyming game, I guess. Tama's a girl in the costume, yeah. So yeah, let's play a rhyming game. Because I don't think we're going to win in a fist fight, are we? Let's play a rhyming game. Huh? The girl says. She seems a bit put off by the suggestion. Yeah, I say. And if I win, you have to let me have all of these. A rhyming game? Really? Okay then. Really? Silly. Okay then. Glisten. Listen. I'm a martial artist. Artist? Ooh, that's a tough one. Smartest. Glow. No. What I'm saying is I'm a fighter. Okay, fighter shouldn't be too hard. I can do this. Just have to not panic. Let's see. Writer. Aha! Okay. Scissors. What do you mean scissors? No! Wait, what the heck is going on? Crap, nothing rhymes with scissors. That's an illegal move. I drop into a fighting stance. Okay then, shall we fight? The girl grins back at me. Now you're talking. The name's Miku, by the way. Challenge accepted. What the fuck is going on? Where did she get the boxing gloves from? I suppose that's probably the least of my concerns at the moment. Yeah. I kind of get the feeling this could be game over. I need to console myself with a chocolate biscuit. She had them on her pockets. Wait, what? She had them hanging off her pocket? I didn't notice that. So this is how Japan works. Yeah, you all problems are solved with either rock, paper, scissors, a rhyming game, or a full-on fist fight. Oh dear. Oh, just like the guy had the apron in his pockets. Yeah, I don't think I don't believe you could fit fucking boxing gloves in your pocket though, unless you've got a an inventory system like a fucking JRPG character. Oh, I forgot to say at the beginning of the stream, that was what I was doing last night. I was tidying up the YouTube channel. I've sort of got rid of a lot of old playthroughs that I feel like are pointless now. Like, I did Just Cause 3, and stupidly I uploaded every part as like 15-minute parts, and so it was like a 90 part Just Cause 3 playthrough. So yeah, I delisted all that shit. I'm just trying to keep all the good stuff up. Yeah, point and click inventory, yeah. Man, I'm so hyped right now and can't even talk about it. Man, you have no idea. Well, you have to tell us now, Tron. Unless it's something you literally cannot tell us about. Is it just about DQ? Miku and I march out of the shop. Out on the pavement, we stare each other down. So if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer, Miku says. But if I win, I get to keep it and you have to pay for it. What? Isn't that a little unfair? If you don't like it, then it's no fight, no deal. I don't have the time to rethink this. Alright. Ready whenever you are. Miku does a little brisk shadow boxing, throwing a repeated 1-2 combination. A training technique for boxing involves practicing strikes, guards and evasions against an opponent who isn't actually there. Oh, it's regarding DQ. Yes, man, I could never fathom an RPG this good. Wow, you're really singing its praises, Tron. You stop trying to get me to play it now. Oh dear. Got a crowd. Whoa, what's the deal? There's something going on. It's a street fight. A number of people pass by, including a businessman, a couple, as well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows. And some of them stop to form a small crowd. Eiichi Endo and Hitomi Asawa pass by while running away from some mysterious foreigners. Can we swap over? We can. Let's do that now. I'm not trying to save money. I just can't. I can't play it right now because of what's coming out. I need to try and plan when to play that. I'm just thinking what's coming out because my rough plan is beginning of October is Fist of the North Star and Forza Horizon 4. Then I might start getting into some like 1 or 2 horror games. I was going to do the My Hero Academia game, which comes out at the end of October. And then maybe Doki Doki. November, the only ones I really had plans to play was Fallout 76. And I wanted to do a bit of Wreckfest as well. Oh, and sorry, Darksiders 3. I was going to do that. And then I was going to do Red Dead in December once the hype had died down a little bit. My Hero Academia, yeah, I'm not totally sure. My Hero, it looked a bit guff, so I might knock that one on the head. Yeah, you know what? I probably will knock that one on the head. The problem being, Tron, I don't know when I'll be able to have enough time to do DQ. So I've got some other JRPGs on the horizon that I'd like to do as well, such as one of the guys really wants me to play Final Fantasy X remake or remaster. Oh yeah, Jump Force, solid. That one looks odd. I don't know if I like the graphical style of that game. Like, it looks too... They've kind of gone for like half realistic, half unrealistic, and it doesn't quite sit right with me. Especially when like how some of the characters look, like how bizarre they look. Yeah, I mean I love One Piece, and I really like Naruto, and I mean I like Dragon Ball. I just don't know a lot about it. Plus they got like Yu Yu Hakusho in it and a bunch of others, haven't they? Are you talking about the fighting mechanics? Oh, if you say the fighting mechanics look good. Yeah, I've not watched a lot of Dragon Ball. I used to watch bits and pieces of it back on Toonami back in the day, but never in the right order. It was just catching episodes as they were on. As luck would have it, they soon found a crowd in their path, backs turned towards them. Excited voices rose up from the throng. Whoa, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight. A fight, as the name implies, it takes place out on the street, typically using bare hands and no weapons. Even a bare-handed fight can result in serious injuries though, which is why they're pretty illegal. Stop shaming me! Don't make me shame you about what anime you have and haven't watched. Eiichi clutched Hitomi's hand good and tight. Whatever you do, don't let go. Without a moment's hesitation, he ploughed his way through the crowd. Emerging on the far side of the gathering, Eiichi saw the main road ahead. Cars were zipping past in a steady stream. What do we do? There were too many cars for them to rush across the street without getting hit. But they couldn't exactly just sit and wait for the lights to change. And they certainly couldn't go back the way they came. Their pursuers were getting closer and closer. Hitomi, Eiichi shouted. We're going across, or we're turning back. What do you reckon, A or B? Okay, I double dare you, solid. Have you seen? I can't really fault anyone for not watching this. Have you ever seen the original Bubblegum Crisis OVAs? And no, I am not making that up. That is a real series. I feel like we need to go across here. Ah, actually, I think we do. Because it said one of the other things is we need to hold up traffic for... Oh, which character was it? It was one of the other characters. Wait, what happened in that episode? Because if you watch... It depends if you watch the OVAs or the series. Because the series... I don't think the series was as good. The series came out in like the late 90s. The OVAs came out in the mid 80s. I'm going to go for we're going across. What? Dragging Hitomi by the hand, Eiichi darted out into the street. Moving purely by instinct, he wove his way through the gaps between the speeding cars. When they were halfway across, a car slammed on its brakes to keep from hitting them, causing several cars behind it to crash into one another. A multi-vehicle pile-up plunged the roadway into total chaos. As a result of this chaos, traffic in the nearby area will be at a standstill for a while. While on their way to the Syndicate hideout, Shinya Kano and Jack Stanley have gotten caught in this traffic jam. That's what I wanted. So now Kano shouldn't get killed. But that's cheating because I was born in 1990 and it only lasted till 1991. What? I don't understand how it's not cheating. How that's cheating though? Just because it was came out before you were born. By that same reckoning, you should never have seen Indiana Jones. Or like Star Wars. You can. I don't know if you know this. You're allowed to watch stuff that came out before you were born. Yeah, but you're not 1 year old now, are you? You can go back to that time and watch stuff from the past. Sorry, it's just someone else has used that excuse on me before, and I'm like, what? So you're not allowed to go back and watch stuff that came out before you were born? You know what I mean. The car moved at a glacial pace towards the Crime Syndicate's hangout. Stanley pounded his fists on the steering wheel in frustration. It had no sooner set out than the traffic slowed to a near standstill. Despite the occasional lurch, it never crept above a crawl. Kano stewed in the passenger seat. The case was rapidly getting out of hand. Now he had to worry about the safety of both Maria and her sister Hitomi. Never mind the fact that Detective Tateno had also gone missing. There were too many unknowns, too many uncertainties. His unease was growing unbearable. Also, Tateno hadn't radioed in, and we can't reach him from our end either. Kusei's words kept echoing inside Kano's head. What could have caused Tateno to drop out of contact? Someone had gone after Hitomi while Kano and the others were busy trailing the attaché case. Could Tateno have been... No, it couldn't be. Kano was sure Tateno would have done whatever was necessary to keep Hitomi safe. Stanley broke the long silence. What's on your mind? Still thinking about that call from Kusei? Kano didn't answer. Look, if you're worrying about the other detective, the guy couldn't even protect one girl, Stanley continued. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. Don't you talk about Detective Tateno like that way. I'm concerned about Hitomi Osawa, but the missing attaché case needs to come first. Stanley's expression remained stone cold. Stone Cold Steve Austin? That's like the Dark Ages of anime. No. That's like the golden years. The Dark Ages of anime was probably the... Actually, I don't know. I mean, you can't say there's truly a Dark Age, because there's always something good that's come out. But I'd say like the mid-90s, or maybe like the mid-noughties were probably a darker age. There was loads of good shit out in the 80s. Had all like the Gundams and stuff. Ah, Skit. I've seen Golden Boy. Specifically the dub. Holy shit. That show makes me laugh so hard. The scene I actually haven't seen the sub version of that because the dub was so perfect. But the bit where he's trying to swim and absolutely fucking failing at it, and then at the end he goes, "So, how was my swimming?" Cracks me up every time. I love it. Solid. You do realise didn't Dragon Ball come out in the 80s? I think both the original Dragon Ball and Z started in the 80s, didn't they? Oh, yeah, Skit, you've made my day. I don't think I've met anyone else that's ever watched the Golden Boy anime. Oh, it's so good. I could just talk. I'd love to have an anime talk with you guys at some point. I love talking about. I don't have anyone to talk about with about anime or manga really. Only one of my friends, well, two of my friends read it, and they're both away. Skit, you're in the Discord, aren't you? I've put a manga section in there, a manga and anime section, but no one really talks in there. Yeah, I'm sure the anime started in the 80s, didn't it? Solid. Now let me just check. Are we talking about Dragon Ball Z though? I don't know if Dragon Ball Z started in the 80s. I'm pretty sure it did though. Let's see. Yeah, it came out in April 26th, 1989 in Japan. In the US, it first came out in 1996, apparently. Yes, it was just in the 80s, just about in the 80s. When did it run from and to? Yeah, in Japan it ran from April 26th, 1989 to January 31st, 1996, apparently. But yeah, it started in America in 1996. Came out in Mexico in 94. Oh really? I didn't know that. They got it a bit earlier. South America's a bit weird with anime, aren't they? They got a lot of stuff really early. Like Saint Seiya was massive back in Brazil, wasn't it? I think, or Argentina. Sorry, we'll keep going. Kano flashed him a sidelong glare, then went back to staring out the window. A moment later, a flurry of motion in a nearby alley caught his eye. With a start, he recognised Sasayama. His fellow detective was caught up in an altercation with a man in dark clothes. Kano sprang into action, his body moving almost before his mind registered the situation. Sasayama! Flinging the door open, he leapt out of the car. Hey, wait! Stanley called after him, but Kano was already sprinting toward the fight. Oof! The other man knocked Sasayama onto a pile of garbage. Sasayama struggled to get back to his feet. His opponent looked down at him with a triumphant sneer. Kano finally got a good look at the man and his eyes flashed with recognition. It was the perp who had first taken the attaché case back at the Scramble. Tariq Al-Karawan. You! Kano growled. He sped like a bullet to tackle Al-Karawan around the legs. But Al-Karawan nimbly stepped aside. Kano's arms closed on nothing but air. At the same moment, Al-Karawan deftly wrapped an arm around Kano's neck. Kano felt a vice-like pressure on his carotid artery. Move known as the front choke sleeper hold, constricting the carotid artery stops blood flow to the brain, causing the opponent to lose consciousness, also known as a guillotine choke. It did look a bit animated, that, when he was diving towards him, wasn't it? Brazil is crazy about Japan. Do they like a lot of anime though? Because I know they love Dragon Ball as well, don't they? Because they had those they had almost like those it was almost like a concert, wasn't it? They had like a big screen and people would go out into, like, it was like a public it looked like a square or something, and people would just watch it on a giant screen. That was super cool. I'd love to be able to do that with other fans. Oh dear. My voice is giving out again. I swear to God, this game is going to be the death of my voice. But yeah, I know they like Saint Seiya and Dragon Ball. I'm not sure if there's anything else they particularly love. Oh, they also love the Master System. I think they're still... They probably don't anymore. But they were selling the Master System stuff in Brazil up until quite recently. And Mega Drive, I think. His consciousness quickly began to slip away. Oh no you don't, you bastard, he snarled. Lowering his centre of gravity, he got hold of one of Al Karawan's legs and used his shoulder as a fulcrum against it. Ugh. Despite the arm still crushing his neck, Kano managed to lift his opponent high into the air. He continued the movement to heave Al Karawan up and over himself, slamming him upside down into the heap of trash. He did play rugby, so he should be quite strong. Stanley strolled up to the aftermath of the struggle. Well, you've got the brawn part down, he said. Need some work on the brains. Al Karawan was sprawled out atop the mound of refuse. He'd been knocked out cold. Sasayama coughed and sputtered. Kano went to help him to his feet, but Stanley stepped in between them. What are you doing? Stanley asked. Helping Sasayama. What does it look like? Skit and Solid, actually, and anyone else that's watching. What is your favourite anime? Do you have like a favourite anime of all time? Because I think that's another one of those things that I couldn't pick a favourite. I think I'd find it very difficult to. We need to apprehend Al Karawan first. He's not even conscious. Sasayama can come first. He pushed Stanley aside and crouched down alongside his partner. Are you alright? He asked. Yeah, Sasayama groaned. You bailing me out though. You bailing me out though? Can't let the missus know about that. Mum's the word, Kano said. He slipped an arm underneath Sasayama and helped him to his feet. I managed to find the guy who had the attaché case, Sasayama said. But when I tried to arrest him, this fella came out of nowhere and attacked me. He flashed Al Karawan a nasty look. So here we go again, disobeying direct orders, Stanley huffed. What's the deal with Japanese police anyway? He shook his head in exasperation. Sasayama gave Kano a puzzled look, jerking his thumb at the American. Who's this guy? It's a long story, Kano said. He filled Sasayama in on the situation. My favourite anime is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo. That's three really fucking solid choices, dude. I love all three of those. I haven't seen Champloo since I think I haven't seen it since like 2007, 2006 maybe. And I've only watched it once. Whereas Brotherhood and Bebop I've watched. Well, I've seen Brotherhood twice because I watched it through with a friend, and Bebop I've probably seen 3 or 4 times, I'd say. I absolutely love Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop's the one anime I recommend people to watch if they've never watched anything before. I recommend they watch that first and watch it dubbed as well because the dub is amazing for Bebop. You've got a homunculus tattoo. Oh, sweet. What, a big one or just a little one? Dub is fantastic. I've got a friend who was I think she was, I can't remember if she did get a homunculus tattoo or, oh wait, it might not have been the homunculus tattoo. It might have been the oh shit, you know the thing that like the insignia that Ed draws on the ground, like this. Oh, what do they call it? The thingy circle. Might have been that, I think. Medium one on your wrist. Oh, sweet. I said, Skit, if you're in the Discord, dude, post a picture of it or something. That'd be cool. I'd like to see that. I'll post the Discord just in case you aren't, and if anyone else wants to join. I haven't been shilling the Discord channel enough recently, so there you go. Shilling. Enough chit chat. Hurry up and cuff this guy, Stanley said. Kano knelt down by Al Karawan's unconscious body, flipped him over, and proceeded to cuff his hands behind his back. Kano paused. Al Karawan's sleeve had slid back from his wrist. What's this? Talking of tattoos. I was going to say, Skip, I don't know what my favourite is. I'd say like Brotherhood is going to be up there. I love Gurren Lagann. I don't know if you've seen that. Big fan of that show. Like I said, Bubblegum Crisis is going to be in there, the OVAs, because that was pretty much my first introduction to anime. And it's it's 80s. It's got 80s music in it. It's about girls in basically hard suits beating the shit out of robots. What's not to like? Seen a little of Gurren. I would, but my favourite used to be the Robotech series. Robotech was that's the renamed version of Macross, isn't it? Isn't it? Is that what they did? Didn't they rename Macross to Robotech over here in the West? Because Gundam was called Gundam, but I'm pretty sure they changed Macross to Robotech, didn't they? Macross and another 2 shows mashed together. That was it. Yeah. Okay. Oh shit, dude! Have you seen Macross Plus? Holy fuck! Watch Macross Plus if you haven't seen that. That shit is amazing. The unconscious man had a tattoo of a two-headed scorpion on his left forearm. Stanley strode over. You find something? He asked. Yes, I think this guy might be the ringleader. Seeing the image had reminded Kano of something he'd heard back at headquarters, that the head of the foreign syndicate had a scorpion tattoo. He relayed this information to Stanley. I see. Yeah, Skit. There's 2 ways to watch Plus. There's I think there's 4 OVAs, or there's a movie which is the OVAs kind of smushed together, but they've cut bits of it out. I'd watch the OVA. I don't remember there being any sort of redundant shit in the OVAs, so I'd watch those. I also really like I don't know if you saw it, Macross Frontier is really good as well. And I've actually got I've got a soft spot for Macross 2, the movie, as well. Oh, was that a movie or was that an OVA? Either way, a lot of the Macross stuff is really good. I recommend watching some more of it. And definitely watch Gurren. Gurren Lagann's one of those. Sorry, is it? I always say Gurren Lagann, but I think it's Lagann. Yeah, Gurren Lagann's definitely worth sticking with. It changes very abruptly at one point. I won't say when, but if you can watch like the first, sort of say maybe 10 episodes or so, you should get an idea. I have the box set. I haven't fully watched through. Which one? What of Robotech? Stanley called up Kuze on his cell. He'll be happy to know that the guy with the attaché case is still at large, he said. Apprehending the ringleader at this point shouldn't be an issue. One of your so very capable subordinates gave us a big step forward in the case here. Wait a second, Sasayama murmured. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Stanley hung up and called over to him. Think you can escort this guy back to the precinct? Yeah, sure. Seeing how very capable I am. Kano felt his phone vibrate. The display showed an incoming call from Rumi. Hello? He answered warily, keeping his voice down. Stanley had him a little on edge. It's me. It was Shizuo. Damn it, Kano thought. He did not have time for this right now. But if he just hung up, he might be in even deeper hot water. Kano decided he'd have to take that risk. He hung up the phone, or decided he'd better listen to what the old man had to say. What do you reckon, guys? I'm thinking we should probably listen to what the old man has to say. This is Shizuo is Kano's girlfriend's dad, and he's a bit grumpy and doesn't like us. But yeah, no. Skit the. I'd love to get a lot of the Macross stuff on Blu-ray, but I think there's some kind of weird. I think some company in America has the rights to the entirety of the West or something, and they're just sitting on the copyright, which is why I think we've had no Blu-rays over here of it, sadly. I've been starting to collect some of the Gundam box sets though. Well, I've got the original movie trilogy, and I got Zeta Gundam as well. I heard those two were good. But yeah, I quite like my mech stuff. I think we should listen to what the old man has to say. Canada decided he'd better listen to what the old man had to say. Hello, sir. I'm afraid I'm not really at liberty to take a personal call right now, even if it is from my father-in-law. He did his best to sound apologetic. I'm not your father-in-law. Ah, yes, of course. Sorry, sir. He bowed his head reflexively, feeling like an idiot. You really don't give a damn about keeping me waiting like this, do you? Sir, I swear to you, I feel terrible. Please, I just... Flustered, he took a deep breath and recomposed himself. I promise you, sir. I promise I'll be there. If you just wait a little while... Don't make promises you can't keep. Shizuo's barking rebuke made Kano break out in a sweat. You think I'm going to let you off the hook just because you're working a case? This is exactly why I don't want my daughter with some detective. Great. Another angry tirade. But didn't you used to be a detective, sir? Kano muttered. You watch yourself, you little brat. It's not enough that you keep calling me your father-in-law. Now you have to bring that up? Evidently, Kano had touched a raw nerve. Ever have a dentist hit a nerve while drilling a tooth? That's where this expression comes from. Luckily, I have not had that feeling. Ah, it's pat labour, isn't it? I always used to say pat labor, but it's pat labour, right? I've seen, I think I've seen the second Pat Labour film, and I have the OVA. I think I might have it to hand, actually. Yeah, I do. Hang on. See if I can get this out without knocking over all these fucking piles next to me. I've got piles of random games and shit here. Yeah, I've got it's the first OVA, but this is the only one they've actually released over here, to my knowledge. It's only a short one. I think it's maybe 6 episodes or something. Yeah, I liked. I love the artwork as well. Plus, it's I think it's done by, oh shit, I can't remember the manga artist's name, but it's one of the guys that did. I think he did Dominion Tank Police as well. If you've ever heard of that. Pat Labor. Yeah, I don't know what is the correct way. I would imagine it's Pat Labor, but I don't know. Pat Labor was just how I said it, and it's kind of stuck. It seemed like anything he said only made matters worse. Well, you're not off the hook, Shizuo continued. I am never letting my daughter marry the likes of you. His fury hitting its crescendo, Shizuo promptly hung up. Never heard about that one. It's another old one. It's I want to say it came out in the mid-90s. There was an original series, and then there was a new Dominion Tank Police as well. And I want to say they're about 6 episodes each. This was back when OVAs used to be a much more common thing. You know, when they didn't have quite enough money to do a full series or enough content. But they're both pretty fun. Why on earth did Shizuo hold such intense malice towards police detectives when he'd been one himself? Kano become a detective for Rumi's sake in the first place. Now it's the biggest thing holding him back. Hey, come on, let's go. Stanley's voice snapped Kano out of his daze. Ugh. Grimly, he followed the American back to the car. Yet again, Stanley was thumping the steering wheel in frustration. Traffic hadn't let up one bit. It was starting to look like they might never make it to the foreign syndicate's hideout. Kano caught sight of a girl in a hoodie weaving her way between the stopped cars on foot. He rolled down the window and called out to her. It's Miku. Miku Morita was a fighter at the cosplay fighting pub Bride, but just decided to retire after losing to Tama, the cat, in a street fight. She's thinking about what to do with herself now. What? We need to find out how that ends. Market in Scandinavia probably wasn't big enough, so I guess it might have been limited what we got here back then. Oh, dude, you have no idea. It's probably the same over here. We were lucky if we got anything back then. I mean, I probably started watching anime in like very, very like when I first started to dip my toes in. It was probably around late 90s, 97, 98. And they used to show like the really like hyper violent shit on Channel 4, like after midnight. But that was about it. You know, if you were to buy stuff, you'd obviously buy it on video because there was no DVDs back then. And it was you'd get like 2 or 3 episodes a video, and it was like 20 quid a video. So it was really, really, really expensive to collect back then as well. I didn't bother. I think Bubblegum Crisis was the only thing I bought, and that cost, I think it was like 60 quid for like 8 episodes. It was ridiculous. I think like people don't realise how spoilt we are nowadays for it. You were just like incredibly lucky to get anything over here back then. So yeah, it's probably the same for you guys, I guess. Excuse me, miss. Did something happen? Huh? What do you mean? With the road, I mean. What's with all the traffic? Oh, right. Apparently there was some big accident over by the train station. That's probably what's causing it. Really? Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to be going anywhere for quite a while. She smiled and went on her way. Stanley gave the steering wheel another punch. Well, I guess they did say this wasn't just some typical ransom case, he muttered. Kano saw an opportunity. If they're not after the money, then what are they after? Stanley kept his eyes forward, acting as if he hadn't heard. Look, Kano said, I can't help you if you're going to keep me out of the loop. After a few moments of thought, Stanley replied with a single monosyllable. Drugs. What? Maria's father, Kenji Osawa. I assume you're aware he works for a Koshi pharmaceutical? I am. Nothing's been made public yet, but Osawa recently oversaw the development of a new drug. It's not at all uncommon for a new drug to be in development for 15 years or more, with expenses totaling to 20 to 30 billion yen, roughly 200 to 300 million US dollars, before it is approved. Worldwide demand and sensational profits can be expected if a groundbreaking medicine is developed. Nonetheless, pharmaceutical companies are often under major pressure due to the tremendous cost of labour and development. Labour and equipment. Only watched what was on TV back then. Never got anything on DVD, etc. Since I was so young. Probably started watching late 80s Robotech and Transformers. I think it was on Cartoon Network and Sky One back then. We had cable. Yeah. I mean, we didn't get Sky. When did we get Sky? We didn't get Sky until we moved to this house, which was in, I want to say it was like 2002. So I'd missed a lot of that kind of stuff. What did they show on? Oh, what was the other thing I saw? I think I watched. Did you ever watch Big O? I think that was on Toonami back in the day. I seem to remember watching that. And Giant Robo, maybe. Actually, I think I watched Bebop on Toonami as well. There's a lot of, they showed a lot of anime back then, didn't they? They don't seem to show a lot of it on TV now. Also remember watching Star Trek Next Gen on Sky One. I watched that on BBC Two. They used to show that at 6 o'clock. It'd be after Neighbours. And someone is trying to get their hands on it. Kano's mind latched onto this new information, trying to assemble the pieces of an evolving puzzle. Someone? Who? An international criminal mastermind. This foreign syndicate is merely a tool in someone else's game. Kano regarded Stanley's face carefully. He looked more cold and serious than ever. So wait, does that mean that the reason we're letting this syndicate walk around unfettered is on my orders? Yes. I see. So the only thing you're really concerned with is catching this international mastermind? Precisely. Kano felt like he was starting to get a picture of what sort of person Stanley was. So you don't really care what happens to the girl who's been abducted, do you? Not particularly, no. Why, do you have a problem with that? Kano clenched his fist. His hand was shaking with anger. Is this the Dick Dictum? Dick Dictum number 8. When you really want to punch something, you really probably shouldn't. Kano recited the words inwardly like some kind of desperate mantra. If he didn't manage to calm himself down, he was liable to slam his fist right into Stanley's face. Yeah, you know what though? When I was younger, I always thought, oh, Star Trek's boring. I used to watch it, but I was like, this is boring. There's like no battles or anything at all in it. And now I fucking love that series. I need to go through and watch it all because I've only watched bits and pieces of it. Dude, I just got GoldenEye here on the N64 emulator. Why did I never play this game before? It plays so freaking nice for an N64 game. Marcelo, I bet you though, if you were using an actual N64 controller, you would feel very, very differently about that. I really don't think GoldenEye is aged well at all with that controller. Having one stick for moving around, not good. If you've got a twin stick controller, I bet you that game plays like much, much better. I rewatched Star Trek TNG original, DS9, Voyager and all the new ones. I've only seen bits and pieces, Skip. I think my favourite series though is DS9. I really, really like DS9. N64 controller's crap. You can play with mouse and keyboard though. Really? Wow, okay. Yeah, it's a controversial statement, I feel. But I really don't like the N64 controller. I think it's like, it was alright at the time, but things have improved so much since then that it just doesn't hold up nowadays. Netflix has all of them. I saw that, Skip. I've been I watched the first episode of Voyager the other day, the caretaker one. I'm not planning to go through it anytime soon though. There's other stuff to catch up with. Have you tried the Dreamcast controller, Marcelo? I have every UK Dreamcast game. That is my pride and joy. But yeah, that controller's shit as well. I think, well, it's partially shit. I think it's a nice shape, and I think the face buttons are nice, but I don't like the stick or the D-pad, and the triggers are a bit, I don't know, they're a bit too springy, I think. No, it's actually, I think it's 216 Dreamcast games came out in Europe, and I have them all. Actually, almost done my third watch of Voyager now. Skip, we need to get you to watch some new stuff, dude. As much as you like them. Outside the car, the traffic remained at a standstill. Kano chafed against the feeling of utter futility. One after another, his uncertainties came to nag at him. Was Maria still safe? What had happened to Hitomi and Teteno, her bodyguards? And now, on top of all this, it struck Kano as rather careless to send Sasayama away with Al Karawan without any backup. Now that Jack had alerted him to the presence of a dangerous international mastermind still on the loose. Fighting back his fit of pique, Kano got out his cell phone. To do something impulsively out of irritation, resentment, or the like, similar to doing something in a huff. He dialed up Sasayama. He wanted to make sure his partner had gotten Al Karawan back to the precinct safely, or he dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Isawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's two daughters might shed some light on the situation. My gut feeling is telling me B, but what do you guys think? Should we call up Sasayama or Isawa? Sorry, Kajiwara. Kajiwara is the mental detective at the Isawa residence. You reckon B as well, Skip? Actually got to go to work. Thank you, Thomasia. Solid. Have a good one, man. Game over for your streaming experience today. Thanks for stopping in as always, dude. Hope work goes alright. Let's go for B. He dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Isawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's two daughters might shed some light on the situation. The detective answered promptly. Kajiwara here. Hey, it's Kano. Hmm? Kano? A horrid jarring beeping was audible from the other end of the line. What's that noise? Kano asked. Sorry, hold on. I can't really hear you. Okay, go on. It sounded like Kajiwara had moved away from the source of the noise, though Kano could still hear it faintly in the background. He explained that he was looking for more info on the Asawa girls. Honestly, Detective Kano, I thought you were more mature than this, Kajiwara said disapprovingly. Come again? Kano said, bewildered. What's with the attitude all of a sudden? You've got a little crush, don't you? Kajiwara told him. What? No, Detective, that isn't why... You mustn't let yourself get personally attached to an investigation. Still, I was young and impulsive myself once. I guess I could tell you one thing. Kano kept his cell phone pressed tight against his ear. Two girls? They look exactly alike. Kajiwara kept his voice low, as if he were revealing a major secret. But Kano knew this already. Everyone assigned to the investigation had been informed that the girls were twins at the previous night's briefing. However, Kajiwara continued, still sotto... Sotto? Is that sotto voce? What does that mean? Their personalities are pretty different. The younger sister, Hitomi, is quiet and reserved, but Maria is apparently more of a busybody. Ah, I see. Kano thought back on Hitomi standing in front of the statue of Hachiko. She'd indeed seemed like an introvert, though Kano had also sensed her intense commitment to helping her sister. Hang on, I have to find out what that means. I have to find out. It sounds like Greek or something, doesn't it? Or Italian, maybe? Sotto voce. Oh, we've got a translation here. Hang on. It's Italian. Literally means under the voice. Means intentionally lowering the volume of one's voice for emphasis. Interesting. Well, we learned something today. Learned a bit of... Oh, there you go. You were looking it up as well, Skit. We've learned a bit of Italian today. Sotto voce. She'd indeed seemed like an introvert, though Kano had also sensed her intense commitment to helping her sister. Perhaps she was less demonstrative, but her heart could certainly seem to be in the right place. Why? What? Kano heard someone shouting in the background wherever Kajiwara was. What was that just now? He asked. Mr. Asawa, the girl's father. I think something might have happened. Kajiwara's voice was laced with concern. I should go see what this is all about. Yeah, probably. But Kano, tell me. Yes? Which one is it? Which one do you have a crush on? Kano hung up. Yeah, I use Wikipedia as well, Skit. At long last, traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. The abrupt stop made Kano smack his head against the windshield. Hey, what gives? Look, Stanley said. He gestured with his chin. Why was he not wearing his belt? Kano couldn't believe his eyes. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was Al Karawan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano shouted, already hopping out of the car. Stanley was right behind him. They crept up on their target as silently as possible, then rushed him once they were close. In a moment they had subdued him. Kano used his own body weight to hold Al Karawan down. What are you doing out here? He demanded. Whoa, hey, guess you didn't get the memo, huh? Al Karawan flashed a coy grin. They let me go. Let you go? I think your buddy here might have hearing problems, Al Karawan said to Stanley. I'm a free man. Kano turned and glared at Stanley. What was he talking about? No idea. First things first, get this guy back to the precinct. I'll head to the syndicate hangout by myself. You don't think this is weird? Kano asked. I mean, what the heck is this guy doing on the loose again? What matters is that he is free. Maybe he's telling the truth about being let go. But that's ridiculous. And I guess he must have escaped on his own, Stanley replied. In either case, your buddy screwed up royally. Now it's on you to unscrew things. None of this sat right with Kano, but the fact remained that he couldn't just let Al Karawan go. He gave Stanley detailed directions to the hangout, and the car sped away towards Yoyogi. Then Kano headed back to the precinct with his captive, trying to reassure himself that he might learn something from questioning Al Karawan that would help resolve the case. Cool guys don't use seatbelts. I don't think that's a thing. Cool guys die in car accidents then, apparently. Kano sat opposite Al Karawan in the interrogation room. He'd been attempting to interview the suspect for about a quarter of an hour. Al Karawan sat ramrod stiff, not responding to any prompts or questions. "What time is it right now?" he asked. They'd taken away his watch, his wallet, a small knife, and his keychain. This was the third time he'd asked to know the time. "Why are you so concerned what time it is?" Kano asked. Al Karawan gave no reply. "Are you waiting on something?" Again, the suspect was staunchly silent. Kano wasn't sure what to make of this, but he took a look at his watch. "It's around 2 o'clock, he said. "What time exactly?" "It's 2:18. 2:18 and how many seconds?" "Look, just cut the crap." Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. "What the hell are you people after?" Al Karawan merely repeated his question. "What time is it right now?" With a growl of aggravation, Kano shoved his wristwatch in Al Karawan's face. "Oh dear." It's 2:20, Al Karawan said. "Okay then, that should do it." "What? What does that mean?" Why does the screen keep going black, I wonder? The interrogation went on for several more hours. Despite Kano's best efforts, however, Al Karawan said nothing more. During all that time, the case continued to develop in unexpected ways, but Kano, stuck in the interrogation room, knew nothing about it until everything was already over and done. Bad end? Cool guys fly through the windshield. Yeah, apparently. Why is the screen going dark? While Kano performed admirably in recapturing Tariq Al Karawan, ironically, his action actually disrupted the investigation. Maybe letting the syndicate run free for the time being really was the right call. Someone could do something at the 140 that throws a wrench into Kano's activities, thanks to the involvement of unrelated parties, and Kano's reaction will make the investigation play out differently. Okay, so 140 we've got to remember. Yeah, the screen keeps going like dark. I wonder if that's a glitch. Right, so we won't change that for now, but 140 apparently. Yeah, most of these haven't got too far, have they? Let's see how this fight plays out with Tama. Because somehow Miku loses. Oh, gruff-looking fellows. Here you go. Asao? Is it Asao? Ozu and his underling, Yutaro Segawa, members of the Tenryugumi Yakuza Syndicate. The Tenryugumi operates a lending firm called Takarada Financing, and these two have been tasked with collecting outstanding debts. They've already collected from one client today. Next, they plan on grabbing lunch before heading off to find their next target. Some of them stopped to form a small crowd. The sales demo has already started by now. I don't have time to goof around here. I watch as Miku starts up her footwork. A left jab. She's quick. I can see why she's the champion. Hiya! She immediately follows up the jab with a wide right hook. Hook is a type of punch. It involves swinging the arm in a wide arc to strike the opponent from the side. In mixed martial arts bouts, it is common to see a fighter continue the momentum from a hook to catch the opponent by the arm, transitioning immediately into a takedown and pin. I jerk aside at the last possible moment and deliver a little swat to Miku's shoulder. Whoa! She slips off balance and pitches forward. Oh wow! What was that? The crowd has started clamouring. Miku rights herself and gets back into a fighting stance. What the... How? She doesn't seem to know what just happened. Rah! This time I actually see unleashes a kick with her left leg from a distance. On reflex, I bring up my right hand and adopt a guarding stance. Gotcha, she pulls out. It was a feint. There's a visceral whomp as the second kick connects, coming at me from a different angle. Is the suit impenetrable? Whoa, what gives? My big mascot head serves to cushion the blow to the point that I barely feel it. Hiya! She proceeds to unleash a string of additional kicks with her left leg, trying to defeat my fuzzy armour. Eventually I catch hold of her foot. Holding her off balance, I begin to walk her backwards, making her hop awkwardly on one leg. Gwah! A casual flip of my paw and Miku goes whirling through the air. Whoa! Oh! Ah! The crowd erupts into cheering and applause at the spectacle. Phew, you're tough. Who the heck are you? As you can see, I am a cat. A wry smile comes to Miku's face. To think a bride competitor would lose in a street fight. Guess it's time to go back to being an ordinary girl. Today's the day I retire. Ah, phew. Good match there. Miku clasps my hand firmly. But hey, I'm just glad that my last opponent was you. Tama's whole storyline seems to be a bit mental, doesn't it? I hoist up the boxes of the diet drink. So, how much does this come to? I asked the sales clerk. He shakes his head. Oh, don't worry about payment. You've more than earned it with that spectacular display just now. That was really something. Heck, even I am shocked at what just happened. It's amazing what a little desperation will do for you. So that move you used, that was some Aiki Jiu-Jitsu, right? A traditional Japanese martial art that emphasises learning to anticipate an opponent's first move and instantaneously counterattack. Skilled practitioners can toss and throw opponents with a simple touch. The art predates the development of the more pacifistic Aikido, and so some dangerous techniques still remain. Huh? Oh, I guess. I tilt my head non-committally. Come now, no need to be so humble. I'm a martial arts fanatic. I know my moves when I see them. Knick-Knack shop owner Taisei Yasuda watches roughly 350 martial arts fights a year. He is particularly fond of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and is thinking about studying it himself. There's a dojo he's been eyeing, but he's rather timid and has thus far only waffled non-committally outside the entrance to the place. He can call it whatever he wants. If he's letting me have the drinks for free, this is going to be a lifesaver. Is that all the shopping you'll be doing with us today? He asks. Actually, come to think of it, I do have one request, I say. Sure thing. Could you please not sell that necklace there? I promise I'll be back to buy it later. Sure, no problem. The sales clerk gives a deep bow. I did it. I managed to solve my burning hammer problem. So yeah, Tama is in this situation in the first place because she's trying to get money quick to buy this, but she doesn't know why. She just has to have it. Now I've just got to get back to the sales demo. Oh, that must be awfully heavy. Here, why don't you use that dolly? The sales clerk indicates the hand truck over in the corner. Oh, thanks so much. I load the pile of boxes onto the cart and rush back to the Nakane building. By now the sales demo will be well underway. I need to get back as soon as I can. There's nothing to buy, the customers are going to leave, and everything I've gone through will have been for nothing. Come on Tama, you can do it. Just gotta hurry. I charged for the demo, pushing the dolly ahead of me like a battering ram. Ah! Oops! Sorry to keep you waiting. You're late. What the heck have you been doing? Mr. Yanagashita practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. Standing behind him is a man I don't recognise. Who is that guy? Right. We'll go over to... Oh, we can't go to Minamikawa because we gave him a bad ending, didn't we? We'll do that after. We'll see how far we can get with Tama first. Or should we? No. I'm gonna change across. We'll change across to him. and we'll try and change what happens to him. So we need to say something different here. I'm going to be heartbroken. I'm going to start a ruckus. Let's go for heartbroken. I'm going to be heartbroken. He kept his expression blank as an empty slate. Hey now. No need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute can't have passed already. 1 minute. Whoa, hang on. Is this going to... Are we going to get any different text here? Now, let me skip through. See if it changes. Or we're just going to get into another fight again. Let's see. Keep out. Right, now we should be able to change across, I think. See if that works. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Fucking hell. This hour is going slowly, isn't it? I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this today. Ah, oops. Sorry to keep you waiting, a girlish voice exclaimed. A moment later, a furry figure came charging into the demo room. The crowd fell silent at the sight of a young woman in a cat's costume. The cat girl panted visibly. Her arms were loaded with the cardboard boxes. You're late, the event organizer snapped. What the heck have you been doing? Grabbing the newcomer by one paw, he vanished with her into the back room. The chubby-cheeked girl wrapped up her magic routine and hurried after them. The audience stared at the now empty stage in confusion. Several minutes passed before the organizer reappeared. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, he called out. But now, I'm proud to introduce to you the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. At his signal, the young woman and the cat appeared on stage. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works. It's magic, the young woman exclaimed cheerily. The cat nodded and threw out her arms. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. And with that, the sales demo is underway, a good 25 minutes behind schedule. 5 minutes into the presentation, things began to go awry. An angry clamour filled the room. What the heck are you trying to pull? I can't believe you'd actually try to sell something like this. The outrage had been triggered by something a young woman on stage had said. She inadvertently let slip that Burning Hammer was the sort of thing you could buy at a 100 yen shop. The would-be customers were furious to learn that they were about to be played for suckers. Most of them had immediately tried to storm out of the room. Now the organiser, a fully figured young woman, and the girl in a cat costume were at the door, doing their best to hold back the tide. Things have gotten pretty interesting, really. Minokawa pulled out his digital camera and started firing off snapshots of the angry crowd. Hang on a minute. This is really loud in my ears. Is this actually really loud on the stream? Yeah. This is like really ridiculously loud, isn't it? Hang on. Just going to turn it down a smidge. That's better. I'm having to strain myself to speak over them. Problem is the game's like really quiet at points and then it just gets loud all of a sudden. Some modern digital cameras come with the remarkable ability to automatically trigger the shutter when the subject smiles. This function also works if the camera is presented with a TV or photo image of people smiling. There are even cases of cameras recognising faces in the wood grain of ceilings. After all, if we can make out faces in the wood when we're gazing lazily up at the ceiling, can't fault a camera for doing the same. Is that Skit? Is that better? It's like less harsh now. Unfortunately, their frenzy was so intense that he was soon caught up with the flow and pushed out of the room. Fine, I guess I'll just need to do some interviews instead of getting pictures. Excuse me, he asked one woman. Would you mind if I ask you some... Shut your mouth. Would you mind telling me a little about... Don't you talk to me. Could I get a word on... Unbelievable, just unbelievable. The woman was so enraged that Minorikawa couldn't get any of them to give him the time of day. Looks like we're going to have to go back to Tama and change what we say. Before long, the entire crowd had surged out of the room and departed. Ah well, guess I've got enough to do a write-up at least. Though it would be nice to get a quote from somebody. He decided to try for an interview with the man who'd organised this fiasco. How did the guy feel, for instance, about his product scam falling through? Heading back into the event room, Minorikawa passed by the cat mascot. Alright, so we can't do that yet. I'm gonna do that first. We'll proceed with Tama and see what's going on there. Oh God. Right, so standing behind him is a man I don't recognise. Who is that guy? He doesn't look like a customer. Okay, Tama, just come with me for a minute. I follow Mr. Yanagashita into the break room. Sorry I'm late. There was a whole bunch of stuff that happened. But look, I got the product back. I proudly open up one of the cardboard boxes. Ah! It's Burning Hammer! It really is! Yanagashita clutches the box close, nuzzling it with his cheek. How's the demo going? I asked. I've got Chiri keeping them occupied with some magic tricks. What the fuck? I sneak a peek through the door and see Chiri guzzling orange juice from a gigantic container, draining it in one go. That's not a fucking magic trick. That's fucking... That's actual magic. How would you drink something? That's like what? That's got to be like a couple of gallons, isn't it? Or something. Is that really a magic trick? If it buys us time, it's magic enough. Before long, the last of the juice is gone. Over in the corner of the stage, I see 6 more huge containers, all likewise empty. It's shocking to think that she may have drunk all 7 of those things dry. The audience erupts into sincere applause, like they've forgotten what they originally came here for. Chiri comes back to the break room, positively drenched in sweat. Ugh, I think I should have stuck doing imitations for a little longer. No, that's fantastic, Chiri, Mr. Yanagashita says. Just fantastic. Thanks to you, we had enough time to get the Burning Hammer back. He bows profusely. Alright, now it's time for the main event. Chiri, go out there and guzzle down some Burning Hammer. Get yourself all drenched in sweat. Got it? Aye aye, boss. And Tama, just go up there, smile all big and say, this helped me lose a bunch of weight too. Got it? Got it. Good. Now then. Yanagashita gestures to a man I hadn't noticed before who's been waiting quietly nearby. Of course, begging your pardon, miss. It's a service rep from the rental shop who proceeds to try to get me out of my mascot suit. Why are they naming all these characters that we're probably not going to know much about? Masamichi Fukuma, employee of Far East Costume Rentals. The only son of company president Shigemichi Fukuma, he is one of the few people who know about who know what Shigemichi looks like, as his father is usually clad in a rabbit costume. Masamichi has harboured a strong dislike for both his father and mascot costumes ever since the old man showed up at school on Parents' Day one year, dressed in his inevitable rabbit suit. Nonetheless, the son has acquiesced to his father's wishes, and someday he'll inherit the family business. Oh, that's odd. The rental guy tilts his head. What's the matter? Yanagashita asks nervously. Ah, yeah. This is a no-go. The rental guy pokes his finger at the back of my suit. This here zipper, it's all jammed up. It's going to take a long time to get this thing off. What the hell? Mr. Yanagashita clutches the sides of his head. The rental guy tries tugging at the costume from various angles, hoping to free up the zipper, but like he said, it's no use. The rental guy's eyes widen at the sudden sound of a cat's mewling. Was that you? He looks at me, confused. Did you hear a cat meowing? Yes. Was it you? No, not me. I'm as surprised as he is. Must be hearing things. Mr. Yanagashiro and Chiri don't seem to have heard anything. Bah! Yanagashiro is fuming. Just my luck. I finally find a cute model and the crowd's never going to see her. Hey boss, Chiri says. The customers are going to leave if you keep them waiting much longer. What do we do? Want me to go out there and do some more impressions? Chiriko's repertoire of impressions. A sea lion yawning. A harbour seal hailing a cab. A walrus reading sutras. A fur seal who can't reach the itchy spot on its back. And a Stella's sea lion taking a nap. I'm seeing a pattern there. No, we don't have any choice. Tama, you're just going to have to go out there dressed like that. Are you sure? I ask. If those people go home, we're done for, he exclaims. Just get out there and get started. I'm counting on you two. Oh my god. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. I don't know why I said it like that. Oh wow. Chiri and I spring into action on stage. But now, I'm proud to introduce to you the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. The latest product from the West that has taken the diet world by storm. Every seat in the house is packed. That means there's about 40 people here. We only need to sell 5 bottles to each customer in order to sell out. I'm hit with a sudden jolt of motivation. The thought about being stuck in a suit like that is terrifying. Yeah, I mean, I think that would make like nearly anyone claustrophobic, wouldn't it? Especially if you can't, because Tama can't eat. She can't eat through the hole in the suit, apparently. She can drink, but she can't eat. And, like, just imagine how hot it would be inside. You sweating buckets. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works its magic, Chiri begins. The plan is for me to describe how the drink works, and then Chiri will just demonstrate it with a taste test. All eyes are fixed on us. I begin. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. Astonished gasps rise up from the crowd. Just take a look at this marvellous red liquid. Even looking at it makes you feel like you'll be shedding weight, right? Here's how Burning Hammer works. It activates the capsaicin found in chili peppers. Primarily spiced component of chili peppers said to be effective in improving blood flow and stimulating the burning of fat. Because it is a severe skin and eye irritant, it is also an ingredient in some forms of pepper spray for personal defence. I break out the scissors. Yeah, they've said that, but they don't want to have to pay any more money to the rental company. I think at this point you should just get it out of the way. Just cut them out. Wouldn't cost that much. As long as you cut down the zip seam, I suppose. You could just reseal it, couldn't you? I pause to take a deep breath before continuing. And rapidly breaks down the triglycerides responsible for causing obesity. Though the term is frequently used in recent years to simply refer to the state of being overweight, obesity in the clinical sense is a medical condition involving interrelated health issues including excess body fat, hyperlipidemia and hyperglycemia. Individuals suffering from obesity are at high risk of complications such as coronary heart disease, diabetes and sleep apnea. Again, the crowd hums with excitement. This response is better than I could have hoped. We're off to a terrific start. And now this young lady here will demonstrate Burning Hammer's effects before your very eyes. Chiri steps into the spotlight. Just wait till you see how much she sweats. Proof that the fat is being burned right there on the spot. Chiri holds a bottle of Burning Hammer up high. Cheers, she says. As she opens the bottle, however, one of the women in the front row speaks up. Hold on. She's already sweating pretty hard. She's right. Chiri's drenched in sweat from head to toe. Another woman chimes in, suspicious. All of that juice drinking from earlier. That was all just to make her sweat like that, weren't it? Why is she speaking like that? All of a sudden, the crowd is in an uproar. No, no, not at all. Drinking burning hammer makes you sweat way more than this. I rushed to towel off Cheery's sweat for her. Go on, hurry up. Drink it down. Cheery's face screws up unpleasantly as she gulps down the bottle. And the sweat doesn't come. Gah! Why isn't it working? I exclaim, the audience momentarily forgotten. Guess I've already sweated out too much, Cheery replies, unfazed. Well, why were you sweating so much? Look, you were taking forever at the 100 yen shop. The crowd shifts from uproar into riot. Did she just say 100 yen shop? Scowling customers begin to close in. No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. Please just listen. Oh, we can see what's going on here. The situation has gotten out of our control. Look, this product is so valuable that a 100 yen shop is about the only way we could get it. Uh-oh. I think I just put my foot in it. Customers glare at me, their eyes bright with rage. Oh god, we got C here as well. So we're going to go for A. Please let me apologise. Asking for forgiveness seems to be my only option. B. Haha, kidding. That was just a joke. I've just got to play this off smooth. Or C. Hunker lamb chop. It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. Hunker lamb chop? What the fuck does that mean? I reckon trying to play it off as a joke is probably the correct course of action here. What do you guys reckon? Apparently I can't drink properly now either. B might be it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Skip. I think we'll go for that. See where it goes. See where it takes us anyway. We've actually been doing quite well as far as not getting bad endings so far. Touch wood. Kidding. That was just a joke. I've just got to play this off smooth. I mean, seriously. There's no way you'd find something this high quality in a 100 yen shop. Sweat is streaming down my brow. Really now, says one woman in the crowd. How about we find out? She takes out her cell phone. I know someone who runs one of these stores. Wait, let's not be hasty now. Why, what's wrong? Oh, it's just... You don't need to go out of your way like that. You said you were joking, didn't you? So it shouldn't matter if I make the call, right? Well... Ahem. Ahem! Cough. Cough. I slip into a nervous coughing fit. I'm absolutely sweating bullets inside my catsuit now. Tama! Shouts Mr. Anagashita as he rushes out the break room. What the heck are you doing? Abort, he howls. If you let these people know the truth about this stuff, they'll never buy it. Uh-oh. Now you've done it. Cheery doesn't hesitate to point the finger at him. Her stare ferocious. Whoops. Realising what he just blurted out, Mr. Yanagashita is aghast. Now there really is no saving this. The customers descend upon Mr. Yanagashita, their wrath a terror to behold. So then it is true. What the hell are you trying to pull? I can't believe you try to sell this crap for these prices. Wow, they're scary. Aye! The throng goes on the attack. Help! Cheery and I force our way through the angry mob, hoping to find some way to calm these people down. Cursing and profanity fill the air. It's so fucking loud! I have to turn this down again. God, even that's quite loud. This game is so weird. Yes, it is Marcelo. The shouts are accompanied by merciless open-handed slaps. I get all jostled and tumbled about, and my mascot costume takes a bad beating. Can you at least get out of it now? Finally, the storm passes. Ah, peace and quiet. It's over. It's all over. Mr. Yanagashita wails to the empty room. So, boss, about getting paid. Even Shiri seems hesitant to ask. Yeah, that's not going to happen, obviously. Yanagashita doesn't so much as look up. His shoulders slump further into feet. I'll take payment in kind then, Chewie says. Mind if I take this burning hammer home with me? Sure, Yanagashita says lifelessly. Go right ahead. Alright, I'll be off then. Later, Tama. Chewie picks up the cardboard boxes and heads out. Sir? It's the man from the rental place. I believe you still owe me for the costume rentals. Oh, right. How much was it again? Mr. Yanagashita rummages in his pockets. Well, given the severe damage, I'm afraid I have to add the full cost of the catsuit to your bill. The total comes to 200,000 yen. Holy shit! How much is that? 200,000 yen. I'm going to do it into pounds. That seems like a lot of money, doesn't it? That's £1,346 and 61p. Holy fuck, that's an expensive costume. Was that 200 yen? No, sir, 200,000. Sorry, I can't hear at all. I think I might have ruptured my eardrum. 200,000 yen, sir. Okay. Yanagashita takes all the cash he has in his wallet and holds it out reluctantly. That's only 20,000, sir. The rental guy furrows his brow. I'm afraid this won't cover it. I understand that, but I don't got no more than this. Don't got no more? Sir, please. You're not a child. Then give me a discount. Make it 20,000. Instead of 200... instead of the 200 you owe. You know I can't do that, sir. It doesn't even look damaged. It just looks like the whiskers have been... Oh, that doesn't even look like the whiskers are there. It looks like someone's just drawn them on with paint at a weird angle. Oh dear. So I'll just bring up the events list again. But Mr. Yanagashita refuses to back down. Ah, that's right. Insurance. I got insurance in the event the suit wound up damaged. No, you didn't. No, I did. You did not, sir. No, I did. Then where's your paperwork to prove it? Yanagashita calmly claps a hand to his chest. Right here. The paperwork is here inside my heart. The rental guy clutches the sides of his head in exasperation. And believe me, I feel his pain. You know what? Never mind. I'm going to leave this to my boss. Shigemichi Fukuma, president and owner of the Far East Costume Rentals. Notable for the fact that he's usually wearing his favourite rabbit costume. To Shigemichi, his costumes are like his children. If he were to hear that one of his suits had been ruined, he would probably never forgive Yanagashita, adding to the man's already considerable list of enemies. Turning his back on the ruins of the sales demo, he slumps his way out of the room. Are we actually going to see what Tama looks like outside the costume? Now it's just me and Mr. Yanagashita. Please try not to let it get you down so much, sir, I say as cheerfully as I can muster. He's already down on the floor, sobbing mess. You wouldn't know what it's like to feel so utterly hopeless. I think I might have an idea, sir. In fact, I'm sure of it. At this point, there's nothing more I can possibly do. He slumps forward, trembling like a willow tree. Things will turn around soon enough, I'm sure. You don't know me like I know me, he says. There's not going to be any turnaround, not after this. Okay, now this little pity party is starting to piss me off. You know, if you think you're the only person who's had a run of bad luck, you are dead wrong. I wind up shouting the words louder than I intended. Mr. Yanagashita whips his head back up. Yikes, where did that come from? I need to tell you something. My pent-up emotions come surging to the surface. I have amnesia. Yanagashita's eyes go wide. What? I can't remember anything from before this morning. My name, how old I am, where I live, any of it. I would much rather be in your shoes, sir. Ah, so that might explain the pendant. Maybe that would bring her memories back or something? In short, amnesia. Amnesia can have a variety of causes. Psychogenic amnesia is caused by stress or psychological trauma, whereas in endogenous amnesia, a powerful blow to the head causes physical trauma to the brain. In the latter case, memories and normal functions frequently return once the cranial nerves recover. Mr. Yanagashita looks at me with a hint of disbelief. So where'd you get the name Tama then? I thought of it when I saw the tamagayaki in those lunch boxes. Aha! Tamagayaki. Tama. Is it Tamagayaki then? I mean, I've been saying the name wrong all this time. Is it Tama? Tama? I get it. He claps himself on the thighs as if he's had some big eureka moment. I'm going to say Tama because it sounds better in my head. It's like Yoshi and Yoshi, isn't it? I always said Yoshi, but it's Yoshi, supposedly. And let's not get into the GIF/GIF situation again, shall we? I don't care if the creator says it's GIF, it's GIF. But wait, how come you lost your memories? Well, I don't know for certain, obviously. I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure I took a hard blow to the head. When I came to, I was inside of a storehouse with a massive headache. A storehouse? Jeff? It's not Jeff! A surge of vertigo washes through me as I recall waking up in that strange dim place. Yeah, I'd just gotten out of there when you flagged me down, sir. Huh, really? Is this it? Hang on a minute. Is this... I've just had a bit of a brain... a brainwave here. Is this going to be... Hitomi's sister? Is this going to be Maria? And she got kidnapped and then knocked out and she woke up. I don't know. Could it? Could it be Maria? Huh, really? Is it pretty unnerving then, not knowing who you are? He sounds like he's taking me seriously now. Yeah, it sure is. But it's not going to do me any good to just fret over it. Besides, I've got a clue. What sort of clue? There's a necklace I saw at a knick-knack shop, the same place I found the burning hammer. Somehow I know that it's important to me. And so you took this job so you could afford to buy it? I nod. Of course. Now that the job had ended in a total bust, I've lost my shot at getting it. Okay then. Mr. Yanagashita removes his shoe, then yanks out the insole. This here really is the last of my money. He pulls out 20,000 yen, adds it to the other 20,000 from his wallet, and thrusts it all towards me. Here you go, he says. That includes the reimbursement for the burning hammer you picked up. I pluck up 2 of the 10,000 yen bills between my fingertips. I actually didn't have to pay for it, so the 20,000 we agreed upon is fine. But how about you, sir? Are you going to be okay? Like, after all this? Compared to your misfortunes, mine are nothing. They might send me up the creek without a paddle, but I'll bounce back somehow. I'm sure of it. And then, he's kind of a massive idiot, isn't he? But I can't help but like him. Clutching his fist, Mr. Yanagashita gets a far-off look in his eye. And then, one more time, I'm going to go see a bride fight. My jaw nearly drops. Bride? Like the martial arts pub? Wait, you know about Bride? Man, I've spent so much money at that place. Wow, it is a small world. Especially that Miku. Hehehe. I wonder how much she has made me spend. Miku, huh? I'm pretty sure I just accidentally forced her into retirement, but I decided to keep quiet on that front. He nods. To be honest, the reason I borrowed all that money was to pay my tabs at that place. And I had to borrow from some pretty shady sources too. I can't help but suspect that this poor guy got a real raw deal. Why don't you take that mascot costume with you? Huh? I mean, I don't really need it. No, I insist. Take it with my blessing. Sure. I'll be on my way then. I don't think it's yours to give away, Yanagashita. Ah, so this is where we couldn't progress earlier. Out in the hallway, I passed by the man I'd noticed earlier. The one I didn't recognise. Let's swap back to Minorikawa. Just to mix things up a little bit. Heading back into the event room, Minorikawa passed by the cat mascot. Yeah, so that'll let us change back. Okay, we won't do that just yet. The cat gave him a tiny nod and walked off without a word. He couldn't see the face of the girl inside the costume, but she seemed genuinely dejected that Burning Hammer had been a bust. Hey, I'm Minoru Minorikawa, freelance reporter. I was wondering if I could have 5 minutes of your time. The organiser sat alone in the midst of his ruined displays. Oh, it's you. The man's voice had lost all of its earlier punch. Here, my credentials. Minorikawa handed him a business card. The man introduced himself as Yanagashita, and Minorikawa got right down to business. You know what? I've completely, well, not a completely separate subject, but I've been wondering if I should make some like business cards for like my Twitch channel. Might be worth doing, possibly. I don't seem to go out to many of these. There's like they do these like Twitch meetups occasionally, I think, but not managed to find one to go to yet. Might be worth doing, maybe. I seem to be struggling with networking with other streamers currently. So your sales demo is over, Mr. Yanagashita. How do you feel right now? How do I feel? Well, tomorrow's another day, I guess. Minorikawa was impressed by the guy's candour. I'm a little surprised to hear that, he said. I figured you'd be more disappointed. Oh, I'm plenty disappointed. I took a big gamble here to repay my debts and I lost. Yanagashita didn't seem to be trying to hide anything. Debts? Minorikawa asked. There was a girl I was in love with, Yanagashita said. I wound up spending everything on her. He stared wistfully into the distance. Ah, interesting, Minorikawa said. You wouldn't be the first man to go to such lengths for a woman. Yeah, Yanagashita said. I suppose not. A rueful smile crossed his lips. This guy didn't strike Minorikawa as some dyed-in-the-wool scam artist. But I decided that it was time to stop feeling sorry for myself, Yanagashita went on. There are plenty of people in the world who have it way worse off. You know? You got that right. Minorikawa nodded in agreement. So I just figured, well, as long as I'm still alive, maybe another opportunity will come my way. A more earnest smile broke through Yanagashita's forlorn expression. Minorikawa wished Toyama could have been there to hear this fellow. I have a friend who's in an incredible amount of debt myself, Minorikawa said. He runs a publishing company, but there was a big mix-up with the scratch cards in his magazine and... Scratch cards? It's not important, Minorikawa said hurriedly. Letting more people know about the whole scratch card fiasco certainly wouldn't do Toyama any favours. Anyhow, debt is a terrible thing, Minorikawa nodded sagely. Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but... Are you familiar with a group called SOS? Apparently there's some legendary street gang here in Shibuya. SOS? Yanagashita shook his head. No, never heard of them. Guess I'm not going to get any leads on that case here. Minorikawa wondered if there was anything else worth asking this guy. Maybe Yanagashita would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. Or, no, nothing really came to mind. It's about time to wrap this up. What do you reckon, guys? I reckon A. I reckon we might as well ask him. I don't think there's any harm in asking him about the survey. What's the time? While you mull that over, I'm just going to take my 3-hour break, or my half-stream break. Just going to go and stretch my legs, and I've got to refill my drink and stuff. I will be hang on, let me switch over, just make sure this actually works. I'll be a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. There we go. All good. I'm watered. I'm fed. Well, not properly fed, but I had some peanuts. It'll keep me going for another couple of hours at the very least. I think today I'm not gonna get around to playing a second game on stream, but I just want to make sure I get to the end of this hour in the game. Just well, I need to get this finished fairly soon, just because of the stuff coming out next week. So what are we going to go for? We're going to go for A, weren't we? Yes. Well, Skit, you say there's nothing to lose. There could be something to lose. We don't know how it's going to play out, do we? But yeah, let's go for it. Maybe Yanagashita would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. Taking a little bit of the burden off of Chiaki seemed like a good idea. I have another question. How do you feel about your life right now? Huh? How do you feel about your life? Your products aren't selling. You can't repay your debts. And yet you still refuse to give up, believing opportunity will come your way. How do you feel about all that? Yanagashita paused in thought. I'd say I'm a pretty lucky guy. Minoru was taken somewhat aback by that response. I can't get over how weird his head is shaped. It's like so pointy, it doesn't look like a real skull, does it? I haven't been able to sell any burning hammer, and sure I can't pay off my debts, but even so, Yanagashita looked Minoru right in the eye. The two cute young girls I've got working for me have stuck with me through thick and thin. Sometimes maybe you just need to be content with something like that, you know? That was refreshingly forthright, Minoru. Minoru was surprised. And I mean, so what if I've got debts? Yanagashita went on. In the long run, none of that matters. Not really. There was a knock at the door. Oh, is this where it's all going to go wrong? Oh, excuse me a moment, Yanagashita said. I wonder who that could be. This will be the debt collectors. He opened the door and his face froze. Damn. Wasn't quite quick enough. Mr. Minoru? Yes? You'll have to pardon me. I've had a little something crop up here, so if you don't mind. Oh, sure, not a problem. I've got other interviews I need to get to anyway, so I'll just... But Yanagashita was out the door before Minoru could even finish. Stepping out into the hallway, Minoru could faintly hear voices from the adjoining demo room. It sounded like Mr. Yanagashita and two other men. Minoru couldn't make out any words, but he could tell they were arguing about something. It was probably some consumer complaint against one of his products, or an issue with a client company. Something along those lines. Man, people who run companies sure have it rough. You hang in there, Mr. Yanagashita. Oh, perfect timing. Minoru stopped short as a familiar voice called out to him. It was the man he'd spoken to earlier that afternoon about the surveillance cameras. He's like, this guy is running a shop, but he's just left it unattended? Hey, come here for a sec. The man waved him over. Ugh, what is it? I'm real busy right now. I've got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Minoru raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago, I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner in handcuffs? Had there been some kind of international sting or something? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. Minoru furrowed his brow. A suspect arguing with a cop outside a police station wasn't all that weird. Still, he had a feeling he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterward, the man said. Afterward? The man leaned in conspiratorially. Okay. The detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off. Whoa, what? I'm telling you, man. It had to have been like a bribe or something. A bribe? That seemed unlikely. I swear that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on. You're not making this all up, are you? Minorikawa asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy still seemed quite legitimately worked up. Do they still have phone boxes in Japan, then? Because, I mean, this game came out a good while ago. They've all but done away with phone boxes over here. Because everyone has mobiles. It's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away. Why do I have to? Minorikawa asked. If you have a tip for the police, go give it yourself. He didn't quite manage to stop himself from saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to the police. Besides, they're never going to believe someone like me. Okay, so maybe you had a point there. But you're some world-class reporter, right? The cops will totally take your word over that of a random nobody. Minorikawa didn't have time to debate the point. It was easier just to make the call. He phoned up the police to leave the tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful. Oh, thank you so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with those scary thugs around. What thugs? What line of business are you in, anyway? What? The man suddenly went pale. Whoops. I gotta get going. He skittered off in alarm. Minorikawa was left to wonder what this guy's line of work actually was. But he had more important things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other direction. Before long he arrived back at Cafe Lautrec. The clock on the wall showed that it was close to 2 o'clock. He had to somehow fill 6 more pages before the loan company came to Heaven Publishing to collect. He booted up his laptop. "What's with this coffee shop?" said a low, stern voice. "You've got no good magazines here." Minorikawa looked up. An older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It was the same guy who'd been yelling at his daughter earlier. Evidently, he'd been here at the cafe this whole time. "Haven't you got any magazines for me to read?" The man's face was a mask of irritation. Minorikawa glanced at the magazines in the rack. They were mostly geared toward a younger reader. The waitress sifted through the stacks and pulled something from the back. "Perhaps this would be to your liking, sir," she said. She held out an issue of 4-Star General Gossip. "Don't be ridiculous," the man spat dismissively. "This is vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use the paper it's printed on for compost." That was a harsh way to put it, but Minorikawa couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. The man continued grumbling as he went back to his seat. Minorikawa headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the Gossip. He opened the front cover and found the scratch cards still inserted within. If these things were still out there, it was bad news. Toyama might end up even further in debt. Bah! Minorikawa yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits. "Sir, what are you doing?" The waitress rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti. "The magazine itself is still perfectly readable," Minorikawa said. "There's no problem here." He strode back to his seat and gazed at his laptop screen. "Did you have to throw it up in the air, though? Could you not have just thrown it in the bin? Rather than letting her clean it up?" It still hadn't finished booting up. In the meantime, he decided to give Chiaki a call. She picked up right away. "Hello?" Minorikawa asked. "Hi there. Good to hear from you," Chiaki replied. "How's progress?" "I did it," Chiaki said, her voice overcome with emotion. "I managed to get people to hear me out." "Of course you did. You got your pointers from me." "Yes, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Mino." Her mood had done a complete 180. Minorikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. "Okay then," he said. "Head back to the editing department and put together an article for me." "You got it, sir," Chiaki chirped in reply. "I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end," Minorikawa told her. "Just use the DTP to slot your piece into the right spot in the layout." Abbreviation for desktop publishing. Refers to the process of editing a manuscript's layout on a computer preparatory to sending it to the printer. Also used to refer to the software used for creating such layouts. Creating layout data that is ready for printing but has not actually been printed yet is also sometimes called DTP. I hope you guys don't think less of me for not being able to say words. It's getting really bad. This is some of these words I don't think I've ever had to say in my entire life. That one I don't think I have. Sure thing. Minoakawa hung up, then rolled up his sleeves. He sure was towing a pretty narrow line today. The Burning Hammer event had kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he turned back towards his laptop, however, he froze with shock. What? His laptop monitor was still a black, empty screen as he ran out of battery. There's no way it would take this long to finish booting up. Oh, it couldn't be. No, don't let it be true. Had his computer decided to pick now, of all times, to give up the ghost? Minoakawa felt the blood drained from his face. Is that going to be to be continued? Right, okay. Right, so that's one story arc we finished out of the 5. Oh dear. Ah. If we're lucky, I might get this finished by 9 o'clock. Right, who should we go to? I feel like we should probably go to Asawa. We just stopped in the... We're in the kitchen and... yeah, the bug tracker's gone off, hasn't it? Mr. Asawa? It's Kajiwara. Ah, perfect timing. Asawa hurried to let the detective into the study. Bug tracker's picking up the signals. Hang on. Oh no, this is new. Okay. The bug tracker's picking up signals. Oh? Yes, from all over the room. What should I do? Mr. Asawa, please calm down. As if that were even possible right now. It feels like there must be 10, no, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Kajiwara didn't miss a beat. Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is... All of a sudden, a different noise cut in over the bug tracker. Ah, so this has changed because we rang up Kajiwara. Kano rang up Kajiwara. So I wonder how that's going to change things here. Kajiwara here? Kano? Kajiwara's customary nonchalant expression vanished into a sudden seriousness. Sorry, hold on, he continued. I can't really hear you. He headed out of the room, the phone clutched to his ear. Asawa was left to wonder what the detective had been about to tell him. The bug tracker was what? What the heck was going on? The sound wasn't stopping. Deciding that he'd better do something, Asawa took the bug tracker and checked behind his bookcase. It didn't seem like the signal was coming from back there. He proceeded to pull each and every one of the books off of the shelf. Nothing. He checked the area around his computer. He scanned the monitor, the case, the power outlet, but he found nothing that could be listening device anywhere. He found a small screwdriver and dismantled the mouse. Oh, we've got some subtle Logitech shilling going on there. The brown circuit board was lined with chips, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary. And still, the mechanical sound continued, mocking him. Just try to find it. Go ahead, look everywhere. Beep, 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 beep. He was being ridiculed. The sound just wouldn't stop, and still the time ticked past. Had it been 5 minutes? 10? Maybe more? He began to lose hope that he could find the listening device, and even to stop caring. Instead, he was overcome with the feeling that this room, which for years had been his sanctuary, had ceased to be his own. It was as if something... if something other had intruded and laid claim to his personal space. In his fevered mind, he began to hear the tracker sound as a high-pitched laugh, an accursed, relentless noise, cruel and taunting, the mockery of the devil himself. Asawa hurled the bug tracker against the wall. Then he picked it up, only to smash it back onto the floor. Then he stomped on it ferociously. There was a satisfying snap, accompanied by the sensation of the thing being crushed underfoot. The noise stopped. Thank fuck for that. That was really annoying. Or, well, it ought to have. Oh, great, another annoying noise. And yet for some reason the horrid noise kept sounding in Asawa's ears. It wasn't coming from the bug tracker after all. It was inside his own head. Somewhere, inescapable, echoing within his skull. No, the noise didn't stop. It only grew louder. Why? 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 Asawa screamed. Why? Why was he being tormented like this? He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't even think straight anymore. He felt his mind beginning to dissolve. Bad end? Yeah. Brain freeze. This is going to be because of Kano ringing Kajiwara up. The incessant beeping from the bug tracker wound up driving Asawa out of his mind. What Kajiwara was about to say, just before he got the phone call, was pretty crucial for Asawa to hear. Unfortunately, the call distracted him and he left the room before he could finish his thought. Things could have gone differently if only someone hadn't called Detective Kajiwara right then. Okay, so if we go back to Kano's, just change that one decision, we should be able to get a much better ending. So we're going to call Sasayama up. Yeah, there you go. He dialed up Sasayama. He wanted to make sure his partner had gotten Al Karawan back to the precinct safely. Sasayama picked up almost right away. Kano, what's up? How are things on your end? Any problems getting Al Karawan back? Now I've got Tenno taking care of him. Wait, what? Kano could hardly believe his ears. You were in touch with Tenno? He asked. He could hear the shock in his own voice. Yeah? Just bumped into him over by the precinct a little while ago. Then he is safe. And he's also the guy that said to let go of the guy? Kano felt a surge of relief. What about Hitomi then? Stanley glanced over at him, curious. Tenno says he lost track of her somehow. And then he got called back to the precinct, apparently. Tenno had lost track of her? That's not like him, Kano thought. Since he was heading back there anyway, I handed our guy over to him, Sasayama said. I see. Kano was glad to hear that Tenno was alright, but his relief was tempered by a surge of anger at the thought of what had happened to Hitomi. Now I'm back to tailing the attaché case, Sasayama continued. Today's my wife's birthday, you know. My plan is to wrap this thing up ASAP so we can celebrate tonight. I've already got a present and everything. I envy you, man. Closing his eyes, Kano took a moment to picture Rumi, but Shizuo's face popped up into his mind's eye right alongside her. Well, just hang in there, buddy. Even if your girlfriend is just a picture of Masami Nagahama. Midoriyama Academy graduate and national celebrity, her popularity shows no signs of slowing down after she played the female lead in such films as The Beast That Hoarded Gold, At the Heart of the World, and The Swidden Fortress. There's another nationally famous actress with the same name, but it is a nationally known fact that the two are completely separate people. Still snickering, Sasayama hung up. Kano bit his lip and slipped his phone back into his pocket. At long last, traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. I think this is... Yeah, we've already read that. Right, now, if we go back to Sasawara, yeah. We're still getting a keep out, though. That must mean we've got to change something else. Oh, should we continue Tama's? See where that goes. Before we... I'll try and exhaust all other story arcs before I try and figure out some of those. Out in the hallway, I passed by the man I'd noticed earlier. The one I didn't recognise. Odd. The sales demo's over. I wonder why he's still here. I gave him a faint nod, and he nods back before slipping into the demo room. I should keep my fingers crossed for the guy. At last, I'm back outside the building. I feel bad about not returning the catsuit to the man from the rental place. Still, I can't just walk around town wearing this thing. I'll stick out like a sore thumb. I figure it's best to just leave it behind. And then it dawns on me. Hold on. I still can't get this thing off. It's time I skin this cat. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. Or, it's not worth the struggle. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. I figure I'll head to the knick-knack shop as is. Actually, yeah, if you... Thing is, like, the guy in the knick-knack shop only knows her as the cat, not out of the suit. So surely we've got to go as the cat. That's my thoughts. That's my thought process. So we'd only get a bad end if we did it the other way. Let's go with B. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. A popular folk entomology asserts that the expression "let the cat out of the bag" comes from the unscrupulous practices of certain farmers who would sell a pig at market only to deceive the buyer by surreptitiously swapping out the purchased porker for a cat. The likelihood of anyone mistaking a cat, even one inside a bag, for a pig is, however, extremely low, let alone the likelihood that enough people would fall for such a scheme to warrant a phrase referring to it entering the language. Yeah, how could you? Like, why would you not look inside a sack anyway to check that it was actually a pig? I figure I head to the knick-knack shop as is. Right, okay. That was as far as we could get there then. H-E. Let's keep going, H-E. When they were halfway across, a car slammed on its brakes to keep from hitting them, causing several cars behind it to crash into one another. A multi-vehicle pile-up plunged the roadway into total chaos. In a matter of moments, the street was clogged with a long line of stopped vehicles. H-E and Hitomi's pursuers remained on the other side and did not pursue. Okay, that was crazy. Hitomi panted as she caught her breath. Well, you know what they say. Idle feet are the devil's playthings. Hands. It's idle hands. He's got the same thing as I do. He really does. I can't do sayings. I always say the wrong thing in a saying. If I ever do that, call me out on it. Because I need to learn. Whatever. At least they've gotten away. Come on, let's go. H.E. led the way down several twisting side streets before slowing his pace. By now, Hitomi was slumped and panting heavily. He wanted to give us some time to rest, but if they just hung around, the pursuers might still find them. He looked around and spotted a multi-tenant building. The nearest door was open. Bundles of flyers were set out near the entrance. What? We're not getting anything on that? Just a picture. What? Wait, hang on. That's a glitch, right? What? What? What is going on there? Alright. That's gotta be a glitch. H.E. peeked inside and saw piles of plywood and painted lumber. It looked like this was a storeroom for a theatre's stage props and scenery. We can hide out in here, he said. But... Hitomi hesitated, but H.E. gave her hand a little tug. It'll be fine. There's nobody around. They stepped inside the storeroom and H.E. quickly shut the door behind them. We should probably rest for a bit, he said. There was a wooden platform set up beside a large piece of plywood. H.E. picked up a magazine that had fallen on the floor and spread it out atop the platform's dusty surface. Here, now you can sit without getting your clothes dirty. Thank you. Hitomi quietly took a seat. We should probably turn off our cell phones, H.E. said. It could be really bad if they rang at the wrong moment. The two powered off their phones. H.E. took a cursory look around. It didn't look like there was any way in or out besides the door they'd come in through. Wait, is this the storeroom that Tama woke up in? There was a single window set in the wall, but it wouldn't open far enough to let them through. Whoa, that's scary. Ah! Hitomi let out a quiet gasp. Someone was outside the storeroom. Eiichi put a finger to his lips, and Hitomi gave a fearful nod. The window's frosted glass blocked any real view in or out. As long as they stay quiet, they ought to be safe. Whoever was outside pressed their face to the frosted glass, trying to get a glimpse inside. The blurry visage of the foreigner who'd attacked them was dimly visible. Like the man with the cane before him, this guy was quick to catch up. The man pounded on the glass. Eiichi swallowed the lump in his throat. If this guy got in, they had nowhere to run. Eiichi turned to Hitomi. Let's hurry out through the door or we'll be fine. Just sit tight. I'm thinking sit tight. Anyone in the chat wanna say otherwise? Ah, dear. If not, I'm gonna go for B. Let's go for B. We'll be fine. Just sit tight. Hitomi clutched onto Eiichi's arm hard. Can I help you with something? Said a casual voice from outside. They saw their pursuer react at once, pulling back from the window. Oh, sorry, Skit, you are here. Yeah, you reckon B as well. Okay, good, great minds and all that. That's just our storeroom, you know, the voice added. Eiichi heard footsteps scampering away. The kidnapper had run off. Eiichi exchanged glances with Hitomi and let out a tiny sigh. There were more voices coming from outside now. What was up with that guy? I don't know. Nuh, ugh. What is that? What was that noise meant to be? Nuh, ugh. God. How's it going, GCB? You're on pretty late tonight. Then again, I don't think this game is this game's not to your taste, is it? So I don't blame you. I'm enjoying it. I enjoy most games though, like you know. Whatever. Let's just hurry up and get stuff tidied up. Man, my throat's raw. It sounded like a conversation between two men. The storeroom door opened and the men clomped their way inside. Tomonari Takaya and Taro Toga, two members of the theatre troupe The Wandering Angels. Takaya is the Wandering Angels star actor, playing the lead role of Ryu in today's performance of Au Revoir, the troupe's 22nd piece. Last night he slept completely naked and caught a cold, leading to the sore throat he has now. Oh dear. Oh, that was a pretty good timing. Toga is the stage director, handling things behind the scenes. He's very irritated that Shinichi Bando, in charge of the props, seems to have gone AWOL. So I'm just going to write that down, because that was quite good timing, wasn't it? What time is it? There you go. Been a long couple of days. Haven't been able to sit down and watch. No worries, dude. It's all good. Yeah, this game doesn't. It's not everyone's cup of tea as well though. So it's been quite quiet in here recently. I don't know if it's been quiet though because I've been talking a lot. You know, we've been trying to keep up with the story. I feel like I'm reading to people at bedtime. So what are we getting? Let's grab all those folding chairs over there. Hook. Yeah? The producer said we're going to need a lot more seats all of a sudden. Mr. Arai said that? Going all out for the troops' last hurrah, huh? Beats me, man. In no real hurry, the men went about carting the folding chairs away. They didn't notice Eiichi and Hitomi sitting silently in the shadows. How have you been, though, dude? How's I know what you're going to say, but how was work? Was it alright? Ugh. Not to change the subject, but how come we're using a dry ice machine and not a smoke machine? Maybe that's why my throat's bothering me. I'm not going to make that sound again. I can't imitate it. You've read them to sleep. Yeah, it could be that. It could really be that. I think Skit's the only person that's awake at the moment. You and Skit. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Nobody's even operating it, and it's still drawing a ton of power. Think it's defective? Ugh. No, I'm not making those noises again. H and Hitomi waited for the two men to finish up. If they were spotted, it would probably cause a scene, and worse still, it might alert the men who were hunting them. Once they carried off the rest of the folding chairs, the men closed the storeroom door. The foreigner could still be somewhere nearby, though, so Aichi decided they should hide out in the room a little longer. Yeah, this blows. I want to get back out there to look for that blue van ASAP, but... Aichi trailed off as something occurred to him. Wait a second. Now that's weird. Hitomi looked at him inquiringly. The kidnappers already have the ransom money, yeah? Aichi said. That's right. And then they told you that your sister was in some blue minivan. Isn't that kind of weird? What do you mean? Did you figure that your sister was in the minivan by herself? Well, yes. If one of the kidnappers were with her, they wouldn't need to send me to go out to go get her. Right, Aichi said. And yet the fact was that as soon as the kidnappers had their money, they could have let Hitomi's sister out of the vehicle and just run off. There was no point in sending Hitomi to fetch her personally. A look of revelation dawned on Hitomi's face. Oh. They're twins, so maybe they don't have Maria and they needed her. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I've been alright. Been so tired these past few days though, trying to get earlier nights. I'm just my sleeping pattern is just fucked now, and I can't seem to get out of it. It's really, really bad, and I don't know what to do. I really don't. Are you getting enough sleep, dude, or I don't know. What's up? That minivan had already left Ogenzaka, she said, and it came back while we were there waiting for it. Aichi finished. He thought back to his earlier run-in with the blue vehicle. So then, inside that minivan, there had been a bunch of foreigners inside, which meant the kidnappers had been trying to ambush Hitomi. The kidnappers didn't have any intention of giving her sister back. I think it's the A, personally. I think they've been trying to ambush her. What time do you normally get to bed? Dude, I've been getting to bed like at 4 o'clock in the morning recently. I can't break the sleeping pattern. Because when I get into a pattern, I sleep pretty much a perfect 7 hours. So I've got to somehow stay up. I can't force myself to go to sleep early because I'm not tired. I can't do it. So what I'm going to have to do is either get up early and just suffer through the tiredness, or I'm going to have to stay up right around, which is worse, way worse. So yeah, I don't know what to do. I could do my 24-hour stream and then just be tired right at the end of it, but some nights I get plenty, but some other nights I get none at all. That's odd, dude. See, once I'm asleep, I'm done. Like, I won't wake up again. You get up at 6-ish. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm going to bed as soon as you're getting up. Time for a new mattress, maybe? I'm going to go for the kidnappers have been trying to ambush Hitomi. They told her that her sister was in the minivan to lure her to it. And the kidnappers have been lying in wait inside. Do you think they were trying to kidnap me too? That's it. Aichi clapped his hands together. Then they'd let your sister go and demand a ransom for you. And then they make her deliver the ransom money for your release. They'd be able to get like infinite ransom money by constantly abducting one twin after the other. That seems a little far-fetched. Yeah, it's not what I was going for, Aichi. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Now that she'd said so, Aichi realised that it was kind of a ridiculous idea. Still, what if the kidnappers really were trying to kidnap me, Hitomi said. As in, like, they accidentally abducted the wrong twin. I mean, I guess that would have been easy to botch up. That would imply that they wanted me, specifically, and not my sister. Hitomi paused briefly and thought. Maybe you're hotter than your sister or something, Eiichi suggested with enthusiasm. That's a bit inappropriate, Eiichi. Hitomi shook her head. That can't be it. If anything, it's the other way around. Compared to my sister, I'm just... Whoa, hey, stop right there. Eiichi had to interrupt her. You're not just anything. Please don't. I am, I'm just... Tears had welled up in Hitomi's eyes. Why? Why did this have to happen to her? Why not me? Whoa, hey, come on, don't cry. I'm sorry. Cheer up. It's like that song says. Don't just stand there, wipe those tears away. That one. You know it? Is that Aya Kamiki? Yeah, that's the one. Put your hand in mine, every single bee's a light. That's fucking nonsense. Huh? You know, every single bee's a light. Oh wait, has he got the lyrics wrong? Hitomi let out a giggle. Everything will be alright. Okay, fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. You've got the lyrics wrong. It's everything will be alright. Ah, right. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. I guess. Eiichi's mouth curled into a sheepish smile. Just got a new one. Lol, I used to sleep on a blanket on the floor, as poor as that sounds, as it was better for my back, but decided to get a mattress a few weeks back. This might be because I'm sleeping on the mattress again. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe you're not used to it, I suppose. Do you have you know those things you can put underneath the mattress to make the like mattress a bit stiffer, maybe. Maybe you need a like a hard mattress. Possibly. Look at me talking like I know all about mattresses. Alright, I think we've laid low long enough, Eiichi said at last. I think we should be on our way. He was about to get to his feet when he heard voices outside the storeroom again. Yikes, that was pretty careless of us. Yeah, we definitely got to watch it. I said I'm not going to do the voices, and I fucking do the voices. The theatre guys from earlier have returned, and they sounded a bit panicked. Tomonari Takia and Taro Toga, two members of the theatre troupe, The Wandering Angels. I was going to say, is this a new one? Takia is the Wandering Angels' star actor, but lately, in addition to appearing on their stage, he's been taking on TV drama and film work as well. The next role he's slated for is in Sun TV's upcoming suspense drama, Sumo Queen 2, where he will play the referee who utters the lame line, "Looks like things are getting heavy," upon discovering a victim's dying message inscribed in one corner of the sumo ring. That's an amazing pun. He needed to do the whole, like, what do you call it, glasses thing. You know, looks like things are getting heavy. Yeah! Heard folks have been messing with the storeroom a bunch recently. Yeah, huh? And did you hear who's behind it? Some juvenile delinquents. Like a gang? Wow, that takes me way back. Alright, let's hurry on back. We got locked in. Eiichi rushed over to the door. He tried turning the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Oh, come on, are you freaking kidding me? He paced frantically around the room, pulling at his hair. We're locked in. We're locked in. And that door was the only way in or out. Eiichi and Hitomi were well and truly trapped inside the storeroom. This is all my fault, Eiichi said. It was my idea to hide out here in the first place. He bowed to Hitomi repeatedly. We're never going to be able to find that blue minivan now. Guess we'll have to get someone on the outside to help us, Hitomi replied. She scowled thoughtfully. They powered their phones back on in order to call for help. Oh, Hitomi chirped. That's me. She took a look at the LCD's display. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Ah, okay. Hitomi began typing out a response with practiced ease. More wild delusions rose in Eiichi's mind. Ideas or fantasies conjured up in one's mind with no logical or factual basis. People can become deluded for varying reasons about a whole host of different subjects. Thankfully, Eiichi's delusions here are of an ultimately harmless sort. Yeah, I was thinking of getting something to put underneath. Yeah, you can get like my sister used to have it because I think she had the same problem. She doesn't like soft mattresses. But it's like it's almost like a box shaped like a mattress that you put underneath it. Might help. He used to have a Japanese futon, so you actually just legit slept on the floor. I don't know if I'd find that comfortable, you know. Then again, I can sleep anywhere. It's just, if I need to sleep, I'll sleep. It's one of my superpowers. Is this what he's imagining? Oh no, that's her thinking of Tanaka, isn't it? Stealing a quick glance at Hitomi, he noticed her gazing happily at her phone's screen. His delusions ran even more wild. Oh, that's what he thinks. She thinks of him, of Tanaka. While he was still fretting furiously, Hitomi finished typing her response. So, what did you wind up saying? Eiichi asked. I explained the situation. That we're trapped in a storeroom, you've got some guys chasing after you, and you're looking for some van? Yes, I also asked him to please keep this a secret from my family and the police. Whoever this Tanaka guy was, Hitomi sure seemed to put a lot of trust in him. A short while later, Hitomi's phone chimed with a reply. She checked the screen in a flash, all eagerness. Eiichi couldn't help but ask, so what's that Tanaka guy have to say? Or did his utmost to pretend he didn't notice? I think A here. Yeah, it's pretty much on the floor with a few blankets. I suppose that's it then, isn't it? If you're used to like a hard floor, well, not totally hard floor, but like a harder surface to sleep on, that's probably what's doing it, isn't it? If you get yourself in the right position, they're perfect. I can imagine them getting comfy, like getting comfy in one of those. Because they use like quite thick blankets, don't they? As well. I'm going to go for A here. Eiichi couldn't help but ask. So, what's that Tanaka guy have to say? A hint of jealousy slipped into his voice. He says he's going to try to find the minivan for us. Huh? If he just comes and lets us out, I can go look for it myself. He says he wants us to hide out here a little longer. Ugh, what the hell? Seriously? He says that if someone's after me, it's safe to stay where we are. Yeah, and I'm out of the I'm out of the running. Eiichi thought to himself. This Tanaka was clearly pretty concerned for her, and there was really only one reason a middle-aged man would think like that. All right, fine, we'll wait. Eiichi turned his own phone off, then slumped back in a huff. After 20 more minutes in the storeroom, the two were sitting in silence. Eiichi had run out of things to talk about. Do you think you'll ever be friends again? You and that one guy, Susumu, I think it was. Hitomi's question caught Eiichi off guard. He stammered, unsure how to respond. Hitomi shook her head. I'm so sorry. I barely know you. That was insensitive of me. No, it's alright. I mean, sometimes I wish things could go back to the way they used to be, Eiichi said. He let out a tiny sigh. What that Kiryu guy said was the truth. I was the guy who founded SOS. Do you know what I mean by that? Hitomi gave a slight nod. I mean, I never wanted to be in charge of a gang or anything, but I knew that if I left SOS, we'd just fall apart. And I didn't want everyone else to get all caught up over who would take my place, you know? So I thought long and hard about it, looking for a way for folks to stay friends even after I was gone. Takes time to get used to it. Yeah, the blankets are used pretty thick. Yeah, I think it's just that. It must be that then, GCB. I'd imagine if you like slept on that slept on the duvet, slept on that mattress for long enough, your back would probably get used to it. But yeah, it might be worth getting one of those things to put underneath. It's meant to be I think it's meant to be better for your back. I had to pop out to get dog food, so I'm a bit lost at the moment. Lol. Skit, what's happened? What was the last thing you saw? Do you remember? I'll try and explain what's gone on. The loud voice echoed through the pool hall that served as SOS HQ. an establishment for playing pool, more formally known as pocket billiards. This particular place is a pool bar serving alcohol. The standard pool table is rectangular in shape, sports 6 pockets, 4 in the corners and 1 in the middle of each long side, and supports multiple games including 9-ball, 8-ball and rotation. There are also tables without pockets. This style is known as carom billiards. Nah, it's fine. I'll catch up. That's cool, man. If you have any, if you've got any questions, just ask. I don't know what it is. I keep sneezing, and my nose is really itchy. So I don't know what's going on. What do you mean you're leaving? Susumu was positively red in the face. You're our founder, Eiichi. You can't just up and quit. Susumu had been almost like a younger brother to Eiichi. If anyone was going to try to stop him, Eiichi knew full well it would be Susumu. Look, I'm not gang leader material. All I've been trying to do is make sure we're all able to have fun. That's not true, Susumu said. Think about all that stuff you taught us. Don't you remember? Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Those are your words, Eiichi. Did I say that? It's the heaviest thing you've ever said. Then, to Eiichi's consternation, Susumu got down on his hands and knees. I'm begging you, please don't leave. Without you, SOS is nothing. Eiichi could feel his conviction waver. I'm begging you here, from one man to another. This is my one request. Susumu, I'm sorry. Eiichi could barely croak out the words. I'm leaving you in charge. You can't, Susumu pleaded. Please don't say that. Eiichi turned his back to him in silence. So we're just skip, just to give you an idea what's happening here, we're just going, this is Eiichi's backstory when he was leader of the SOS gang. Please, Eiichi, why won't you listen? I can't possibly beg any harder than this. Enough of all the request nonsense, Eiichi grimaced. What? Look at you down on your hands and knees like that. Pathetic. Ultimately stems from the Greek pathetikos, meaning subject to feeling or capable of emotion. Over time the meaning changed to signify exciting the passions, and later on to the more modern sense of arousing one's pity. Eiichi spoke as harshly as he could, fighting to mask his true feelings. I'm fed up with you. I'm fed up with you. All of you. With each word out of his mouth, Eiichi could feel his own heart breaking. But if he could make the others hate him, at least it would give SOS a reason to stay together. How can you say that? Don't you try and pull that crap. Susumu's tone had changed from sadness to anger. Fine then, he railed. I'm never asking you for anything again. I'll do what you want. I'll take the reins of SOS. Eiichi walked away, waving vaguely without looking back. Good luck. I mean it. Once he stepped out of the pool hall, he wiped his sleeve across his face. It came away wet with tears. Sometimes I think that maybe I could apologise to those guys and we could go back to the good old days again. But that's never going to happen. Not unless Suzune gets better. Suzune's his sister. He stared into the distance at nothing in particular. Oh yeah, his sister's got I think she's got like a heart condition. So she's in the hospital at the moment. At least he'd sorted out how he felt about his former pals. Is there nothing that can help your sister? Hitomi asked. She needs a heart transplant. And the problem with heart transplants is that the timing is tricky. The act of surgically implanting one person's heart into another's body. Such an operation is typically only performed on a patient with severe heart disease who cannot survive without a new heart. There are strict requirements that must be met before a heart can be transplanted, however. Chief among them, that the donor must first be brain dead. Even if there's a donor available, the transplant has to be performed within 4 hours or things get dicey. Because lack of oxygen causes damage, referred to as warm ischemia damage, in any organ removed from a human body, the transplant must be carried out and blood circulation restored within a certain time window, known as the total ischemic time. In the case of a heart transplant, total ischemic time is only 4 hours. Helicopters and charter jets are frequently used to rapidly transport hearts for such operations. Is it? Do you reckon it's a? Is it different for every organ? Do you think? I wonder. Oh wow, I didn't realise. Someone with a heart that's a match for Suzune would need to die somewhere near her, somewhere they could perform the surgery within the 4-hour window. The odds of that happening are so small it would almost be a miracle, which is what my sister's been waiting for. Eiichi thumped the left side of his chest. If my heart would do the trick, I'd gladly let her have it. Damn it! And I've got a strong heart too. He thumped himself on the chest again and again. He didn't mention it to Hitomi, but Suzune's blood type made finding a heart transplant even more difficult. She had Bombay blood. A type of blood that does not correspond to the more common types of AB, O or AB. In some instances, a standard blood typing yields a result of O in such individuals. First discovered in the city of Bombay, now Mumbai, on India's west coast, the blood type takes its name from that city due to its relatively high incidence rate among the inhabitants. I don't actually know what blood type I've got. I think I'm pretty sure my parents said I had the most common blood type, which I see as a good thing. Just in case I have any problems in the future. It was one of the rarest blood types in the world. Apparently there were only a few dozen people in all of Japan who had it. Rare blood types such as Bombay are scarce enough that even nationwide blood centres seldom have them in sufficient supply. For this reason, when such blood types are discovered in everyday testing, samples are quickly taken to be frozen and stored at temperatures lower than 80 degrees below centigrade. If Suzune were ever to receive a heart transplant, it would need to be from someone who also had Bombay blood. Eiichi, Hitomi sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Wow, she must really feel bad for Suzune. If you did manage to find a heart for your sister, what would you do? What do you mean? Say if you happened across someone who was a donor match. I would do anything. Anything? Yeah, whatever it took. I'd risk my own life if it meant helping Suzune. I mean, at that point, I'd assume God had granted me a miracle or something, you know? So she's going to have a heart, right? She's going to have the same blood type. Mr. Tanaka? Unfortunately for these two, it's not Mr. Tanaka. Right now, Tanaka is at the Asawa residence on his way to speak with Kenji Asawa, who is washing dishes after lunch. I'm going to keep this going rather than doing the changeover because I'm intrigued to see who this is. I think this is going to end their hour anyway. Hitomi's voice was barely a squeak. For a moment, all was silent. Maybe it's just a cat, Eiichi suggested, or not? Wait, we can do that as well. Ah, so that's how we unlock Tama's thing then. Suddenly someone hit the door, hard. It sounded like they were trying to break the lock. You really think that's Tanaka? Eiichi asked. I'm not sure. If it were him, I think he'd probably say something. Eiichi grabbed Hitomi's hand. We'd better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. The door swung open with a loud creak. Oh god, it's the guy with the cane. In stepped the man with the cane. What the heck? Eiichi whispered. What's he doing here? Gun drawn, the assassin prowled slowly around the storeroom. Eiichi and Hitomi crouched behind the plywood prop, trying not to make a sound. The man moved out of their line of sight. Eiichi gazed longingly at the door. Eiichi risked a peek around the corner of the plywood. He still couldn't see the man with the cane. The door was maybe 5 meters away. What should they do? Oh no! What should we do? They need to just make a run for it, or should we stay? Need to wait for a safer chance to escape. The thing is, this guy clearly knows where they are somehow. Because how would he have seen them go into the storeroom? So if we wait, I feel like we're going to get caught. You reckon run? Okay, we'll give that a go. They needed to just make a run for it. Eiichi took a firm grip on Hitomi's hand. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a cell phone vibrating from behind a tall piece of plywood leaning by the door. The assassin stepped out from behind it. If they'd made a run for it, they'd probably have bumped right into him. That was a close one. H.E. wiped away a few beads of cold sweat. I'm sure this is the place. His voice was low and confident. Uh-oh. Did he have friends? Still clutching his phone, the assassin wandered deeper into the storeroom. H.E. and Hitomi took the opportunity to slip out the door. They ran through the alleyways back toward the main road. Before they reached it, however, they suddenly found their path cut off by one of the foreigners who chased them earlier, the accomplice of the man with the pipe. He stood waiting for them, holding a knife in one hand. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. They turned back. H.E. knew the man with the cane might catch up with them, and he had a gun. H.E. slipped off his sleeveless jacket and wrapped it around his left arm. He was going to have to use his left arm to guard against the knife while punching with his right hand. He clenched his fist and braced himself. And then, suddenly, he froze. Huh? A small dark silhouette dropped from somewhere up above. Landing deftly, the newcomer lunged toward the man with the knife, closing the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Ugh! The figure delivered a swift chop to the back of the man's neck. He dropped to the pavement like a dead man, finally giving H.E. a clear view of the shadow behind him. That's a woman. Is this Miku? No. H.E. couldn't believe his eyes. It was a small-statured young woman with Middle Eastern features. Hitomi let out a little gasp. Is it Maria? Oh no, Kanan? Oh my god. So adding so many characters into this. Right, so that's the end of that one. Jesus. Okay, so we've reached the end of his one. Why did that go down all the way up to the top there? Wait, why is that not changed? It didn't change to be continued, weirdly. The plot thickens. It really does, doesn't it? Right, we need to go to the jump. Let's see what Tama's up to. Hang on. Wait, why did that not save? Wait, that didn't save, did it? Is that what went wrong? Oh shit, we come across a game-breaking bug here. Oh shit. It's just gone back to the beginning of the fucking thing. Hang on. Was it because of this? It was that bundle of things. The leaflets. They're the flyers. Was it because of that? Because when you clicked on the flyers, it was it came up with like that glitch, didn't it? Yeah, look, it does that. That doesn't look right. Oh shit. That might be a problem. I'm gonna have to go through this again, guys. We'll go back. We'll pick the same. We'll pick the same options. But yeah. Shit, that's really weird, isn't it? Right, Skit, now's the time to talk about some more anime. While we wait to get through this, because that was a lot of reading there. What are you do you watch the Ghibli films at all? Have you seen any of those? See most of them. I've got most of them, but I haven't watched all of them yet. Oh, here we go. Will be fine. Just sit tight. What ones haven't I seen? I haven't seen some of the weirder ones like Pompoko or My Neighbor the Yamadas. There's one of the, there's Cat Returns and is it Whisper of the Heart? I think I've seen Cat Returns, but not Whisper of the Heart, because I think they're linked together. Yeah, I've got a good chunk of them here. I've still got some that are still sealed. But when Marnie was there, is that what it's called? I thought it was called When Marnie and Me. But yeah, they're good films. I do enjoy them. They got kind of a nice feel to them, don't they? They're like sort of they're just good feel-good films. I don't think I say that. Have you seen Grave of the Fireflies? That's not a feel-good film. That's not a feel-good film at all. I can't believe this has done this. I hope this isn't actually a game-breaking bug. Grave is one of the ones I've been putting off. Yeah, it's rough, dude. It is real rough to watch that one. I mean, it's given the circumstances of what they're talking about, of course it's going to be rough. Yeah, it's really, really sad. It's so sad. It's one of those films that I think if you don't even if you don't get a lump in your throat, you're just like you've got a heart made of stone. It's good though. I mean, it's worth watching. Just maybe have some tissues to hand. Can I actually speed this up? Hold for speed up. No, I've been doing that already. Yeah. You know what? I haven't watched. Well, I've watched quite a lot of series. I haven't watched a lot of anime movies. I saw Your Name the other. I think was it earlier this year. Recently, anyway. That was really good. Really enjoyed that. That was a beautiful looking film as well. Oh, look at that! We literally just said it the same. As soon as I said that, you typed that. I don't remember the studio, but the ones who made Girl Who Leapt Through Time and Your Name, love those. Yeah, I forget the name of the studio. I've actually seen both of those. I haven't seen the other one that because there's a package you can get with 2 films in it. It's The Girl Who Leapt Through Time and I think it's Summer Wars. I don't know if they made that as well, but that's meant to be really good. They're coming out with a new movie now called Mirai. Do you know what it's about? Because I'd be up for watching that. Just seeing what else I've got here. I tell you what. Have you ever seen Kids on the Slope? That's really worth watching as well. Brother-sister relationship and time travelling. They do it wasn't time travelling, was it, Your Name? But it was like a travelling of types, wasn't it? They kind of like that, don't they? Kids on the Slope is a series, dude. It's I want to say it's like 12, 13 episodes long, I think. Really good though, like really heartwarming. Super heartwarming. I've got it here. If I can get it out. Hang on. Ugh. Yeah, it's this one. It's the guy that directed Cowboy Bebop did it. So you kind of know, and it's got the same. It's got Yoko Kanno who's doing the music as well. But it's a slice of life one. It's about a well, here you go. Summer 1966. Kaoru moves. Let's get the auto. I can hold this while we're doing this. Kaoru moves house yet again. This time to a seaside town in Kyushu. For him, it's been this way his whole life, a frustrating, never-ending cycle of trying to adjust. But his life is about to change. He'll meet friends that will show him the shape of things to come through a new beat called jazz, and it will take him places he's never dreamed of. Yeah, so the kid's kind of like a bit of a stick in the mud, and they kind of get him out of that by meeting these new friends. Really, really good though. I really enjoyed it. Amazing music. If you like, if you like jazz. I'm not like particularly well versed on jazz, but I don't know. I kind of like the sound of it. I like the sound of the saxophone. But bebop was all jazz, wasn't it? Oh my god! What? How long was this? It was so long. I can't believe you have to skip through this all again. Yeah, the bebop soundtrack is amazing. I mean, Yoko Kanno's just an amazing composer. She's done a lot of amazing music though. She actually did Macross Plus skit, I believe. Gives you an idea of how good the music is in that OVA. Yeah, she's real good. Right, I think we're nearly there. I wonder if any other people have come across this bug before. Problem is, if this doesn't fix itself, then I might be fucked here. But yeah, no, I haven't been watching a lot of anime recently. I've got a lot of stuff to catch up on, and the problem is that I find myself, as soon as the stream's over, I just find myself tinkering with stream stuff. I've still got loads of stuff to do. I've still got I need to make another emote. I've got to make my banner and the picture for when the stream's offline picture. Got to do those. I'm still trying to sort out my YouTube. I'm thinking of going back to the videos that I've still got on there and redoing the thumbnails so they all look the same, just to keep them in order. I think it'll look more professional, I think. But yeah, as a result, I've not really. Oh, here we go. I've not really been watching any anime. Let's switch over to Tama. Hopefully that would have saved that now. It doesn't look like it has though. This could mean the end of the game. The sales demo is over, and against all odds, I managed to get paid. Money clutched in one paw, I head to the knick-knack shop to finally buy that necklace I can't stop thinking about. Hello? Anyone here? I called out. There's no reply. Is the shopkeeper out? Ah, just a moment. Panting, the sales clerk comes scurrying into the shop behind me. Sorry about that. Just had to pop out for a sec. Phew, you would not believe what I just saw. He leans against a pillar, gasping audibly as he tries to catch his breath. Ah, you hear about the necklace? Do you still have it? Of course. Thank you so much. I have half the money here and the rest is in my... Oh. I suddenly remember something very important. Oh no. The sales clerk gives me a curious look. What's the matter? My wallet. It's still in here. I pat the costume around the tummy. So why don't you just take that outfit off? Well, I mean, the zipper's kind of broken. I wouldn't be having all this trouble if I could just get out of this darn costume. Kind of broken. It's way more broken than that. Oh god. Sounds like a lot of work. It's time consuming. It takes and I get, like, I'm not gonna lie, I do get distracted by YouTube videos as well. That is the single worst thing on the internet if you want to get work done, is fucking YouTube. You love my YouTube thumbnails. I'm really quite proud of them, GCB. Considering I'm not an artist, I'm pretty proud of them. So thank you. I'll take the compliment. The sales clerk points me to a full body mirror. He's right. The zipper in back is hanging open. Taking this thing off will be a cinch now. Oh, thank you. I give him a bow. I'm not sure you need to be thanking me, he says. No, I do. If you hadn't pointed that out, I might have let myself stay stuck in here forever. So really, thank you so much. I bow again and again. Has she not got any clothes on? Is she going to be absolutely beautiful? That's Maria. I got it right. My hunch was correct. I'll pay to make mine if you like. I don't know. I couldn't even begin to know how much to charge to make YouTube thumbnails. I kind of feel bad doing it, to be honest. You're just getting started with YouTube, aren't you, GCB? I don't know if I've got your. I don't know if I've subscribed to your channel actually. You'll have to send me a link in the Discord, and I'll. Because I looked at it, I've definitely looked at it. I just can't remember if I've subscribed to it or not. Because I saw you doing those mystery box unboxings, weren't you? It's not saving. It's not saving at all. Gonna have to go through that again. Shit. Sour. Right, so that's the other changeover point from H's storyline. Fuck. Is there a... Hang on, is there another patch for this, maybe? No, it's up to date. Fuck. Yeah, there's no update for it. You're on 98 subs at the moment. That's not bad, dude. Really. It really isn't. I'm only on 369 subs, and I've had the... I think I've had the account since, like... I don't know, 2006? Or something stupid like that. This is bearing in mind that I have, like, several videos that are over 100,000 views as well. Mainly do unboxings. Once Black Ops 4 is out next month, I'll be posting gameplay of that. You could, you should, have you got any way to stream to YouTube, GCB? Because that will automatically get... I mean, you could do it through Twitch as well, obviously, but that automatically uploads it to YouTube as well. If not, I mean, you can just use OBS to... Actually, it depends what you're playing on, doesn't it? Yeah, it's worth doing. Like I said, if you're just doing it for fun, you might as well do it. Okay, I got my big DQ slime plushie today. How big are we talking, Skit? I'm wondering if we should maybe go... No, we can't change that. Right, guys, bear with me. I'm really sorry about this. Just, I can't believe this game is fucking glitched. You know what? I'm actually going to back out. Let's close the game down, and I'll try restarting it and see if that glitch is still a thing. Hopefully not. 40 centimeters in diameter. So like that, roughly. That's pretty hefty. I've been posting it for about a year, but went public with it a few months back. Sorry, I know that like going like that is not, it's not a good way of showing how big it is, but it's what, like 2.5 Blu-ray cases big. Sorry, that's the only guy I can look at that's kind of get close to 30 centimeters, like 40 centimeters. Sorry. I've been posting for about a year, but went public with it a few months back. I was thinking of streaming just via the PS4. Got a mic and the PS4 camera. Yeah, dude, might as well. It's the easiest way to do it. You won't get quite as good a picture out of it, obviously, but you know, it's a start, isn't it? Definitely a start. And then maybe, you know, if you want to make more of a thing of it as time goes on, you can get like the capture cards and whatnot. Right, please tell me that saved everything. It did. Right. Well, guys, looks like we're going to continue to chat because this is still busted as fuck. I think I'm going to have to do this like 3 times as well. Let's see if the... You know what? I'm not going to read the flyers thing. And see if that sorts it out. Yeah, look, this is what happened. So when I looked at the flyers thing, it didn't show this, did it? Didn't show this picture. So it looks like that one thing's glitched the game. Right, so yeah, we're gonna have to go back through it again. Fuck's sake! Wish we could scroll quicker. But you can scroll quicker if you've already gone through it. Oh, hang on. Wait, it's working now. So it's just that one bit. Right, we're gonna have to remember that because that's. I might have to post that somewhere. Someone might be having the same problem. Looks like we've been able to get out of it. Where is it? Need to get the other bit where we can swap over. Ah, there you go, Mr. Tanaka. Yeah, so I think you might have been here for this skit. They were making food, and then Tanaka just came into the kitchen, and the bug thing went off. One way to do it is to use remote play on PC. Is that any better, Marcelo? Oh, you got Mac. I tried with OBS and the Elgato, but I've got a Mac and it can't handle it. It's currently saving for a PC. Yeah, I think you have to use very specific capture cards for Mac, don't you? For them to work. Director, if you have a moment... Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Yes, of course. Sao took the bug tracker from his pocket and handed it back to Kajiwara. I won't be needing this anymore. As soon as they had left the kitchen, Tanaka leaned in close and whispered to him. I got an email from Hitomi. He showed his cell phone to Asawa. It looks like my sister is being held captive in a blue minivan somewhere in Shibuya. But that man is still chasing me, so I can't really go looking for it. A blue minivan? Allow me to handle this, sir. I'll figure something out. Asawa knew he trusted Tanaka for a reason. Thank you, he said with a bow. I don't trust Tanaka. I think there's something up with him. Oh, you wouldn't have happened to know any place she might have gone, do you, sir? What? It's just that all she's told me is that she's been moving around. I'm sorry. I don't really have any idea, Asawa replied. He was ashamed to say it. There wasn't a single place he knew of where his daughter might be inclined to go. Ah, I see. Tanaka, picking up on his discomfort, was visibly embarrassed himself. He hastened to change the subject. By the way, how did your talk with Mr. Makino go? I confirmed that he was behind the human testing, but I don't know who sent me those emails. Tanaka paused for a moment in thought, looking like he might have a hunch. Alright then, he said. We'll have to talk in more detail later. With that, the assistant director headed for the front door. Mr. Asawa? Kajiwara spoke from the kitchen door. Peeping on me again, huh? Asawa grumbled. Thankfully, it didn't appear that the detective had overheard his conversation with Tanaka. And good grief, that thing is noisy. If it's broken, why don't you just throw it out? The sounds from the bug tracker grew fainter and fainter. This one isn't broken. Something wasn't right. Asawa now realised. Mr. Asawa, Kajiwara said. This is my bug tracker. So? Asawa huffed. What I mean is, sir, this one isn't broken. What the fuck was that? What? A chill ran up Asawa's spine. He swallowed audibly. I've pinpointed the source of the signal, Kajiwara said. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka. No, Asawa thought. I must have misheard that. I must have misheard that. Hold on. Say that again. I've located the source of the signal. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka, the detective repeated. This time, Asawa heard him crystal clear. I'm certain of it. Mr. Tanaka has a listening device on him. Asawa felt the blood draining from his face. If someone had been listening in on the conversation just now, then they'd heard about the email from Hitomi. If the kidnappers were the ones listening, that meant Maria's life was now in danger. I'll go after him, sir. Kajiwara broke into a sprint. Asawa followed close behind. Wow, this is getting interesting, isn't it? Well, I said getting interesting. It's been very interesting. Right, so that's the end of that one. I'll try via the PS4 to start with, I think. I've tried it before and the gameplay is decent quality, but the PS4 camera is trash. But I guess it'll be alright to start with. GCB, what I'd suggest is... Because I did a bit of streaming directly through the PS4 through YouTube. And you're right, the quality's not great. It doesn't matter if you put it at 720 or 1080. It doesn't seem to do it justice at all. So I would suggest having the view where the game view is squashed down. You've got the camera in the top right hand corner. So I'm trying to mirror it so we get it correct. And have the chat down the side. Because what that will do is it will shrink the video and it will look better as a result. I think that's usually the best way to do PS4 direct gameplay, personally. But yeah, it might be worth trying both and seeing how they both work. Because it might be that you know they've improved it since I last tried it. So the only one we've got left is Kano. But how are we going to change that? While I'm thinking of what to do there, I'm just going to have to go for a quick pee. I'll be back in a minute or two. I'm just going to say hello to my mum's just coming as well. I'll be back in a minute. There we go. Sorry guys, that was a bit longer than I was thinking. I'll give that a go to see what's better. GCB, the other thing I was going to say was the camera might look shit because the you might need more lighting, more direct lighting. Because I'll show you what my camera looks like. Let me just turn off my light here. This is what my camera looks like without any light. Oh, it's not going to work now, is it? There, that's what my camera looks like without any light. So it's yeah, direct lighting is probably the most important thing to making a camera look better. Because I swear I've seen a lot of those PS4 cameras before, and they generally don't look too bad as long as you've got some good lighting. Okay, I've got to find out how to progress Kano's story. Because he catches him and we don't want him to be caught. It's very dark, yeah. That's what I was running before this. That's why I put up the... that's why I needed lighting desperately. What's that jump? That's the jump we just did, wasn't it? Now let's go into Kano's thing here. See if we can find out. While Kano performed admirably in recapturing blah blah blah, whatever, someone can do something at 140 that throws a wrench into Kano's activities, thanks to the involvement of unrelated parties. Like 140. Might be Tama. Could be Minarakawa. Well, let's try both of those and see if it goes in a different way. So we're gonna we're gonna get out of the cat suit here, I think. Get one of those daylight bulbs in my room now, so that should be pretty good. Oh my god. That cream cracker went down the wrong fucking way, didn't it? Yeah, this is I've got the bulb I've got is one of those Wi-Fi LED bulbs, dude. So I can change the sort of the tone of the light. So I've got it like a warm thing at the moment. You can have it as a cold bulb as well. Hang on. It's time I skin this cat. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. The exact origin of the phrase, there's more than one way to skin a cat, is uncertain and a matter of some dispute, though it appears to have arisen in the latter portion of the 19th century. It's hard to imagine why anyone would want to conjure up such a gruesome mental image. Yeah, I don't understand why you'd come up with that unless you were fucked in the head. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. I take hold of the head in both hands and yank it upwards as hard as I can. Oh-ho! Please tell me I'm not just imagining things. The head feels a whole lot looser than it did before. If I give it a good enough push, then maybe... Rah! It comes off! I did it! I slip out of the rest of the cat costume and gleefully abandon it as I head for the knick-knack shop. Ah, maybe that wasn't the right end then. It seems like there's another way to get to the to be continued thing for Tama. Let's try Minarakawa's thing here. See if that sorts it out. No, nothing really came to mind. It was about time to wrap this up. Thank you for your time, Mr. Yanagashita. If you'll excuse me though, I have to get to another interview. Oh no, of course. Allow me to walk you out. Yanagashita rose to his feet as Minarakawa got up to leave. Oh, that won't be necessary. It's no trouble. I'm heading out now myself. Gotta run before those guys show up. Hmm? What guys do you mean? Oh, nobody. Nobody. Just a personal thing is all. They parted ways outside the building, and Minokawa headed off to the cafe to put his article together. Or is this isn't going to change anything for him, is it? Because oh, perfect timing. Yeah, this is the same, right? Yeah, his computer just breaks. Fuck, what would that change then? Maybe that... Did that change anything? Doesn't look like it, does it? In fact, actually, that stopped H's thing from ending, isn't it? Because H's thing was on to be continued, wasn't it? Let's have a look. I can't actually remember now. Let's see. Yeah, we can skip that. I'm just going to skip these because we've already gone through this. Oh yeah, we get another choice here, don't we? Let's try the other choice. Because it was run out or hide, wasn't it? Let's try the hide one, see if that changes things. Oh wait, hang on. What? Okay, this is different. The door swung open with a loud creak. In stepped a cat. Oh, it's just a kitty cat. A giant kitty cat. Walking upright. Eiichi and Hitomi stared in confusion as someone in a cat costume slipped into the room. There was something vaguely sinister about the fuzzy figure. Wait, hang on. If she's ditched the costume, then that's probably still the assassin, right? That just found it and decided to get into it. Actually, that sounds mad, doesn't it? Then again, the game is mad. The cat had both hands stuffed into its pockets, and it shuffled as it walked, dragging one leg. Yeah, it's the guy with the cane. In the cat costume. They're going to die here. You think that's someone with the theatre troupe? Eiichi whispered. Maybe? The two huddled in the shadows, pressed almost cheek to cheek. They watched as the cat rifled around inside one of its pockets and then pulled something out. It was a bundle of keys. No doubt the ones it had used to get inside. Eiichi's eyes fixed on the furry mitt that held them. It was stained dark red. That could be only one thing. Blood. In that moment, Eiichi finally realised just what was going on. That's no theatre guy. It was the assassin. He used the catsuit to slip past the theatre people and had somehow gotten his hands on the storeroom keys. Now he tossed the keys away, then delicately adjusted the costume's wobbly head. Hitomi, we gotta run. Huh? Hitomi seemed frozen, mesmerised. Oh my god, he's got blood coming out of his mouth! The cat turned directly toward them. The fur around its mouth was stained crimson. Why has the mouth got blood on it? Apart from looking creepy, why would that have blood on it? Hitomi let out a high-pitched cry of shock. The cat drew its other hand out of its pocket. Clutched in its mitt was a gun. Eiichi and Hitomi had nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Okay, so we can't let the cat... We can't have Tama take off the costume until she's in the shop then. Disguised in the cat costume, the killer managed to corner Eiichi and Hitomi, but where did he get that costume? As it happens, it's Tama's fault. She tossed the suit away after taking it off, allowing the assassin to find it and use it to deceive the theatre troupe and gain access to the storeroom. Little could she have known. We still don't know why the assassin seems to be able to find them all the time. Right, so we have to keep the suit on here. Right, so that changes that back to to be continued. Enter the assassin. I wonder if this changes anything. Where in the Discord can I post channel links? You know what? GCB, chuck it into the currently streaming section, and I'll change it to like a self-promotion channel or something. Yeah, that's fine, dude. Yeah, chuck it in there. I'm alright with that. Where's the choice? Oh, there is no choice. Is there? Yes, it said something. Oh wait, has that changed now? Finally, some movement. I thought we'd done this already. Unless it's just... I feel like the save system's fucked in this game now. Oh no, here you go. Alright, there you go. Oh, sweet. A frantic-looking man had jumped out in front of the car. Whoa, hey, what the hell are you doing? Kano sputtered. The stranger plastered his face against the passenger side window. Open up, he shouted. Open the door. The guy showed every sign of total panic. Junichi Yanagashita, something happened just after he parted ways with Minorukawa. Now he's running this way, and in quite a panic at that. What's this going to change from Minorukawa then? If anything. Unless we're not meant to change across here. Yeah, we've already had this, haven't we? Yeah, okay, let's fuck that then. We don't really have to worry about it anyway, because it's just Kano's story we're trying to finish now. Don't do it, Stanley warned. Kano hesitated. It wasn't like they could just drive off with his fellow clinging to the car. Hang on a minute, hang on. That might have to be the last thumbnail for the last part of this playthrough. Please, you gotta help me. The man slipped his fingers in through the gap in the window, trying to force it further open. Help me. Whoa, hold on. What's your deal? Help me. Sir, just tell me what... Help me! Look, up ahead, Stanley exclaimed suddenly. Kano whipped his head around. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was Al Karawan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano tried to jump out of the car, but the frantic stranger had gotten his upper body wedged in the window, and the door wouldn't open. Stanley, his usual steely expression replaced with a look of shock, exited on the driver's side and went after Al Karawan himself. Kano shouted at the man in the window. I don't know, here. What do you reckon? Get out of the way, Stanley, wait, or alright, get in. I feel like any of these could be right. Because ultimately we don't want to catch Al Karawan, because he causes us to waste time. You reckon C? Skit, are you just going for like the ones that are going to be like funny now? Although so far your record has been pretty good at getting those right. Get in. If the guy was that desperate to get inside, Kano wasn't about to stop him. Besides, he needed to get the guy to calm down and let go of his arm. Ow! The man yelped. Let go, let go. He was the one holding on. Why was he demanding to be let go? What the hell is going on? Just as Kano's thought was forming, the crazed stranger was yanked back out of the car, dragging Kano with him. A pair of rough-looking men had grabbed him by his lower body. No, no! He screamed. I can't do 80 days hard labour. Somehow he was still managing to cling to the car door. Just give it up and let go already, snarled one of the assailants. The pair shifted their grip and pulled even harder. Kano heard the sound of tearing fabric as the two toughs tumbled backwards. Actually, that might have to be the screenshot. There's so many good screenshots here. I'm going to have to go through and get some more. Just like that, the crazed stranger was stripped down to his boxers. He let out a pathetic wail. Oh, man! The two toughs burst into uproarious laughter at the sight. The guy on the left looks like he's going like, oh, whoa, yeah, look at those. Now's our chance. One of them managed to sputter. I've got to go now, dude. I'll try and jump on a bit earlier tomorrow. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks, man. No, honestly, just thanks for spending some time in the stream. Hope you have a good rest of the evening. Yeah, might see you tomorrow. Pantsless man snatched up his ruined garment and bolted like a startled hare, to dart off incredibly quickly in the manner of a fleeing rabbit. Yanagashita runs a lot more like a rat than a rabbit, though. Still cackling madly, his two pursuers rushed after him. Kano was still staring dumbstruck at the spectacle when Stanley returned to the car. I think you got it right, Skip. I think you've done it. No luck. I lost track of him. This doesn't make sense, Kano said, forcing himself to refocus on the case. Al Karawan was taken back to the precinct. What's he doing walking free? Stanley gave him a dubious look. Have you seriously not figured it out? He asked. Or is this some kind of strange Japanese joke I'm not getting? What are you talking about? Kano replied. Do you know something I don't? Evidently I do. Your detective Tateno let him go on purpose. That's the only explanation. Enraged at the suggestion, Kano took a swing at him, but Stanley coolly caught his fist. It's not me you should be punching, the American warned. It's Tateno. Abashed, Kano radioed up Kuze on the wireless. Sir, did Detective Tateno bring Tariq Al-Karawan into the precinct? It would appear that Detective Tateno has gone rogue, Kuze replied with chagrin. He what? Surely Kano had misheard. We've received an eyewitness account. Someone saw him allowing the suspect to go free. No, it can't be. We currently do not know Detective Tateno's whereabouts. Or just what the hell is going on with him. After Kano ended the call, Stanley let out a low chuckle. Huh, I see. Looks like you had a traitor in your midst. Kano grabbed him by the collar. Stanley snorted. What are you trying to pull here? Tell me what you know, Kano snapped. All I did is state the facts. Look, I watched that man risk his life to talk down a would-be arsonist. He's a dyed-in-the-wool detective. He'd never betray anybody. I see, Stanley murmured. Then he's the real deal. Kano stared in surprise. He'd expected an argument. Good, he said. I'm glad we're on the same page. Tateno risked his life in order to get people to trust him. He's a dyed-in-the-wool spy, is what he is. Kano didn't have the words. His clenched fist trembling once more, he fumbled for his cell phone again. He dialed Tateno's number. The phone rang 5 times but failed to connect. There has to be a reason for this, Kano muttered. Tateno must know something we don't. Really now, Stanley scoffed. And what makes you so sure of that? Because Detective Tateno was sure this kidnapping wasn't about the ransom. Kano's mind drifted back to 9 o'clock that morning. Ahead of their stakeout at the Scramble, he was walking with Tateno through the halls of the Shibuya precinct. We're going to do a bang-up job out there, Detective Tateno, he chirped. He was maybe a bit too excited about getting to take part in such a major case. Tateno patted Kano on the back. You need to take a step back. You're not letting yourself see the forest for the trees. What do you mean, sir? What I mean is that this is no ordinary kidnapping. Tateno's words triggered a little revelation. You're talking about the location for the ransom handoff, aren't you? Kano said. It does make sense for the criminals to pick such a major intersection. Warmer, Tateno replied. Kano frowned inwardly. He'd been so sure that was the answer. Have you thought about why they asked to have the sister make the handoff? Kano thought some more before answering. I knew that was you, Eternal. How are you, dude? Because women are easier to deal with, he suggested. Colder. If that was the case, why not pick the mother? No, what worries me is the fact that the Osawa girls are twins. They're having us send someone to the handoff who looks identical to the girl they kidnapped. What's going to happen when we do that? What is going to happen, sir? Keno asked. I'm not sure yet, but I have a feeling the kidnapper's plan hinges on it. The two exited through the precinct's main entrance. Up ahead, rows of buildings stood tall against the backdrop of bright blue sky. I'm alright, just stopping by for a second, going back to Asmongold. I have some news for you. Chat. Is your love... Wait, I assume this is not exactly the same. Is your love for Soul Calibur games... Wait, oh God, Eternal, what the fuck, dude? Chat, I'm going to read this as you've written it. Chat. Is you love Soul Calibur games? Bandai is doing a network test tomorrow on PS4 and Xbox, so if you want to try Soul Calibur tomorrow, you can. Don't forget, you can download the network test now and play tomorrow. Also, you don't have to pre-order to try it. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, there's one word in there that made that like sound really bad. Is it just for a day? Or is it for a couple of days? I'm shit at fighting Soul Calibur games, by the way. It's a shame that's not cross-platform. Up ahead, rows of buildings stood tall against the backdrop of bright blue sky. Teteno let out a quiet sigh. To think that so many terrible things are happening out there on such a beautiful day. Solve one case and another's waiting, he went on. As always, what is it about people that drives them to do such horrible things? A girl abducted out of pure greed? When I think of how her parents must feel, I almost can't bear it. They made their way towards the scramble. Teteno continued talking in a quiet voice. My father was a raging alcoholic. The house was always a complete mess. He was loud, violent, never had any money, always reeked of booze. My mother, she would cry and cry. I was afraid to come home. Every day I stayed out playing as late as I could possibly manage. Kano could hear pain in Teteno's voice. That life took too much of a toll on my mother. She died when I was still in grade school. And my father, he just got worse. I was there with him at the end, after he'd wasted away to almost nothing. Not the sort of childhood I'd ever wish on anybody. It sounds like you really went through a lot. Kano hated himself for uttering such an empty platitude, but he had no idea what else to say. Kano, as old as I am, I still don't really know what it is to be happy. I think that's probably because I've never known what it's like to have a happy family. Teteno sounded so forlorn. The only happiness I know how to protect is other people's happiness. Kano heard in those words the soul of a true detective. I don't think Teteno's a spy. I can't imagine he's a spy. Copied and pasted what I said. Oh, what's this? Is this just the network test? Let's have a look at this. How long is it on for? I'm guessing this is just the like the E3 build or something, isn't it? Depends how many characters it's got. Oh, here we go. Network test schedule. Client available for download. Now. It was 4 PM British Standard Time. Network test start Friday at 4 PM. So tomorrow afternoon it starts. And it goes until Monday. Interesting. Ends September 30th. Tell you where to go, what console to use. Yeah. Video will let y'all know. Thanks, Eternal. That's cool if you do. Do you mind posting that in the Discord as well? Just for some of the other people that aren't here. I'm sure a few people will be interested in that. I just hope you're ready. Kano did his best to keep his voice as calm and level as he could, lifting up his clenched fist. So I find proof that Teteno is innocent. I'm planting this right into your jaw. Stanley just cracked a wry smile. Just like shit-eating grin is what I'd say. The traffic had finally diminished, and they rapidly drew close to their destination. The syndicate's hangout was in Tomigaya, to the southwest of Yoyogi Park. So last time we got here too early, and we both got killed. The Ratty building looked like it might come crashing down any minute. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. I'll take point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. He drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. At the end of the hallway was a wooden door. Stanley signalled with his eyes. Kenna gave a tiny nod, and Stanley kicked the door in. The stench of blood hit them as soon as they stepped inside. Kenna let out a startled gasp. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. He recognised them all. They were men who'd participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Stanley took a closer look. The blood's not fully dried. These guys weren't killed that long ago. Kenna quickly scanned the bar high and low, but there was no sign of a killer in hiding. There was no trace of Maria either. One of the fallen men let out a faint, strained groan. "Hey," Kenna called out, "stay with us." He hunched down beside the wounded man. Ugh. A brief gurgle rose from the man's throat. He was clearly struggling to say something, but his voice was too garbled, too indistinct for Kenna to make out any coherent words. Kanan. So Kanan is... Actually, we don't know who Kanan is yet. Just some kind of Asian lady. What was that? But there was no more. The dying man went limp and still. So that's the woman that's just saved Aichi and Hitomi. There we go. Posted ×3. Thanks, man. Yeah, I think some people would be interested in that. I'm sure there's a few more fighting fans in there. That was a surprise, though. Were they planning this test, or is this just come out of nowhere? Oh, you put it in general chat, cool. It's out of nowhere for me. I'm surprised they didn't make you pre-order. I can only imagine... Oh, well, look. Hey, she's taking the costume off. I can only imagine if they're doing that, it's probably because their pre-order numbers are low. That's what I would imagine. You know what though? I found before we stopped. Well, obviously before we stopped at game. At game, I did notice in the last sort of couple of years even that pre-orders have been dropping over time. Like, people don't really tend to pre-order anymore, or if they are, they're not pre-ordering in stores at the very least. They're pre-ordering on like digitally. Yeah, exactly. Call of Duty. Call of Duty is the exact same thing, and Battlefield is apparently the same thing as well. It was all down to pre-order numbers. People need to stop pre-ordering. I totally agree. In fact, actually, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and keep this going for as long as possible, but I'm going to have a chat to you because I've actually got half an hour until I'm meant to be finishing, but I don't want to start another game now because my throat is kind of a bit scratchy, and I kind of don't want to wind it up anymore. So we'll have a bit of a chat. Shall we? Holy shit, my hair's getting like all mental. People need to stop. I have tons of games digitally. See, I only get them digitally if there's no other way of getting them. If I can buy them physically, as you can see, I will buy them physically. But yeah, I don't agree with pre-ordering in general, really. The only ones I do agree with is if you're going to make a limited amount of something, like a limited or a collector's edition. Those should be pre-orderable, but standard copies shouldn't. I don't think they should. I'm too lazy to go to the store. You can just buy them off of a website. You can still get physical copies off of websites, can't you? I tell you what you could do, because I've got a bit of time. Oh yeah, by the way, I need to change this screen up. It's really doing my head in now, because like these the sub goal and the follower goal they're totally wrong. They're absolutely totally wrong. Yeah, I haven't changed this song yet either. Who is it that wanted me to change it to Wing Fortress? Let's see. I was going to see if we've got any like trailers we could watch, because these videos have been getting flagged for copyright infringement, because you know that like Irish folk song, that is apparently a copyrighted piece of music, so you can't monetize the video. The song first changes to Persona 5 song. Which one, Marcelo? They're all fucking amazing. They're all amazing. Just gonna see if there's any good game trailers up recently. Oh yeah, that song. Okay, hang on. Bear me a sec. Let me just go to my dashboard so I can find the link. Sorry, sorry to be a pain, Eternal. Do you mind posting that again, just so it can pop up in here? And I'll get that queued up. Thanks, ma'am. Is this the oh, it's the Armored Titan. Wait, Armored Titan theme done by Hatsune Miku? What is this gonna sound like? Right, hang on a minute, hang on a minute. I'm gonna have to do a bit of jigging here. I just need to turn off the PlayStation quickly, because that game sound's gonna be playing otherwise. Man, I was really worried there that we weren't gonna get through that that last bit though, due to the that glitch. I think you'll like the song, I hope. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not a massive fan of Miku stuff. Not that I've heard, anyway. I'm willing to have my minds changed, though. All right, let's play this. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit so we can still talk over it. I actually don't remember the Armored Titans theme. Oh yeah, now I do. I do now. I'm just mesmerised by the bars at the bottom. Not that you can really see them. I'll say, where's the Miku bit going to come in? Quite good fan art. It's a little long intro. Yeah, I can't remember how long the song is. Oh shit, we're getting loads of dropped frames now. Hang on. Let me just check something. Okay. No, I think that was probably a minute ago when I brought up the what's it called? I think we're okay. So when you bring up the dashboard, it brings up another live screen. It's Attack on Titan, yeah. A remix. You know, although I say I'm not a massive fan of the Miku stuff, I've actually got the game on the PS4 to play through at some point. I'm not gonna turn the song off for anything eternal. It's good, not my kind of music. It's not my sort of music. Wish there was an AMV of this. You could probably make one quite easily. I quite like. I haven't made an AMV, but I've made some of those "You Say Run Goes With Anything" videos. So I've changed the music out with "You Say Run" from My Hero Academia. They were fun to make, actually. Really enjoyed doing that. And bizarrely, one of them has the most views I have on my YouTube channel. It's got like 212,000 views now. Yeah, I can tell it's a good remix. It's not. Unfortunately, it's not my kind of music, dude. I'm not gonna end it though. I absolutely love AMVs. I haven't really watched any for a long time. Yeah, I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that. Fuck you. January 27th. What's that say? Attack on EDM. Oh, so is this like a cover album that someone's made? Right, okay. What does EDM stand for? Is it like electronic dance music or something? Is that what it stands for? Let's see here. It does. Okay, cool. I just thought, that made sense to me. What trailers should we have a look at? We've got a few new ones that came. It's like every day there's a bunch of new ones come out. Hamsterdam. What the fuck? I'm just intrigued by the name of that. It'd probably be terrible. Fucking Fortnite. Crew. Fallout 76 in-game intro video. Jack Quest. Yokai Watch Blasters Moonrabbit Crew. You want to watch the Fallout one? Okay, we can do that. Just seeing what else is here. Forza 4. I want to have a look at the Forza launch trailer, actually. I'll have a look at that in a minute. Let's have a look at this Fallout video. I'm intrigued because I was trying to get videos. Videos haven't been running very smoothly on stream recently, so we'll see how it goes here.
War
never changes.
In 1776, this great nation accepted that armed conflict was the only way to preserve our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If our founding fathers could only see us now. From Antietam to Amiens, Okinawa to Anchorage, we have fought. And now, the Red Menace is at our doorstep. Democracy itself is under threat of annihilation. That is why today, July 4th, 2076...
Is that Ron Perlman, by the way?
300 years after our great nation began, we gathered together to honor the completion of Vault 76. This sprawling underground shelter may have been engineered by Vault Tech, but it was built by you, the good people of America, so that if the bombs do come, if the end does come, our way of life will endure. But not everyone will be saved. Those chosen to enter this vault must be our best and our brightest. For when the fighting is stopped and the fallout has settled, you must rebuild. Not just walls, not just buildings, but hearts and minds, and ultimately, America itself. So as we stand here today, we pray that the world will know peace. But if that is not our destiny, if war must come, we stand together knowing that here in Vault 76, our future begins.
Play the beta first on Xbox One.
I've read about that. They're doing a beta. How's that going to work? You're just going to get a chunk of the game. Yeah, that one you have to pre-order for beta access. Begins on 23rd of October. That's what, 3 weeks before it comes out, I think. Yeah, I want to have a look at this Forza trailer. I like me some Forza. See what I mean? This is what happens. The video just kind of like shits itself a bit. Hang on. Let's reset it. See, I wish they'd use fucking better music for this though. Not the music I would use. You should play some fucking like Initial D music. How beautiful does this game look though? Looks so nice. You wrap all your cars in anime vinyl paint jobs. Skit, so do I. Well, it's usually a bit of a mixture of stuff. It's usually like in the last one I had like a Transformers one, I had a couple of anime ones. Had a Sonic one, you know, that kind of thing. It looks good, but I never like the mechanics for games like this, like hold your hand mechanics and shit. How do you mean, dude? Like what? Well, I mean, this one's quite arcadey. Is that what you mean? Also, although I can't, this is the first time that, well, one of the first times, I can't play it in 4K, which kind of sucks, but I can play it in 60 FPS, which is probably what I'd pick anyway. Put you back on the track. I don't think it does it? The only thing it has got, like hold your hand wise, is it's got a rewind function, but you can turn that off as well. You can turn all of that stuff off. What else do we have? Oh, Pillar. Pillar sounded interesting. I think that was this. This is one of these things that was meant to come out for ages, I think. Let's see if it's the one I think it is.
What are you?
Had like a really interesting art style. Ah, no, this isn't the one I was thinking of. Seems to be some kind of puzzle game. New Need Speed games pretty much ruin racing games, to be honestly. Dude, they're not great. They're not good. If you want to try a really good, like fairly arcadey racing game, Horizon is the one to try. Underground 2 is the fucking best, and they completely annihilated it. This is all, again, really controversial statement. I don't agree. I don't agree with that. Best Need for Speed is, in my opinion, I don't think I've got it here, do I? No, I don't. My favourite Need for Speed is Hot Pursuit, the remake one, the one that Criterion first made after they stopped making Burnout games. Yeah, there you go, Skit. I swear I didn't see that either before you said it. I'm bored of this. That's not the kind of game I was expecting. Yeah, because Hot Pursuit was basically as close to Burnout as you're going to get. And it's probably the closest we've had to Burnout since Burnout stopped. Which makes me sad. Customization of Underground 2 is the best. Yeah, that's why people like it, because of the customization, don't they? Which I get. I totally get. Customizing the car is fun. But I feel like the best handling that series ever had was Hot Pursuit. I want to have a look at this Dirt Rally trailer. This definitely doesn't hold your hand. If you want a game that doesn't hold your hand, play Dirt Rally. Not played it, but I've just heard it's ridiculous. That looks amazing. Buddy, yours used to have a Golf. It's quite a popular car, isn't it, amongst sort of the younger guys? Is it just I think it's just like a bit of a teaser, is it? Announcement trailer. Like I didn't change the exhaust sounds in the new ones. That was a big turn off again. I told you I'm very picky. It's purely down to the handling for me, Eternal. If the handling's fun, I'll play it. It's really important to me, the handling. I'm not. I don't know if you feel this way, Skit. Assuming you've played it, I'm not a massive fan of Paradise, like Burnout Paradise. I actually think Revenge is probably the best of the series, if not Takedown. I think they're the best ones. Oh, the slot machine mechanic. That was only in the newest one, though, wasn't it? Payback, right? Handling and sound is important to me. Takedown is the best one. Well, Marcelo, it's one of the two. Those two are fucking really close together, though, as to how good they are. Didn't I say I swear there was a video I wanted to show you guys, and I can't remember what it is now. Let's just have a bit of a look through here, see what we can find. Apologies to anyone watching 428 Shibuya Scramble on YouTube. You're getting a load of trailers right at the end here. Paradise was decent, but not up there. Yeah, I don't want, for my Burnout games, I don't want an open world. I want proper tracks. I don't want an open world. That was my main problem with it. It's still good. Best racing game is Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005. Changed my mind. That's the other one that everyone really likes, and I like it, but again, the handling's not up to Hot Pursuit's standard, in my opinion. Give me another Twisted Metal 2 and Destruction Derby. And Road Rash. I used to rinse Twisted Metal World Tour and Destruction Derby 2 on the PS1, and I have you know what, actually weirdly I don't have Road Rash on the Mega Drive, but I do have it on the Saturn, which is a really good version. Really good version of that game. Just want to see if there's anything. I'm just trying to get stretch this out to about 9 o'clock, so at least I've done my 6 hours that way. Last Remnant. Oh yeah, I don't know if you saw this, guys. Last Remnant. This was an old well. Hang on, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah, this was a 360 RPG that came out, and it's not working. Come on, OBS. I don't know why you can't handle video. It's only running at 34% CPU. Oh, now 65. Okay, fair enough. Apparently running video takes up a lot of CPU time. Road Rash. Eternal, I've got no way to stream... Well, no easy way to stream Saturn games. I suppose you could do the PS1 version. I'm not sure I could get a whole stream out of it, mind you. Those fuckers at Square removed it from Steam just to announce a remaster exclusively to PS4. They heard it's a bad game anyway. I don't think it was bad. I think it was just it had a weird combat system, I think. But yeah, that's a bit... they're proper shysters for taking that off. They should leave both versions up. Like, if you've already bought it... I don't know. It's a weird one, isn't it? They always do that, though. What else we got? Oh, Risk of Rain's coming to Switch. Don't need a whole stream out of it just for some nostalgia. Yeah, that's true. I suppose I could do like a could make like a retro night or a retro day, and then maybe do like 6 retro games and play like an hour each. Just some like non-RPG games that you don't have to sink some time in, like super amounts of time into. It was an uncommon game. It's not that... Well, it's uncommon, yeah. I got it. Obviously, I've got it. I've got it right here, in fact. Hang on. Yeah, there's the 360 one. I've never played it, though. I've usually been leaving my RPGs for a rainy day. I think the Saturn emulator is pretty good, though. But then you have the PS1 emulator, which is amazing, too. No, Marcelo, apparently the Saturn emulator is getting better, but it's still not great at the moment. They've just made some kind of massive breakthrough with it to make it much better. But it's still not great, supposedly. Over the years of playing games, I've lost my infatuation for games because of greedy dev shit, and Twitch ruined games for me. How did Twitch ruin games for you? Am I part of this? I might as well show this. This is the Jump Force trailer from the other day. Hang on, let's let that not shit itself for a second. That'd be good, wouldn't it? So these are the new characters they announced. It's the Yu Yu Hakusho characters. I still need to finish watching that. The arc with these two in it is fucking amazing, though. Oh yeah, it's Killua from Hunter x Hunter as well. And I forget the other guy's name. This guy. Yeah, I'm really unsure about the way it looks. I'm not totally convinced. Look, yeah, look, got pre-order costumes. That I fucking hate. Because I want Luffy's fucking jacket. Yeah, Turner, why is Twitch ruined games for you? I feel like partly responsible now. Apparently, wait, what is that? Mednafen is pretty great and very accurate for the Saturn, but can be a bit demanding. Marcel, yeah, I can't remember the name of it. I don't think it was that one. It didn't sound like that one. I think it was a different one. But there's another one which was like really bad, and they've made some kind of breakthrough with it in the last sort of couple of months, I think. And now it runs like the best out of any of them. But still not great. Still not the greatest. Still need to play that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game. Which one, Skip? The PS4 one. I've got the PS3 one. I don't have the PS4 one. Oh, I've got it right here. It's funny how I always have everything to hand, isn't it? There you go. I got that one. I don't have the PS4 one though. That's All-Star Battle. That one. Mednafen stands for My Emulator Doesn't Need a Freaking Excellent Name, by the way. That's amazing. I like that. Because I watch Twitch all the time and ruin games for myself. Well, dude, that's just your lack of self-control, surely. Because I like watching Super Best Friends, as I've probably said multiple times before. But if they're playing a game that I plan to play in the future, I won't watch them. Oh yeah, I have to show you this. I'm sure you guys might have seen this, but this is what we'll be playing in a couple of weeks' time. Or next week, actually, sorry. You get a Kiryu skin. They made this one way more violent than the Japanese one. I can't wait. Yes, it's free. The skins are free for the first couple of weeks, apparently. Gotta love a game that focuses on letting the player see every single pore on the characters' faces. Yeah, it looked a bit jank, didn't it? It did look a bit jank, not gonna lie. It is kind of, well, you know, Fist of the North Star is basically Japanese Mad Max. And then Borderlands is basically Mad Max as well. So that's where it comes from. Oh, there's a new One Piece trailer. Could look at that. I don't know if anyone else cares about that except me, though. Oh yeah, you guys watched Valhalla, didn't you? There's the Nirvana. Nirvana's the second game they're doing. Cyberpunk bartender action. With a character with like the most ridiculous sized boobs ever. So that's one way of selling a game, isn't it? It's bad when my first reaction to something is, "Whoo, you need a facial, darling." Darling. I got the Black Clover game. Warframe on the Switch. I don't understand how they're getting that working. I wonder if that's. Hang on, I want to have a look at this. See if this has got if this is actual footage of the Switch one, because that just seems fucking nuts to me. They've even got this thing working.
When hope dies,
Is that going to be in game?
war comes again.
That looks like a cutscene.
Will awaken. Sisters and brothers become nightmares of the horde.
That looks in game, as does that.
Become more than a warrior. Become Tenno.
Oh, not in game footage. Okay, fuck off then.
Available on Nintendo Switch.
Pointless. Thanks for that. Pointless. Boobs, yay. Why is it surprising? Supposedly they have Skyrim working on the Switch and Skyrim doesn't work on anything. Well, no, that's totally wrong, Shadow, because it runs on the fucking PS3, which is the most complicated console ever to work on. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the Switch, it's still surprising that the Switch runs Skyrim. I'm more surprised that Doom and Wolfenstein run on the Switch. That has no right to work on the Switch at all. Oh yeah, I'll show you this, guys, because I've actually got I signed up to one of those keylog, not keylog sites. What are they called? It's like a key mailer type thing, so that if you've got enough followers on Twitch, you can sign up for games and then show them off on the stream. I've got this one. This is the first one I managed to get, and I'm planning to play this at some point. It's a bit like it's like one of those music games, but they've given it like a retro sort of vibe to it. I thought I'd give it a go. I haven't actually seen this trailer yet. "32 different chicken types." I'm sold. How's that meant to be? It's meant to be like Andros, I guess. They reference a lot of games in this. But yeah, I thought it might be worth a look, right? Way to ruin my shade throwing at Toddy Howard flaps. Oh wait, is that it is true. I mean, they're glitchy as fuck. It's a Bethesda game, isn't it? It's glitchy as fuck. But at the same time, that game was out for like what, 5 years at that point. They should definitely get it fucking working at that point. But yeah, Chicken DDR. I've got to play that, right? Have to play that. What else have we got? Last Remnant remaster announcement. We've got a Yakuza 0 trailer. Don't need to watch that. We know it's amazing. Anyone that hasn't played it at this point is frankly dead to me. You're not. Just please play that game. It's very good. Oh, this is all the PlayStation stuff they announced, isn't it? Oh yeah, did I show you guys the Project Judge trailer? Is this the one that's subbed? Because I haven't seen the subbed version of this trailer yet. If so, we'll watch it. Sorry, my intense hatred of all things Todd Howard and Bethesda are well documented. Why do you hate Todd Howard so much? What is that you posted? Soda puke. Why are you putting my face next to a puking face? Are you saying I look disgusting and puke worthy? So yeah, this is the okay, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I'm gonna have to change the position of the camera here, so we can read the subs. So this is basically the spiritual successor to Yakuza at the moment. Please work. But you play as a detective. But it's still got all the wacky shit that Yakuza has. I'm not so keen on that. I don't like tailing people. I don't find that fun. Assassin's Creed being the worst culprit that I've played. See, this was an old mini game they had in Yakuza where you had to chase after people. Do you really want to know? I do really want to know, Shadow. Sit, my friends, and read the knowledge I shall impart upon you. Okay, I'm now intrigued. It's not really a Yakuza rip-off because it's done by the same team. Combat looks fucking sick though. I mean, it even takes place in Kamurocho. This is fucking... The fighting looks so good! How would you need to dress up as Dracula? Uh-oh. Getting flashbacks of Elder Scrolls with that. Oh, the cat cafe's back. Yes, you have to take the right photos. It kind of looks like Ace Attorney mixed with Yakuza, doesn't it? Like Phoenix Wright. Still got all the mad shit. It's got drone racing. Yay, an Amichio! I'm sure there's a bit where he kicks someone with a skateboard or something. There you go. Yeah! I'm getting that. I'll be buying that one. That'll be played and streamed straight away. Shadow, are you typing a massive? Oh, here you go. There you go. Just in time. He's a compulsive liar and egomaniac with delusions of grandeur. He's much too confident that he can pretty much fart and the Howard fan kids will lick his butthole and beg for some leftover oatmeal, while the modders in the world will fix his buggy bullshit, and then he can take credit and or money for it. He accepts no responsibility for the verbal diarrhea that spews from his gaping facehole like a leaky pipe. Wow, that's not over. You haven't... Fucking hell. Jesus. Can I interject, though? Is it, like, actually down to him what happens with the company? Or is he just the spokesperson? Because I wouldn't imagine that he makes the decisions to get the game out, like, before it's finished, right? I don't know. I haven't really read into what. Well, he's not, because he's not CEO, right? And I mean, he comes across as quite a decent chap. But then, like I said, I haven't really looked into it. The games are buggy when they come out. Let's face it. If he's so fond of taking the credit, he should be held solely responsible for all the fail too. Well, like that just strikes me. It strikes me that he's like a full man, a full guy, full man, full guy. You know what I'm talking about. So that, you know, all the negative stuff gets pushed his way, and not towards the actual people that are the issue. I don't know though. I don't know, I'm only making assumptions. I'm only making assumptions here. Now, I forgot to show you what shirt I've got on today. I've got my Dr. Robotnik Science Club shirt today. Sorry, Dr. Robotnik. I should say Dr. Eggman now, shouldn't I? Dr. Robotnik was what he was called when I was growing up. But yeah, I mean, you know, not everything that's come out of Bethesda's buggy, is it? The id stuff is usually good. You know, like Doom was great. That came out pretty much perfect. I don't think there was any massive problems with that. I feel like that engine of theirs, the Elder Scrolls engine, is one of the main issues. They need to fucking update that. They really do. I'm super angry that the new Devil May Cry has microtransaction for upgrading these skills, like buying orbs and shit. So it seems like they're going to make the game a big grind and make you buy the orbs. Yeah, it turned out that was what I was going to say, actually. I actually don't mind if people want to have... If they want to pay their way to win, fair play to you. Fair play. But it shouldn't be at the expense of people that don't want to pay. So like you say, as long as... The thing is, you won't know, will you? Like, as long as they're not changing the amount of experience you get or any of that kind of shit, I'm fine with it. But then how do you know if they've changed it or not? That's the question. But there's no fucking way I would do that. Why would you do that? Like, just like steamroll the fucking game? Bullshit. It's like my mate, although to be fair, he had like a little bit of a good reason for this. My mate bought Split Second, which is also one of the best driving games that's ever come out recently. Just in case anyone's not played that, that is literally right here. That had a microtransaction in it where you could unlock all the cars from the beginning if you paid like, I don't know, it was $5 or something. But he just had no time to unlock them because he was doing RAF training, I think, and he wanted to play online with me. So yeah, I don't mind. That's fine. That doesn't change how quickly I get the cars or anything. And the entire crossplay bullshit with Sony, with Todo pointing at PlayStation going, I wanted it, but Sony are big poopy heads. Everyone direct your idiotic gamer rage at them. And then Sony's like, let's do this, fellas. And Todd's response says, whoops, nah, I didn't really mean we wanted crossplay for realsies. Yeah, that, okay. Did he actually say that? Because I know that he was pointing at Sony to get that out of the way. And it's happened. But I don't know, can you fault him for that? I mean, would it be not too late now to add in crossplay? I don't know how he... Saying that, they said... I think the Fortnite got it in by accident, did they? They accidentally activated it. And they turned... It was just literally turning on a switch, wasn't it? And it made crossplay compatible. I don't know. But yeah, that is bullshit. I was really looking forward to that. That was my first thought, actually, after they announced that they were doing crossplay. I was like, oh, yeah, shit. Now I can finally play Fallout 76 on Xbox and still play with other people. Alas, I can't. It says a lot that the best Elder Scrolls game is the one that ZeniMax took point on, and I hate MMOs. It says another sign... Oh, wait, you like ESO? I haven't actually played ESO yet. At this point I could start puking blood and Todd Howard would be the first person I would come after for it. Wow! I don't think I've ever seen someone so annoyed at someone in the games industry before. Oh no, okay, no, not fuck it, ESO. We're not going to get into an argument now. I would like to have dinner today, if that's alright. Yeah, I can't... You know, playing the neutral man here, I couldn't blame him entirely for that kind of stuff. Just because it sounds like he's a bit of a corporate mouthpiece. And that, you know, what he says isn't necessarily what he agrees with, but he has to say it. But yeah, I understand that, you know, he is the public face of Bethesda, isn't he? So you kind of have to direct your anger towards him, as there's not really anyone else to direct it towards. You're entitled to your own opinions, of course. I just like my games relatively bug-free. Who doesn't? If anyone says they like their games full of bugs, they're fucking insane. Otherwise you get shit like Goat Simulator, which sells itself off the fact that it has a billion bugs in it. Oh, whoops, you fell through the ground. Achievement! Hey, we meant to do that. Shut the fuck up. You just shit out a game and you got really lucky that it was quite funny to look at. I got that game for free and I felt cheated. Yeah, I mean, I still like Bethesda games. I just... there's a lot of stuff that needs to be changed. That engine is just like ancient history by now. That needs to change. It just looks fucking terrible nowadays. Yeah, and it shouldn't be a bug. It shouldn't be buggy. It's just no excuse now. I know they make complicated games and then big open world games, and thus you're more likely to get bugs in them, I would imagine, because there's more that can go wrong. You know, you're going to get more bugs that are gonna, in like a big open world 3D game than you are, say, like, you know, a side-scrolling 2D game. But it's still, it's not on, is it? It's not on. Bethesda really is humping a dead horse a few years after it's rotted into oblivion. Well, it's still the which engine is it running? I think it's still running the Skyrim engine, isn't it? I think they're still using the Skyrim engine. Or was the Skyrim engine an upgraded version of the Oblivion engine? And the Fallout engine is a slightly upgraded Skyrim engine. Is that how it works? I think that was it, actually, wasn't it? So they've been using that, and if that is the case, they've been using that engine for what? Since 2006? There's my Oblivion, by the way. I don't have Skyrim on the Xbox yet, by the way. I've still got it on the 360. I haven't bought the remastered one yet because I don't want to give them too much money for buying the same game again. So I'm waiting for it to get to about £10. Goat Simulator, How to Make a Goat Simulator is probably next in line for that series. I don't give them ideas, Skip. Fuck me. They'll do that. They'll be watching this and they'll do that, and they'll charge a tenner for it. Make your own game. Give us a tenner. Make your own game. It's all Oblivion engine based. I mean, it's an upgraded Oblivion engine, isn't it? But fucking hell, yeah, it's old. I mean, that's coming up to... No, that's over 10 years old. Yeah, that's 16 years... Sorry, that's 12 years old, that engine. Fucking hell. Oblivion was great for its time, but obviously get your act together, Bethesda. I haven't played it since just after launch, but I don't know how well that has held up. Because that game has a lot of repetition in it. Particularly when you go through the Oblivion gates. Like, those whole areas just looked all the same, didn't they? But easily 10, yeah. It'll be, yeah, exactly. Why the hell are people queefing their balls off about how amazing Cyberpunk 2077 and Red Dead Redemption 2 are looking? Because they do look amazing. I'm actually scared to get into a discussion with this with you, Shadow. Oh, sorry, you were. There was a question mark there. It was you were leading into that. Okay, because the devs give a shit. Okay, yeah, good. I was like, hang on a minute, hang on, whoa, that's controversial. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm really Cyberpunk might be my game of the generation from what I've seen of it so far. I am so in love with that game. I just really hope it lives up to the expectations. Red Dead 2 is going to be amazing as well, but I'm going to wait for that a little bit. Cyberpunk, I'm not going to wait for. I can't wait for it. When that comes out, I have to play that as soon as it comes out. Red Dead, I'm going to wait until the initial hype has died down and us small streamers can get a chunk of the pie. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they do give a shit. I don't think the... Again, playing devil's advocate here slightly. I don't think it's that Bethesda don't give a shit, or the development team don't, anyway. I think it's just that the suits are very keen to get a game out by a certain time. Would you agree with that? I'm going to be orgasming so much on and after October 26th. Sounds messy, Shadow. Sounds super messy. I am really looking forward to playing Red Dead. I have to wait because it seems like playing these new games at launch does not do my channel any favours. And as corporate as this sounds for myself, I'm really trying to make this my job. So I've kind of got to go with whatever's going to grow it the best. Yeah, the suits went out for Christmas so they can get more people to buy it. Although it's a bit weird now, isn't it? Because a lot of stuff is getting delayed because too much is coming out at Christmas. I mean, look at Red Dead. I reckon Red Dead's probably pushed a few games back and forward. I mean, it pushed COD forward to early October. Whatever they say, they're like, no, we didn't move it because of Red Dead. Fuck off, you didn't. You did. You're lying. You definitely did. There's no, because that is exactly like what they would usually release COD a week after, in which time people would still be playing Red Dead. So no, they're fucking lying. They brought it forward to avoid the Red Dead launch. Yeah, oh god, yeah, Red Dead's 105 gig. I read about that today. Red Dead 2 is larger than ESO and all of its expansions combined. Wait, how big is the map? I actually haven't seen how big the map is. Don't want to compete with big games like that. Yeah, that makes sense though. I mean, there's so many like stories of games coming out and clashing with another game, and then they end up both killing each other. Split Second is actually one of those. Split Second. Oh look, I don't know if I've done this deliberately, but both Split Second and Blur, two of the best racing games from last gen, came out on exactly the same week or a week apart from each other, and they both fucking tanked each other's sales as a result. You've gotta be careful what you launch games around. For Red Dead, yeah. How big's the Red Dead map? Have they said? I actually haven't looked into it. It's a lot bigger than initially leaked maps, so no one knows yet, but it's going to be humongous. I suppose the thing is, it doesn't even have to be like... it could be like smaller than GTA 5, as an example. I'm not saying it is, but it could be. But because you're using horses instead of cars, it will feel bigger, because you can't get around so quick. You know, there's no planes or anything, is there? So I reckon it'll be big for a game that doesn't have cars in it. Like humongous. I don't mind humongous maps as long as they're detailed as well. because have you guys played Just Cause 3? I think that's worse than Just Cause 2 because it's too big. There's just a lot of emptiness in it. It's actually the largest map Rockstar's ever made. That is official information. Wow, okay, so that is bigger than GTA 5's map, which is already fucking huge. I forget how big they said that one was. Hang on. I don't know why I'm trying to guess this when I've got the power of the internet in front of me. How big is GTA 5 map? It's 1.5 times bigger than the 81 point... Hang on. Oh, no, okay. Wait, what is this saying? I don't know what that's comparing it to. So, yeah, the GTA 5 map is 81 kilometers squared. Red Dead 1 was 41 kilometers squared. Far Cry 4's was 46 kilometers squared. Wait, what is this talking about? What is it comparing it to? Assassin's Creed Origin also has a huge map for horse being the fastest thing. Yeah, I did. You know, I saw a comparison to that the other day, and it actually looked massive. Wait, is that the Witcher 3 map? Oh, I think... Okay, they're saying the Witcher 3 map is... yeah, the Witcher 3 map is 1.5 times bigger than GTA's map. Okay, so the Witcher 3 has a fucking massive map. Which makes me excited about... all the more excited about Cyberpunk, because that's meant to be... I'm sure they said something like this. That's 3 times bigger than Witcher 3's map for Cyberpunk. Something like that. Oh, it's going to take ages to come out. I shouldn't get excited. Oh, dear. Right, guys, I'm going to have to go in a minute. Just finish up your typing, whatever you've got, and we'll finish that up. In the meantime, I'm just going to find someone I can raid. If you guys don't mind waiting around for a bit, just so we can raid someone, that'd be fantastic. I've nearly hit my. Hang on, is that going to show up there? No. I've nearly hit the achievement for the raiding thing. Actually, let's see how close I am. Yeah, so you get a Twitch achievement for raiding 100 times with 2 or more raiders, and I'm at 89%. So I've raided 89 times so far, which I was kind of surprised at. The Assassin's Creed Origin map took at least 30 minutes riding Hellbrent for election across the smaller width of it. Wait, is that Shadowrun? You've done it a few times both ways because I'm going to lose with no life. You just had to know. You had to know how big it really was. Wow, I'm just having a look. There's, I didn't realise 11 people are hosting me. That's amazing. Wow, I'm really really kind of stunned by that. Who's on today? I'm wondering if we should. Does anyone, before I try and find someone, does anyone have anyone who they want me to raid specifically? And before Spidey's not been here all day, so probably not. Before Spidey gets here, no, we're not raiding Ninja. He doesn't need raiding. He should be raiding me. I need the help. Yeah, because I've got a few on here he could raid. I do, but I doubt you know him. No, Shadow, that's fine. If it's a decent bloke and deserves some help. Or are you going to troll me here? Are you going to troll me here? Maybe you do. You're well connected. I'm not. I'm not. That's the problem. I need to make some more connections with people. Who is it? Tell me. So we've got monoliths on. I always like raiding monoliths because he always gives you a good welcome. But I've been raiding him quite a lot recently. Raging Kuma is having his birthday stream, it looks like. Let's have a look at Raging Kuma. Is he a Tekken player? Is that the Kuma we're talking about? Graveyard Keeper. Special birthday stream. Game every 4 years from 1990 to today. Yeah, I'm happy to raid Kuma Shadow. Always looking for new people to raid, so that's a good shout. Usually, no one ever says anything, and I just have to raid someone that I pick. But right, so he's playing Graveyard Keeper right now. I haven't seen any of this Graveyard Keeper. I've heard of it. Kind of looks like a grimmer version of Stardew Valley to me. It almost looks like the same art style. In fact, it's not the same people, is it? Right, guys. Yeah. So if you don't mind waiting in here for a minute, we'll raid him. I want you to. We don't usually get enough hype going, so just if you've got the access to some emotes or anything, just spam the shit out of those and just do like just hype up. Just get loads of hype going. Let me make sure I write his name down so I don't. I've been trying to raid and then pressing the wrong command or spelling it wrong and then flailing like, oh shit, I'm not doing it right. So make sure I get it right this time. Well, that was good. Like I was kind of thinking, oh shit, we've edited way too early, but we've actually managed to keep the stream going for like another hour just talking to you guys, which is this is my favourite part of streaming is just chatting to you guys. It's just having the people here to chat to is the problem. Because the games I'm playing at the moment, let's face it, not everyone wants to see that, do they? It's a bit of a like I said, I'm essentially reading you guys a book. Maybe I should do that. We have a book stream. I'll just read a book for you guys. Sorry for scaring you guys with my hatred. No, it's fine. It's fine, Shadow. Unless you can physically reach through the internet and grab me by the neck, you're not gonna scare me too much. Tainting your innocent souls. No, I think I was tainted. I can't speak for the others, but my soul was tainted very, long ago, thanks to being on the internet for too long. I think hatred is good. All right there, Anakin Skywalker, the Emperor. But yeah, guys, I do honestly thank you for stopping in. I really, really appreciate you popping in and chatting to me. It does. I couldn't do it without you, as usual. I will say this many times. I will say this as many times as I can. But I really, really appreciate you guys spending your precious time talking to this. Oh, Marcelo. Oh no, shit! It didn't show up because the sound isn't on it. Damn it! That was the Metal Gear "You're Pretty Good" thing that came up. Hang on. It was. Hang on. Oh shit! Oh, well, there he is. Look. Oh wait, who's this? Has he just gone offline? He's just gone. Ah, shit. Shadow. He's just gone offline. we can't raid him. We can't raid him because he's just gone offline. Shit. Anyone else? Curse you for being so slow. That wouldn't have stopped him from stopping the stream though, would it? All right. Well, that makes that easy then. This is what Marcelo did. You're pretty good. Oh, you fucking cunt. I had the game sound muted. Hang on. Let's do that a third time, shall we? Third time lucky?
You're pretty good.
There you go. That's what you played. Thank you. Thank you, Marcelo. I am a bad streamer. I'm not saying I was a good streamer. You can host yourself. What, so I have to play games forever? Is that what you want? Ziggy. I haven't seen him before. Is that how you spell it? Double I. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, God, I'm trying to type in the wrong fucking thing. I need food. Oh, there he is. Got him. How many peeps has he got? Oh, he's got 6. Yeah. This thing, I like supporting some of these smaller streamers. Please don't tell me he's about to stop as well. He or she. I can't actually hear yet. Hosting yourself can extend the stream for 6 more hours. I don't think that's how it works, Marcelo. I may not be an expert and I may be a bad streamer, but that doesn't sound right to me. But yeah, you know what? I'm kind of I'm unsure what to play next after this. I mean, we've got Attack on Titan still to play. I've still got to try and finish off the sub stories in Kiwami 2. I reckon I could do Kiwami 2 in 1 6-hour session, possibly. Because I've just got we've got to woo that hostess girl, and then we should get access to all those bosses. The only thing is, I think the bosses that I'm going for are like ridiculous hard. Let's raid Ziggy here. I don't even know how many people have got on the stream here, but we'll raid. Well, at least I know we've got 3 of you, possibly 4 if Eternal's still here. Right, guys, that's it. I'm out. Thank you so much for spending time with me. I'll be back again tomorrow. I've been changing the stream times up a little bit. I've been starting streams at 3. I think I might start back at 2 tomorrow, because starting at 3 doesn't seem to change anything. I'll see how it goes. I'll communicate in the Discord, whatever happens. Yeah, either way, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening, and peace out, you beautiful motherfuckers. Ah, no, I pressed the wrong button! No!